Are you a genius? Can't find an opponent that's on the same level as you? Then join the top battle of geniuses. Here will be where billions of geniuses from all over the universe compete with each other. For details, please visit our Virtual Universe Network's homepage through your virtual assistant. The gigantic declaration that appeared out of nowhere in the night sky was over 1 million km wide and long. Even in the Black Dragon Island where billions of people lived, you can clearly see the declaration if you raise your head. The top battle of geniuses is beginning? Wow, things are going to get crazy. The battle between the billions of geniuses throughout the universe? It's a huge banquet for all of humanity. I heard if you can place in the top 1,000, you'll receive a startling reward. Yeah, this time the Virtual Universe Network company is hosting it, so the rewards must be great. The top battle of geniuses, held twice every 10,000 years. Once by the Virtual Universe Network company, and once by the Battle Axe Coliseum. Hurry and check their website. In the virtual universe, above each continent that represented a universe empire and each island that represented a medium-level civilization appeared a gigantic declaration. Each declaration advertised the fact that the humans of the universe top battle of geniuses was beginning soon. In just a night, this news spread across all of the empires of humanity. The speed at which the news spread showed how advanced the Virtual Universe Network was. Killing fields, killing area. This was a boundless desert. There were thousands of densely packed black-clothed men on the desert. Each black-clothed person was a star level 5 stage. In front of these thousands of black-clothed men stood a white-robed bald person. He held a genetic weapon blade, which reflected a cold light. Kill! Kill! The several thousand black-clothed men yelled and then crazily charged forwards like lightning. The white-robed bald man smiled as he walked over. Lightning seemed to appear in his surroundings. When the first bunch of the black-clothed men arrived, the white-robed bald man's body suddenly flashed, and the blade in his hand moved. Pu. His blade was as fast as lightning. It instantly slashed open a black-clothed man's head, and his blood flew everywhere. Pu. 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 The white-robed bald man didn't seem to be moving that fast, but his movements were very peculiar. At the same time, his blade was usually stationary, but once it moved, it was as fast as lightning and was guaranteed to take a life. His steps and his slashing formed a very mysterious rhythm. Fast combined with slow as large amounts of opponents of the same level were slashed to death. A long whip hit the white-robed bald man's left arm, causing it to blow up and become bloody. The others that were surrounding him took advantage of this opportunity to attack him. The white-robed bald man died. The surrounding space slightly changed. All of these black-robed men, including the corpses, marks of blood, etc., completely disappeared, and the white-robed bald man appeared again. Woo, I did a good job, didn't I? Smile, Thunder God, I killed around 190 opponents of my level in one go. Stupid. You are so stupid. Without me, you were able to attain your own domain. Now that I'm taking all my time to train you, you should be improving even more. A white-bearded old man that was the size of a fist was roaring in rage on Thunder God's shoulder. Also, I can't believe you lost to that Hong last time. I'm so embarrassed. Hong doesn't have a teacher while you have me teaching you, and you still lost. I almost won. Followed Thunder God, don't forget, I've never beaten my big brother even once all these years. It's good enough that I almost won last time. What do you mean good enough? You need to aim higher. Alright, let me talk to you about your body and blade technique. From today's examination, your technique still has quite a few problems. I saw 9 of them in a glance. First, your blade's movement is part of your body's technique, you just can't get it right. Next, the white-bearded old man pointed out a bunch of errors. Thunder God listened carefully. Only after he finished training did Thunder God leave the killing fields. When he stretched outside the lobby of the killing fields as he prepared to call the sky horses in the sky, he saw the enormous declaration in the sky. Damn! Thunder God widened his eyes. Such a gigantic declaration? Thunder God read the declaration's contents. Top Battle of Geniuses? Kiddo, you have to participate, such a rare chance. Roared the old man Wu. Big brother, 30. Thunder God contacted Luo Feng in Hong. Earth, continent of Asia, dawn. On an extremely battered highway, Luo Feng was in a battle robe and had a dark, golden staff on his back. He coldly looked ahead, and with a thought in his heart, he yelled, asterisk. Xie. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot out of the dark, golden staff on his back. At the same time, a powerful peculiar force merged into the golden light. After that, the golden light stopped in mid-air. The light appeared to be 9 small golden blades that were as thin as a cicada's wings. At this time, the 9 fist-sized golden blades with extremely complicated engravings on them were currently spread out in a row. With the assistance of a concentrated domain, Luo Feng used his powerful conscience to attempt to move those 9 small golden blades. Golden threads were everywhere as they intertwined. In terms of complexity, this was tens of thousands of times more complex than the soaring shuttle. Converge. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. The 9 small golden blades that were connected by the complex golden threads combined in a mysterious manner. Finally, a golden asterisk started to form. Pang! The golden asterisk fell apart and the golden threads snapped. The 9 small golden blades spread out. Return. Luo Feng's face was pale as he sighed and shook his head. The 9 small golden blades swiftly returned to the small openings in the dark golden staff on his back. Who would have thought that the first stage of this Nanshan armament would be so difficult? Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. After training with the Nanshan armament over the past few days, he has already gotten used to it. However, fighting with the Nanshan armament is indeed extremely difficult. He has so much trouble with just the first stage. Currently, he has a 5-stage domain and has stepped into the entrance of the origin laws of gold. At the same time, his spiritual force amplifier has reached 58. Of course, this amplifier is the amplifier of the universe level 6-stage golden horned beast. That's why Luo Feng, a star level 7-stage spirit reader, can have such a disgustingly huge amplifier. A powerful spiritual force amplifier, a 5-stage domain, and stepped into the entrance of the origin laws of gold. Any one of these things is quite amazing for a star-level fighter. But even with that, he still hadn't finished the first stage. Don't rush, Luo Feng. Your domain, comprehension of the laws, and spiritual force is enough to cast the first stage. However, you haven't practiced enough yet. You have to practice over and over again. You have to practice it so much that it becomes natural to you. After that, you won't have to use so much spiritual force. Said Babata. Understood. Said Luo Feng. Luo Feng, there's a call invitation from Thunder God. Said Babata. Second brother? Luo Feng was a bit shocked. Thunder God was being trained like crazy by his living AI, so he rarely contacted Luo Feng, connect to the virtual universe network. Western Asia, wastelands. A battered beggar was currently sitting cross-legged below a curved tree. However, the monsters that frequently ran past ignored him and didn't even try to eat him. Roar! Monsters attacked each other and blood was everywhere. However, the beggar still sat silently. With light, there'll be light. Without it, darkness. Spoke the beggar quietly. Whoosh! The beggar that was sitting there instantly disappeared. His surrounding area suddenly turned into absolute darkness. And right after that, the absolute darkness disappeared, and the beggar appeared once again. Universe, natural. Our ancestors were so intelligent, but were restricted to their bodies and couldn't dig deeper. The beggar revealed a smile. Last time I was almost defeated by second brother, and now my domain finally stepped into the 6th stage. Second brother again? Does he want to spar? The beggar's battered clothes instantly burned up. At the same time, a new outfit automatically extended across his body. He became a tranquil-looking man right away. It was indeed the big brother of the 3 powerful fighters of Earth, Hong. Luo Feng and Hong both entered the virtual universe network. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 27, Big Wins, Rise. Volume 10, Chapter 27, Big Wins, Rise. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island's 9-star Bay District. Luo Feng and Hong appeared at their own grass fields. At this time, Thunder God was shouting, 30, Big Brother, you've finally come, quickly look up. What's going on? Why so noisy? Hong smiled as he looked at him before looking up. Luo Feng curiously looked up too. In the air, there was an enormous declaration, almost like a curtain in the sky. Battle of Geniuses? Hong squinted a little, gleaming. All of the universe countries from the universe, 1 trillion geniuses are to battle? Luo Feng looked at the declaration and its details, drawing in a cold icy breath. It was madness. This was too crazy. Just how vast was the universe? Not even the universe, just the Ganwu universe country alone had over 100 million galaxies. At any given galaxy there would be a multitude of top geniuses. But when the entire universe country is taken into consideration, they could already squeeze out over 100 million geniuses. Interesting. Luo Feng squinted his eyes, feeling a strong sense of anticipation within. Big Brother, 30. Thunder God walked over and pointed beside them. Immediately a floating screen appeared and on it was the Virtual Universe website. On its front page it had a glaring broadcast, Universe Humans, Genius Battle link. Open it and see. Hong said. K. Thunder God gently tapped it and it opened the link. After opening it, it gave a detailed explanation of the Universe Humans, Genius Battle. The Genius Battle was aimed at all star-level humans. As long as one was a star-level human, they could participate. The Genius Battle, accurately speaking, was organized once every 5,000 years, or twice every 10,000 years. These 2 battles were separately held by the Virtual Universe Company and the Huge Axe Dojo. Hence to the Virtual Universe Company, this Genius Battle naturally was a grand affair that happened once every 10,000 years for them. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Genius Battle was separated into the Universe Country Selections and the Final Genius Battles. Each Universe Country will organize their own selection internally and after picking out the elites, the geniuses would form a group and participate in the Final Genius Battle. The final battle would determine the ultimate victor. The top 1,000 geniuses of the universe will have 3 big prizes. According to how high they are ranked, they will receive between 10 mixed elements to 10,000 mixed elements and more as their prize. They will receive the chance to enter the Primal Universe name list. They may become internal core members of the Virtual Universe Network. Luo Feng was utterly baffled. As long as you reach the top 1,000, even the lowest would receive 10 mixed elements, which was even more than his rewards from the world within a world. And the highest was 10,000 mixed elements. He estimated that the number 1 of the entire Genius Battle would receive that. 10,000 mixed elements, that was comparable to the entire wealth of an undying Virtual Universe Company. Indeed, it was extremely wealthy. All 1,000 of them will be able to enter the Primal Universe? Luo Feng couldn't forget that during the Ganwu auction, the scene for the competition to enter the Primal Universe had intense competition. And it was a place even his teacher hadn't entered. These prizes seem not bad. Cash, Primal Universe, Core Member, hee hee. These sort of prizes are worthy for the top 1,000 geniuses. Babata said, Luo Feng, your chances are not bad, go give it a shot. But what do you mean give it a shot? Luo Feng asked, from your tone, it seems that it'll be very hard for me to reach the top 1,000? What do you mean very hard? Luo Feng, you really underestimate the trillion geniuses within the universe. Let's not even talk about the universe's top 1,000, which for you is too difficult and almost impossible. If you can reach the top 1,000 within the Ganwu universe, that'll be not bad already. Babata said. Luo Feng realized. Even though there are very few undying within the universe, the number of star-level disciples under these undying range in the trillions. In terms of talent, many not only have strong bloodlines, but they also have extremely high talent. Considering there are countless people in the universe, in terms of comprehension, why wouldn't there be people with extremely high comprehension ability within the universe? There are even more people with great willpower and hard work. Your strongest trump card is the golden horned beast's body. It has given you remarkably strong willpower, and also allowed you to begin to perceive the origin laws with much ease. However, with these alone, wanting to make it to the top 1,000 of the universe trillion geniuses, that's simply too far away. But Babata's tone changed, saying, of course you've been working hard. Even though the golden horned beast has given you enough talent, however, between golden horned beasts and its other counterparts, the difference is still huge. Because of you, this golden horned beast has been training very hard. To be able to attain a level 5 domain in a short 3 years, your hard work is the main reason. Just like your big brothers, in terms of age they are even older than your grandfather. And many star-level geniuses within the universe are at least a few hundred years old. As for the star levels that survived for a few thousand years, they pose no threat. Not breaking through to the universe level after a few thousand years, that doesn't count at all as genius. Their comprehension and other abilities must be weak. Your biggest weakness is, your training time has been too short. Your training till now hasn't even reached 30 years. Luo Feng pondered. Of course, your willpower, domain, and comprehensive abilities are strong. Once you add all three added together, you are indeed very strong. You can definitely wipe out the geniuses within the Black Dragon Mountain star field without any problem. As for the top 1,000 of the universe, that's simply too far away. You can go ahead and give it a shot. Fighting your way into the Ganwu universe top 1,000 will already be considered a great success. Babata said. The news of the genius battle stirred up the three brothers. At the same time, within the vast universe's countless galaxies, there were trillions of star-level humans who were waiting in anticipation for the battle. This was a vast god country. Within its center floated a volcano. At that time, a 7 to 8 meter tall human silhouette with red scarlet hair with his entire body seen to be bathed in a flame, stood in mid-air. Beside him were several other sector lords, and before him knelt up to 1,000 star-level youths. You all are the most elite disciples of the heavenly flame god country. His voice was like thunder, resounding within the 1,000 youths' ears. As long as any of you pass the initial selection and enter the battle, I'll take him as my disciple. If you can fight into the universe top 1,000, I will give you an entire galaxy. The godlike figure bathing in flames said coldly, go prepare right now and don't disappoint me. Yes, God Master. Over 1,000 youths complied respectfully. Remember, you take along with you the honor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. A low hoarse voice sounded. In the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain, a tall and sturdy man dressed entirely in black scales with a black dragon horn on his forehead stood tall. The space around the area where he stood seemed to tremble. The surrounding sector lords were extremely respectful. Before this presence, they didn't dare to show any form of disrespect. Just the aura and forceful energy from this man made everybody shudder. Go on, Battle for the honor of the Black Dragon Mountain. This huge god-like figure spoke. Yes, God Master. Close to 1,000 star-level youths knelt there, extremely respectful, their expressions passionate. Amongst them, almost all of them were gazing at the legendary founding emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire for the first time, the Grand Undying Being. On a green planet with its entire planet was covered in vegetation. There were many aboriginal life forms. Yet, this planet didn't seem to have any trace of technology at all. On this planet, the fighters were extremely strong to the point where they had up to 10 universe levels, with many more star levels. This sort of strong planet should have long entered the universe culture, unless its location was simply too desolate or it was a territory of an absolute warrior. A few warriors would specially cultivate a planet to let it remain without the influence of technology. 100 star level 9 fighters and spirit readers will surround you and attack you in a bit. A white-robed bald man moved slowly. Beside him was a fit white-robed youth carrying a blood-red blade. Okay, the white-robed youth gently nodded. Suddenly from the distance flew a group of star-level 9s. This group of fighters and spirit readers had immediately surrounded the youth. Usually against such numbers, one would rely on movement to dodge and avoid, reducing the number of enemies quickly. For this person to let himself get surrounded immediately, it was akin to suicide. Begin. The white-robed old man ordered coldly. Rumble. The 100 star level 9 fighters and spirit readers surrounding the youth made their moves simultaneously, be it with genetic weapons or spirit attacks, or even blade weapons. Hua! A blood-red blade flashed. The white-clothed youth's body became a blur and there seemed to be images of himself appearing throughout the area. Shie! 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 Fresh blood flew everywhere. The 100 bodies were either slashed open or their heads rolled. In an instant, they were all killed. Very good. The white-robed old man's eyes gleamed. You've improved considerably, compared to before. You are definitely the most impressive genius your teacher has seen from trillions of years of wandering the galaxies. The white-clothed youth's body trembled slightly. His cold eyes looked at the white-robed bald man. His eyes filled with shock. Teacher, you just said, how long has it been since he followed this absolute warrior? He had never heard such an obvious compliment. At most he'd receive little words of encouragement or something along those lines. Your teacher cannot teach you anything anymore. The white-robed old man said. Teacher, the white-clothed youth wanted to speak. But he didn't want to say anything offensive, and stood speechless for a while. Go take part in the Universe Genius Battle. With your strength, entering the Universe Top 1000 should be simple. In the virtual universe, the strong are numerous like the clouds. Only there will you be able to find a suitable teacher to teach you. The white-robed bald man said, when you reach the undying level, look for me again. Who? The white-robed old man vanished. Teacher, the white-clothed youth wanted to speak, before stopping from realization and whispering softly, Genius Battle? Genius Battle? All the universe countries within the universe? A 3 m tall youth with messy hair, walking barefooted in a desolate mountain range, carrying a short knife laughed loudly. Sounds interesting. Tuman haven't met an opponent in a long time. In the distance behind him there was a body of a universe level 1 warrior. All people within the vast universe, in the universe countries, countless god countries, along with other independent geniuses, hard-working warriors, traveling fighters etc., had noticed the genius battle declaration that encompassed the entire universe. There was only a winner and a loser. The more genius one was, the more they were unwilling to submit to others. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at the screen. Second and third brother, shall we take part? Hong looked at Luo Feng and Thunder God. Luo Feng and Thunder God looked at Hong, their eyes all filled with anticipation for battle. The three immediately laughed. Haha, dot. Then let the three of us brothers go and fight it out. The three brothers from Earth 2 were filled with confidence and heroism. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 28, Endless Geniuses. Volume 10, Chapter 28, Endless Geniuses. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God opened a screen each before them and entered the Virtual Universe Company's website to submit their names. On the main page, there was a very clear number, 1,948,593,889. Within a few seconds the numbers immediately jumped greatly, becoming 2,008,299,173. Beside these numbers were the words in universe language, Ganwu Universe Country Participants Headcount. So many people have signed up. Thunder God said, shocked. A lot indeed. Luo Feng looked carefully. That's right, it has already exceeded 2 billion. When I entered the slaughterhouse to train, I didn't even see the declaration. But, when I came out, it was already there and I immediately came to look for you guys. It definitely hasn't been that long. Thunder God exclaimed, within the time I was training, there were actually so many people who had signed up. The entire Ganwu Universe Country has over 100 million galaxies. Luo Feng laughed and began to register for the event. We still have to input our information? Luo Feng looked at the screen helplessly, before swiftly filling it in and pressing the submit button. D. Scan complete. Star Level 7 Spirit Reader, application successful. The application process of the Virtual Universe Network had the ability to scan a person's ability and strength. Hence it could automatically verify that the applicant was a star level. The three of them signed up that same day. However, the entire human race of the universe still had about a month or so left to sign up for the Genius Battle. Since there was still time left for the battle, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God grabbed the opportunity to work hard and train to raise their own strength and abilities. No one wanted to get eliminated immediately. Whether it was Luo Feng, Hong or Thunder God, they all had their own pride. No one was willing to admit defeat easily. As for trying to make them to submit, that would be a tough indeed. Time passed by and under the supervision of countless human galaxies and universe countries, the application period finally came to an end. According to China time, it was year 2066, April 16th. Luo Feng, there's mail. Punk, there's mail. Master, there's mail. On Earth, Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong all received the notification simultaneously, immediately entering the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain, Island 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God appeared simultaneously at their house entrances, smiling as they glanced at each other. Daddy! Little Hai ran excitedly at Luo Feng. Daddy, why have you come? I haven't seen you here in such a long time, Come, sit on Daddy's lap. Luo Feng sat in a chair beside him. While hugging his son on his lap, he pointed in mid-air. A screen appeared automatically, and he swiftly opened the mail. We welcome your participation in the Universe Human Race Genius Battle Selection. There have been over 822.5 billion star levels that have signed up for the selection this time. Within the Ganwu Universe Country territory, this amount has exceeded previous times' participation by over 110 billion. This has made our Virtual Universe company very happy. We can guarantee that the genius selection process will happen under the fairest of conditions. The level of participants range from star level 1s, 2s, all the way to level 8 or 9. To be fair, during the True Geniuses selection, the true elimination arena will be held within the virtual universe. All participants will have the same bodies physically while maintaining a star level 9 ability. Everybody's spirit powers will be at the same level too, at the star level 9. All participants will have exactly the same physical abilities. However, their looks can be customized. One can pick out their own genetic weapons or spirit weapons, not exceeding 10 of them. A reminder to participants, even though level 4 or 5 spirit weapons are strong, if one's abilities are weak, it can't be used properly. We advise you all to pick what's suitable. At the same time, you can pick genetic armor, not exceeding level 2, and acquire storage rings that have food and beverages within. Genius selection. The test will be on willpower, domain, experience, law comprehension, etc. This time's genius selection will be separated into 2 levels. The first level will be each universe country picking out their top 1,000 warriors. The second level will be the gathering of all the top 1,000s from each universe country, then there will be a final battle to decide the universe's top 1,000. Among which, the scale of the first stage is at an unprecedented level. The universe country you are in is the Ganwu universe country. The Ganwu universe country has over 822.5 billion participants. It will be split into the elimination stage and the arena battle. Once the elimination stage wraps up, there will be a total of 100,100 participants left. As there are many to be eliminated, this stage itself will definitely be a bloodbath. The initial elimination of the Ganwu universe will begin with 100 worlds within the virtual universe. Every world will have 8.2 billion participants. 8.2 billion participants will kill amongst themselves on each world. Killing others will gain 1 accumulated points. The more one kills, the more the points. Everyone only has 1 life. Thus, the moment you die, it ends. The elimination stage would come to an end at this point. With regards to the accumulated points, the top 1,001 participants of each world will be ranked accordingly and they'll be considered having passed the elimination. Every world will choose their top 1,001 participants. With a total of 100 worlds, 100,100 participants will be picked simultaneously. Every world's top participant will be able to skip the arena stage and immediately head into the top 100 name list of the top 1,000. The remaining 900 will be decided through the arena with the 100,000 people. The message contains an attachment. Further details can be found in the attachment. Looking through both the message and the attachment, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel immense pressure. The elimination itself was going to be crazy. Over 8.2 billion people will be desperately killing each other in the world just to gain enough points to rank higher. Second brother, third brother, this genius battle is going to be brutal. Just through the elimination level alone, over 800 billion participants will be eliminated, and only 100,100 will remain. Feng smiled. This'll make everyone kill frantically within the first round. I can just imagine the scene of a psychotic world full of fresh blood and corpses. There's too many people, hence they have to resort to such measures. Thunder God smiled. I'm anxious already. Luo Feng laughed, his eyes gleaming with a sense of bloodthirst. The current Luo Feng would occasionally enter the slaughterhouse and select a large amount of opponents to madly slaughter. Luo Feng could only rely on such methods to vent out the bloodthirst that permeated even from within his soul. And the elimination level allowed 8.2 billion people to madly slaughter within each world. The one who was most anxious and anticipating of the 3 brothers was Luo Feng. Kill, kill. Luo Feng imagined himself killing 10 people in one blow. It was thrilling. At the end of the submission period, the virtual universe company began to move. The preparation itself was tedious and complex, however the virtual universe company's efficiency was extremely high. 1 month after the submissions closed, China time year 2066, May 16th. This day was the gathering day for the Ganwu universe elimination selection. You all help me keep a close watch on the points and the ranking systems, which will be changing constantly. Our organization was unable to get a few super geniuses, but we can at least get those that almost make it too. Our Ganwu universe has a total of 100 elimination worlds. Taking every world into consideration, the top 10,000 will all be extremely powerful. Keep an eye on their rankings. This is the best opportunity to acquire more elites. Every time the rankings change, do a calculation. Gather all the information of the elites and geniuses and store them. Our Ganwu universe country's large amount of future sector lords and domain lords will be amongst them. You are all our Newell and Shan family's most elite of the young generation. I don't dare to expect each and every one of you to get past the elimination level. However, whoever manages to rush into the top 10,000 will be named the next head of the Newell and Shan family. Newell and Shan stood before over 1,000 youths, filled with anticipation and hope. Today is the beginning of the gathering for the elimination. The God Master is filled with hopes for everyone, don't let him down. In Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain, a group of sector lords too were speaking to a large amount of disciples. You all are the old Ganwu universe country's future elites and pillars. We wish for you all to take at least half of the 100,100 name list. A thick voice rumbled through the skies and earth, resounding within a universe space. On one particular space, a giant that was impossible to see clearly stood. The space around him was warping slightly, and before him in the distance was a blur of endless youths. All the youths were respectfully kneeling down. There was such a large group of youths that it was impossible to see from one end to the next with the naked eye. Beside this giant's voice that made people tremble, were several other powerful undying beings, all standing respectfully around. Every undying had their own heart palpitating and powerful aura, and with just one look, there were at least 1,000 undying beings there. Go on, children. A thick voice rumbled through the space, causing everyone's soul to tremor and rise their morale. Yes, country master. Over 100 million star-level youths knelt there respectfully and excitedly. They didn't think that they'd actually get to see the legendary being, the one who built the Ganwu universe country. A being so high up that it was impossible to imagine. The leader of the Ganwu universe country had held his position for over 1 trillion years. Phew! The space ahead warped and over 100 million star-level youths immediately vanished. This unbelievable god made even the surrounding over 1,000 undying stand there with their hearts palpitating respectfully. Countless humans were watching this elimination battle. And on this day, China time March 16th, a large amount of participants started to gather, 820 billion people in total. On average, every galaxy within the Ganwu universe had less than 1 million people. One had to know that every galaxy had at least a few tens of thousands of star-level 9s, much less level 1 to level 9 added together. This means to say that those that dared to sign up all had confidence. Over 820 billion. Some had lucky meetings. Some had natural talent. Some had good teachers. Some had the hearts of powerful warriors. All in all, whatever type and form, they all regarded themselves as strong. Including Luo Feng and his brothers, these 820 billion star levels all gathered together in the Ganwu universe country. The elimination will be sorted into 100 worlds. I'm in world 72. Thunder God, Luo Feng, how about you too? Ha, I'm in world 88. I like that number. 30, what about you? I'm in world number 1. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 29, The First World. Volume 10, Chapter 29, The First World. First World, what a sign! Thunder God laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng surveyed the distant surroundings. With one glance, all he saw were human silhouettes, all dressed in different clothing, some with heights reaching over 10 m while others not even reaching 1 m. Most of them were engaged in discussions. Just how many people were there on this continent? Even without counting, they all knew there were 820 billion. A gathering of 820 billion people. What kind of scene was this? Everybody take notice. This elimination process will be separated into 100 worlds. We will begin the group teleportations shortly to each of your assigned worlds. Please use the time to prepare yourself. The moment the elimination begins, you'll be unable to request for weapons anymore. A clear voice resounded throughout the continent's skies. Luo Feng lowered and checked himself to make sure he had everything he needed. Dressed in a dark gray level 2 genetic armor, wearing a helmet and boots, with one storage ring on his finger. Things like his shield, genetic energy battle knife, soaring shuttle, Nanshan armament, these were all stored within the storage ring. The weapons simulated by the virtual universe were exactly the same as the ones used in real life. We will begin the teleportation, counting down, 60, 59, 58, the clear voice resounded throughout the continent. Amidst the sea of people, Luo Feng and his brothers exchanged glances. Good luck. Luo Feng smiled. We'll pass the elimination together. Thunder God smiled. All the best. Hong Tu smiled. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleport. That clear voice used universe language, resounding throughout the entire continent's 820 billion people's ears. In an instant, everyone there vanished. Simultaneously. Within the virtual universe, 100 independent worlds opened up and 8.2 billion fighters appeared on each. The humans of the universe's genius battle, the elimination round for all the universe countries began simultaneously. As a gathering of all the human race, from those way above in the upper echelons, the undying, down to those normal citizens able to enter the virtual universe, all were watching this event. Of course, the warriors and citizens were mostly concerned about their own universe country's stage. The first world. During the teleportation, Luo Feng felt his vision blur. Everything grew muddy and after about 3 seconds, it became clear once again. He found himself standing within a regular living room. Besides this room, there was also the bedroom and bathroom. This is the first world? What a shocking gravitational force. Standing in the living room, the strong gravitational force made him somewhat uneasy. He looked down to see his quantum computer on his wrist. The screen automatically received and opened the virtual universe's organizer's mail with information. The screen was filled with words. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 0. Kills, 0. World number 1. Time, the elimination stage will carry on for 30 days. When the time ends, the stage will end and the victor will be decided by the points accumulated. Details of the stage, First World. This world is simulated according to the Ganwu universe's Bei Luo planet. Similar to its appearance, there's a total of 91 cities on this continent along with wilderness and much more. The total surface area is over 10.3 million square kilometers. The houses and many other constructs and materials in this world are B9 grade. Rules for point system: killing one participant equates to 1 point, also acquiring half of their accumulated points. Hence, killing the strong ones equates to more points. Ranking system rules: the dead will maintain their position according to their points. If their points are sufficient, even after dying and losing half their points, they still might be able to make it in the top 1001. So please make full use of your time. Urgent reminder, everyone only has one life. Death will result in the end of your attempt and you'll lose half your points. Please see the detailed rules for the ranking system below. Luo Feng stood in the living room. He finished reading the information that Virtual Universe Company had sent over. Taking a deep cold breath, a total of 10.3 million square kilometers? China's continent only has about 9.6 million square kilometers, 8.2 billion gathered in such a place. The density is too high. Luo Feng was analyzing the gravity. This world's gravity was even more crazy than the world within a world. It was at least 10,000 times above Earth's gravity. This cup. Luo Feng picked up a teacup from the dining table in the living room. With a bit of force, the cup began to crack and it started breaking. This made Luo Feng surprised. What surprising durability! The information was indeed correct. The ground of the house and all the materials are all B9 grade. Following which Luo Feng gently put down the cup. Even under 10,000 times Earth's gravity, he moved as lightly as a cat walking on a balcony. Through the balcony he looked outside. Outside. It was a luxurious posh city, with skyscrapers all about. The more shocking thing was with all the skyscrapers about, the entire city was completely silent without a sense of life at all. Everybody just arrived, they are probably still preparing themselves. Luo Feng thought. Rumble. From the distance a loud explosion erupted and Luo Feng quickly turned to see. One of the huge skyscraper's top levels had its one level of windows violently shattered and two human silhouettes were breaking through them, fighting in mid-air. Rumble. 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 With one clash, suddenly it seemed like the entire city was filled with explosions all over. Everyone had a star level 9 body. If it were on a normal planet, a star level 9 fighter could easily destroy an entire city. This was also the reason behind why the virtual universe company specially designed all the building materials to be of B9 grade. This way, at least the world could take a month's worth of the battle damages from these 8.2 billion star level 9s. Has it begun? Luo Feng squinted, immediately walking back into his house. Pang! His door was violently kicked open. The alloy door was kicked so hard it was deformed. A tall and sturdy man stepped through. His entire body was covered in genetic energy armor, along with helmet and boots, while both hands held an axe each. When he saw Luo Feng, he smiled and said, "You are the first." Rumble. The tall and sturdy man rushed forward. His boots violently stomping through, causing the cement from the ground to split open, following which he swung with his left hand and the axe sliced right through the air straight towards Luo Feng. Humph. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. The soaring shuttle which was floating beside him immediately shot out a light that formed into a beautiful golden fish, completely different from the form from 3 years ago within the slaughterhouse. The current swordfish formation Luo Feng controlled was almost like a real fish. It seemed unthreatening, however. Who? The golden fish brushed past the axe heads and immediately pierced right through the tall and sturdy man's forehead. His eyes still seemed like he was in disbelief and shock, as his mouth slightly opened as though he wanted to say something. Shie. His head split open and the tall and sturdy man immediately fell on the floor. His axes too fell onto the living room floor, causing the ground to slightly shake. After training madly with the Nanshan armament for the past few days, using the soaring shuttle now gives a really special and very relaxed kind of feeling. Luo Feng smiled. It was similar to one constantly lifting a 100 kilograms weight and going back to lifting 10 kilograms. It was much lighter and simpler than before. It was this feeling that Luo Feng was experiencing. The difficulty of the soaring shuttle wasn't even 1,000th of the Nanshan armament. Points. Luo Feng looked down to look at his wrist. The screen numbers had changed. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Points, 1. Rank, 696,034,836. The entire stage will last a month. Since there's too many people at the beginning, the killing will be extremely intense. In contrast, towards the end the numbers will decline. Yet, those who were able to survive till the end, will definitely have high points. When that time comes, killing one person would be more effective than killing 100 now. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Also, the more powerful one is, the more he's susceptible to being surrounded and ganged up on. Being surrounded by 10,000, 100,000 to even a million same level attackers, no matter how powerful, he would die too. I'll stay low-key for now and get used to the strength. When Luo Feng sneakily left the house, he followed the staircase swiftly down. One level after another, he scanned the area and met 9 opponents along the way. They were not bad though. There was even a spirit reader controlling a spirit weapon comparable to Luo Feng from 3 years ago. It was a pity that the current Luo Feng was extremely powerful. His improvement speed had been incredible over the past 3 years. From no domain, to already a level 5 domain. And he even stepped into the basics level of the Golden Law Origins. This has made Luo Feng's strength grow and increase in an unbelievable rate. Even Hong and Thunder God were far from being his match. Using the soaring shuttle to form the golden swordfish infused with a thread of the golden principles produced a shocking power. Destroying these opponents was indeed simple now. After all, even Babata thought that Luo Feng could take the title of number 1 in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This residential building has a total of 4 units and a total of 41 opponents all fighting amongst each other. Luo Feng was on the 12th floor of the building in a regular tea room, sitting cross-legged. A golden orb constantly revolving around him. Yes, this gold orb was indeed the Nanshan armament's first form. The 2 consecutive months after signing up for the competition, Luo Feng had totally invested himself in training. Forgetting to even eat, he finally managed to squeeze out some headway with the first form. This form, I'm still not used to it. I can barely unleash it. I cannot even unleash its true strength. Compared to that, I've already trained until I'm completely in control of the soaring shuttle's swordfish formation, and am able to use its true power. Right now, I have to focus and train on the first form until I get used to it to the point that it becomes second nature to use. Luo Feng thought. This blurry golden orb infused with power and strength that was able to make hearts palpitate constantly revolved around Luo Feng. Although, at this time the revolution was still more rigid. The elimination process had already started within this first world. Luo Feng took control of that residential building, and continued honing his skill, which was to be used as his trump card. The elimination was still at the beginning stage. It wasn't time to get out and start the massacre yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 30, Making His Move. Volume 10, Chapter 30, Making His Move. First world, all participants could at most fly to a height of about 9000 m above ground level. Any higher and they would meet with an invisible barrier. Above that barrier, there was a universe ship flying slowly. In one of its single rooms, Luo Honghua, Gong Xayan Lan, Su Xayan, and their 2 children, along with Su Xayan's older brother Su Gang and his family, were present. They are actually not broadcasting this battle? Su Gang exclaimed. If one wanted to watch the elimination battle, they would have to sit in an universe ship and come here to watch, and the cost is so high. Big brother, it's normal that they don't broadcast this. Su Xian laughed. 8.2 billion people are battling it out. How would they possibly broadcast every battle? Through the external image simulator. Su Xian and the others lowered their heads to look. There was massive bloodshed happening in the cities on the continent below. They could even enlarge their view to clearly watch the battle and be able to see each participant's appearance. Of course, if the participant hides in a building, they wouldn't be able to see him. Mommy, Daddy's rank is constantly dropping. Little Hai bit on his lip. He was holding a screen in his hand and on it were 3 rank charts. These were precisely the charts from the first world, the 72nd world and 88th world. He had locked onto these 3 worlds of which Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were on. Luo Feng's rank dropped constantly. Uncle's rank is dropping too. However, second uncle's rank is rising. Little Hai said, second uncle's rank is rising like crazy, rushing into the top 100,000 already. Daddy and big uncle are in the bottom 10 million and dropping. What do you know? This is called conserving energy. Little Ping said. Little Hai stared at him. Of the 8.2 billion below, who is Daddy's match, is there any need to conserve energy? Ha ha. Beside them, their grandfather and grandmother too laughed. They are talking big nowadays. Su Gang laughed too. Come Little Hai, sit on Uncle's lap. No, Little Hai lowered his head, turning to stare back at his screen in his hand. Luo Feng and Hong were indeed at the bottom, since their ranking was quite low and not noticeable at all. All 100 of the worlds had began its battles at the same time. As there were no broadcast of the battles, the entire Ganwu universe country's upper echelons, citizens, many more had to actually spend money on a universe ship to float above these 100 worlds to watch the battles. In the air above the 61st world, a beautiful universe ship was located. Within it were a group of young men and women holding wine glasses and eating delicious food while watching the battles through the external virtual simulator. Ha! The top ranker is from our universe country Starfield. At 3 meters tall, a towering sturdy man dressed in a luxurious long robe holding a wineglass laughed carefreely. Oh, he. Luo Tuer, your Pingyu Empire's results are not bad, there's some in the top 100. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. A man with a pigtail, with a peculiar gem embedded in his forehead laughed. The Pingyu Empire has always been one of the empires under the Ganwu universe countries that has produced many strong warriors. Right, Luo Tuer, I heard some news from your side, saying they are going to make you the emperor's first successor? I heard that too. Luo Tuer, once you become the emperor of the Pingyu Empire, don't forget about us. Luo Tuer. This youth smiled, shaking his head, saying those are just rumors and nothing has been confirmed yet. No matter what, I can never compare to Your Majesty. Your Majesty is the only son of the heavens. You'll definitely take over the position of the emperor in the future. The heavens territory is 10 times larger than my empire, but that 3-meter tall and sturdy man couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Ganwu universe country, its territory was vast. The highest person in position was undoubtedly the country leader. Under him were many other strong warriors. Such a high position in the Ganwu universe country can mostly only be attained by undying beings. And these title holders, their territories were no lesser than those middle-level civilizations. Some are even bigger. Bolan, why haven't I seen your Black Dragon Mountain Empire? That Majesty looked at the not-too-far-away Bolan. Yes, Bolan. The last time the Black Dragon Mountain participated, it didn't seem to have anyone who even made it into the top 10,000. Ishem, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's recent performances seem to be pretty bad. This group was made up of either royal princes and princesses from the empires, or underlings under the internal Ganwu universe country itself, or even young princes from a few large families. They had their own faction even within the virtual universe. Bolan, as the Black Dragon Mountain's most powerful prince, naturally was part of it. Right now many warriors aren't rushing at all to make their move, maybe after some time the Black Dragon Mountain warriors may appear. Am I right, Bolan? That Luo Tuer laughed as he looked over. Bolan forced a smile. It's still too early, it's hard to say. However, Bolan was feeling extremely uneasy. In the universe, the pride of a territory was directly related to how strong an empire usually was. Just like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, if an absolute warrior appeared, the entire empire would immediately feel much more pride. The other empires and countries would naturally look at them with more respect. Watching the battle from within a universe ship's single room was Duel Shan. He was only one person present in that room. Head ancestor, only 83 of the disciples taking part are still alive, the rest have been killed. The number of people at the beginning were too many. Hence, the killings were so intense that they couldn't even escape. Right now, among the 83 of them, the highest ranking one is ranked 1.3 million. Looking at the news from the screen, Duel Shan's expression grew ugly. Bunch of useless things, Duel Shan shook his head, however it's still early, let's keep watching. Hopefully I will get a good surprise. First world, still within that residential building. In a normal room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged quietly. His gaze was fixed on the golden orb before him. Those blurry and peculiar 9 golden blades were infused with large amounts of golden energy, with threads going through all of them, had formed the orb, and it was revolving in an orbit that resembled the number 8 in front of Luo Feng. Its speed extremely fast. Gather. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The golden orb immediately separated and became a golden light as it flew back towards the dark golden rod by his leg. Luo Feng felt exhausted. The amount of energy consumed while controlling the Nanshan armament was too high compared to the soaring shuttle. However, its strength was indeed shocking. Luo Feng sat cross-legged patiently for about an hour, recovering his spirit energy. It's been 10 days. This first world's elimination has already been going on for 10 days. During these 10 days I've been in this building, even when people entered, I'd been too lazy to make a move, unless they came too close. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his screen on his wrist. It clearly displayed his points. Participant, Luo Feng. Points, 92. Rank, 68,942,048. There's over 60 million people with higher scores than me? Luo Feng smiled. 10 days, a third of the stage is over. The mad killing period has already passed, and I assume that the survivors now must all be powerful. These 10 days, I've already honed my basics. Also, my spirit energy has already formed the Void Pagoda within my consciousness. The Void Pagoda was a special technique. However, this was not something of the Yun Mo planet master's creation. Back then, when the master lost his life, he hadn't even trained to the highest level of such a skill. Within the virtual universe, it was possible to unleash such a skill. After training for about 9 days worth of time, Luo Feng finally managed to form the Void Pagoda within his consciousness. However, it was just at level 1. Nevertheless, it caused his soul's defense to increase greatly. Along with his shockingly amplified strength, which was of a universe level 6 golden horned beast, not many people from the same level could even match up to him. Right now. It's time to make my move. Let the massacre begin. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a peculiar color. He gently stood up and walked out of his own house, very quickly leaving the residential building. The area in which the building was located was initially a beautiful place. However, the ground was already filled with shards of broken glass, dried up blood, and bodies. To make the battles more realistic, the virtual universe made it so that the bodies remained after death. Walking on a patch of grass in the area, Luo Feng released his spiritual energy. As the gravitational pull was too strong, the most he could expand it to was 800 m. However, just this 800 m allowed him to scan about half of the area. The scan, however, immediately caused 6 human silhouettes to pop out from the surrounding buildings. My friend, to be able to survive these 10 days, you must be no fool. To actually dare to release the spiritual energy to scan the area, you must be very confident. The 6 silhouettes separated. One suntan skinny youth smiled coldly as he held in his hand a blood-red arc knife. 6 people. Luo Feng gazed at the 6 before him. To be able to survive till now, these 6 people's points must definitely all be higher than his. Move. Of the 6, it was unclear whether it was a man or woman's voice, but the one dressed in black genetic armor ordered. Simultaneously, a formless spirit attack pierced towards Luo Feng's consciousness. To be able to survive in the first world till now, these were all considered geniuses to a certain extent. One of them was already considered to be among the top 3 geniuses of a certain galaxy. Luo Feng swept with his spirit energy as a form of provocation. When one person ordered them to move, the other 5 naturally took action. Rumble. Rumble. 2 youths with almost the same appearance simultaneously attacked with thunder-infused blades. Xiao. Xiao. A silver flash and a golden flash shot from the distance. Chi dot. The earlier spirit attack from the black genetic armor youth hit Luo Feng's soul. Yet, within his consciousness, that tall void pagoda only gently shook, easily blocking the attack. Luo Feng stood on his soaring shuttle as his body was surrounded by a gold energy. His movement was but a blur as he easily dodged the enemy attacks. Domain. On top of that, his domain is extremely strong. The six people's expression changed. With the help of a level 5 domain, along with the soaring shuttle whose original property was that of the gold origin laws, Luo Feng was able to step through the gateway of the origin laws. Using the soaring shuttle, his speed had reached an unbelievable proportion. Hence, dodging these attacks was quite simple. Die. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Xiao, dot. A golden fish rushed out from the soaring shuttle with shocking speed. It was covered in a peculiar golden energy or origin laws. This fish sailed in an arc and immediately brushed past the six of them. With a low roar, the weapons clashed directly with the golden fish as the clang of metal was heard. One actually survived. Luo Feng looked at that sun-tanned skinny youth. The other 5 had already fallen dead. The skinny youth held onto his blood-red arc knife while staring at Luo Feng and biting down on his lip. At the same time, the numbers on his wrist screen jumped. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Points, 8162. Rank, 122,912. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 31, Madman Luo Feng. Volume 10, Chapter 31, Madman Luo Feng. There were 5 corpses on the patch of grass. Luo Feng's strength made that skinny youth feel fear within. He stared hard at Luo Feng and thought too strong. Origin laws, right, origin laws. He's already touched on the concept of the universe laws. What do I do, what do I do? The amount of points I have now are insufficient to make it to the top 1001 of the first world. If I die, it's definitely over. He's a spirit reader and also has a flying type spirit weapon. His flying speed is much faster than my current running speed. Even if I try and escape, I won't be able to. Many thoughts quickly flashed through this tan skinny youth's mind. Friend! The skinny youth shouted, I've made a mistake. You are actually a warrior who stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. I might have some information here for you. As long as you spare me, I'll tell you. Information? Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, staring at the skinny youth. Right. Information. The entire first world has a total of 91 cities. Every city has close to 100 million participants. The skinny youth looked at Luo Feng. Within these 10 days, we were able to determine that every city has a few renowned absolute warriors. Anyone meeting any of these absolute warriors should completely avoid them, but I'll give you the names and information about these warriors in this city, if you can spare me. The skinny youth stared hard at Luo Feng, not daring to relax. Absolute warriors? Luo Feng smiled slightly. Right, if you meet an iron wall, it'll be too late to regret. The skinny youth said. Ha ha. Luo Feng smiled and looked at the skinny youth. Not just this city, even within the first world, there isn't a single person capable of making me feel fear. The skinny youth's expression changed. Rumble. The skinny youth stomped on the patch of grass and flew, becoming a black silhouette rushing straight towards Luo Feng. The blurry blood-red wave that surrounded the skinny youth started to wrap itself around the arc knife in his hand, and it sliced at Luo Feng at shocking speed, but fast, sly, brutal. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and became a golden beam of light, dodging the attack by a large distance. Xiao. The golden fish happily flew around Luo Feng's side. It then started flying towards that skinny youth, and in an instant it had reached right beside that youth. Dang! The skinny youth's body form was that of a monster. His blood-red knife once again blocked the golden swordfish. I hate these types of spirit readers the most. The skinny youth was filled with rage and hatred. Stepping on a spirit weapon and making others unable to catch them, also attacking and controlling a spirit weapon from the distance. Bastard! He was completely immersed within his domain and controlling it. He was trying his best to use all his strength and deflect that seemingly harmless golden fish over and over. Luo Feng stood on his soaring shuttle. His strength is not bad, seems like a level 4 domain. Break! Luo Feng's expression got serious. He started pouring his extremely powerful amplifier into the golden swordfish. With his full control, the thread of origin law fused perfectly with the golden swordfish. Its flexibility and speed immediately rose by leaps and bounds. Totally controlling it compared to casually controlling made a big difference in its power. Shie! A golden light brushed past that skinny youth's knife, immediately piercing through his forehead, leaving a deep hole in his head. His eyes rolled, seemingly unsatisfied. As it pierced through, that skinny youth's corpse fell on the patch of grass patch. Luo Feng walked over and looked down at him, saying softly, "You are quite strong. In terms of your domain, you've even caught up with my second brother. As for your movements though, just a little weaker than my second brother, everything else is almost there. However, it's a pity that you met me, hence you are dead." Those who were strong always had absolute confidence in themselves. Luo Feng had relied only on his amplifier and origin laws to kill his opponent. During the attack he didn't even unleash his domain. The current Luo Feng was extremely powerful. Babata had already determined that Luo Feng would work hard and break through into the Ganwu Universe country's top 1,000. Anyone with the power to hit the top 1,000 amongst the trillion geniuses in any universe country definitely had the potential to be in the top 10 of his own world. Usually when the power differences was small, even if the opponent was stronger by a little, he could still battle it out. Luo Feng said that in the entire first world, there wasn't anyone he was afraid of. That was completely due to his self-confidence. That's quite a lot of points. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 15,921. Rank, 62,912. This way of killing is so much better. Luo Feng's eyes had a glint of excitement. When it first began, killing one person only earned 1 point. But now, killing just one now is able to gain me thousands of points. This is definitely more thrilling. The Ganwu Universe country must have 1 trillion strong geniuses. Then let's go kill them. I hope there is at least one person who will be able to force me to use my domain. Luo Feng thought. Even though the 6 that he faced before were considered strong, with one even close to Thunder God in power, these people didn't push him to use his full power at all. Ever since he stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, his power had indeed increased by a lot. Luo Feng carried on his back a battle knife and shield, as he walked through the silent city. Along the way, he saw corpses frequently. Scanning with his spirit energy, he picked out the survivors and started engaging in a massacre. Fresh blood flew everywhere. Heads flew. His rank, too, jumped constantly. In the air above the first world, above the barrier. Within a single room of a universe ship, Luo Feng's family were in there. Mommy, Daddy's rank has gone up suddenly. In an instant it suddenly rose to the top 120,000. Look! Little Hai excitedly brought the screen before Su Xin. Hongguat and Gong Xian Lan, who were sitting in the sofa, were shocked as well as they opened their own screens. Wow, it rose so quickly. That's what I said, Uncle and Daddy were conserving their energy. Little Ping said, Big Uncle just started to unleash his powers yesterday, and now he's already made it to the top 10,000. Daddy won't disappoint either. Look, your daddy's risen again, to the top 60,000. Luo Hongwu couldn't help but be shocked. What? Within the time span of a few words that we spoke, he went from 120,000 to 60,000? Su Gang said, shocked. Look, it's still rising. Daddy's rank is constantly rising, already reaching 40,000. Wow! 30,000, he's already in the top 30,000. Little Hai was extremely excited. Within the entire room, everyone held their breaths. It was madness. The points skyrocketed, rising almost every second. What did this mean? It meant that Luo Feng was killing people every minute. It was simply a massacre. The 12th day of the elimination, First World. The violent winds howled, the smell of blood permeated the air. In a street that was filled with marks of battle, Luo Feng walked slowly carrying a knife and shield on his back. The entire street was empty. Madman, he is a madman. That's him? I heard within 2 short days, he killed over 100 warriors in the East District? Right, that's him. He doesn't reason with anyone at all and kills anyone he meets. Simply, he just kills, and kills. And he's incredibly strong too. In the distant skyscraper, 2 partners were peering through a glass window at Luo Feng, who walking down the alley. This city is extremely huge, much bigger than any of Earth's cities. After all, it was filled with 100 million participants. Luo Feng had been massacring these past 2 days in the East District of the city, killing a few hundred of them. Also, these few hundred weren't like the initial group of people who just arrived. These were all strong warriors who had survived through that bloodbath. They were all true geniuses. All of them had the ability to be first in their galaxy. It was a pity. Luo Feng had the ability to be the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield's #1. Also, he had the potential to break through to the universe country's top 1001 ultimate warriors. Naturally, it wasn't a battle at all. Luo Feng stood in that alley which was filled with the stench of blood. Looking ahead at a shopping center, with a spirit energy scan he clearly discovered 3 people within. He patiently stood there for a few seconds. Usually, with a spirit energy scan, the opponents would instinctively feel it too and they would automatically come out. However, these 3 didn't. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, shouting coldly, "Come out." His voice boomed, resounding through the alley. "Madman! We don't want to fight you, so don't be unreasonable." A universe language shout returned. "Madman!" Another low voice came out. Just reaching the top 1001 of the First World means passing the elimination. You should already easily be able to reach that. You don't have to bully others so much. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Many surviving geniuses, especially those with similar strengths and power levels, would temporarily form alliances. All of you better come out. Otherwise, I'm coming in. Luo Feng remained cold and shouted. Rumble! 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 3 human silhouettes rushed out from the window of the shopping center and floated in mid-air. One of them had a huge body structure with brown-yellow skin, and the other 2 were similar in size to Luo Feng, a man and a lady. These 3 all looked at the black-haired youth with a knife and shield on his back as they felt immense fear and rage. The name Madman had spread across the city in a short time. Madman, an absolute warrior who was simply insane. Hundreds had died by his hand and no one was even a match for him. One had to know that these were all geniuses. However, there was still a stark difference between each level of genius. Madman, I was sent here from the imperial family of the Ganwu universe country to participate, that tall man said seriously. Die. Luo Feng said coldly, stepping on the soaring shuttle. Go. The 3 people's expressions changed as they immediately turned and fled, cursing inwardly. This madman, even though I'm from the Ganwu universe country's imperial family, he doesn't show any respect or give face at all. Even though there were over 8 trillion participants, they were made of the different countries, starfields, organizations, or even independent. As for the imperial family of the Ganwu Universe country, they sent a total of over 100 million. However, according to the instructions from the leader of the country, these 100 million had strived to take over a half of the top 100,000. Shie. The golden swordfish pierced through that tall and built man's forehead. That man had long lost any courage to face him. With a blank look in his face, he was killed immediately. The black-clothed lady gritted her teeth. The devil will definitely kill you. Chi. Luo Feng coldly killed her. With the soaring shuttle speed, Luo Feng immediately killed 2 of them. The third had fled in a different direction. After killing those 2, he already couldn't catch up with the third. Devil? Oomph, hopefully he allows me to use my domain. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the screen on his wrist. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 863,829. Rank, 1012. The higher up I go, the slower I jump in rank. However, it's still fast. I've almost reached the top 1000. Luo Feng thought. Within that beautiful universe ship, the heirs, princes and princesses from the various Ganwu Universe country starfields were all laughing and discussing. Quickly look. Look, Bolan, your Ganwu Universe country has one who has made it into the top 1001 already. One of the royal princes shouted loudly. Bolan's eyes gleamed and he looked over. On the large screen, there were names from all the countries. In the Ganwu Universe country pre-selection name list, temporarily, 1, it was 0 before, right now it had become 1. Hurry and open. Bolan said. D. A small screen appeared beside the large one and information appeared. First world, rank 997, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Ha, this Luo Feng is a genius nurtured specially by our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Bolan said loudly. Suddenly he felt a lump in his throat. Luo Feng, this name, right, that brat in the world within a world was also called Luo Feng. Don't tell me, no, it definitely can't be. There are many similar names within the universe. Luo Feng? Ha, Bolan, your Black Dragon Mountain is not bad. It's finally not at the bottom. Right now, of the close to 1,000 mid-level universe countries, there were still over 200 of these that have 0 that had made it through the first round. At the same time, many god countries and countless organizations have been paying attention to this genius battle, taking down Luo Feng's name. However, the most passionate and excited were the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and some upper echelon people. Ha, there's one who has made it into the top 1001. Quickly look, just who is this Luo Feng? From our Black Dragon Mountain, there's someone who's made it into the top 1001. Luo Feng? Never heard of that name. Quickly, check where's he from? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 32, Madman and Devil. Volume 10, Chapter 32, Madman and Devil. Above the barrier in the 82nd world, in a universe ship, there was a particular luxurious universe ship. In a single room, there was a Dream Clan young lady with a steaming hot figure kneeling by the side, massaging a fat and chubby youth. Young master, quickly come look. There is someone from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire who's made it into the top 1001. The Dream Clan young lady shouted. The fat youth lay there, casually tapping to open a side screen. On it displayed was the ranking. As he looked, he immediately stared wide-eyed. Damn, there really is one. Wow, and this warrior is actually called Luo Feng. His name is similar to the friend I made on Horned Dragon Star. The chubby youth was the Gao Shang, whom Luo Feng had met back then on Horned Dragon Star. Interesting, I have to tell Luo Feng. Gao Sheng quickly sent out a call request. After a while, he creased his eyebrows. Still not answering? 1 minute, 2 minutes. That's weird, he's not answering my call. Gao Shang was suspicious. Master, maybe the one who's made it into the top 1001 is young Master Luo Feng? The Dream Clan young lady smiled and said. Gao Shang simply waved his hand. What do you know? Those able to get into the top 1001 are absolute geniuses among the geniuses. Considering the Black Dragon Mountain star field is so vast and huge with countless star levels, similar names are very common. In a particular single room, Nuolin Shan's cold eyes stared at the screen. On it displayed was Luo Feng's name. Luo Feng? Nuolin Shan creased his eyebrows. This name. The elimination stage wasn't broadcasted, and the universe was simply too vast. With countless numbers of citizens, it was common to see people with similar names. I really hope that this is not the Luo Feng that I know. Nuolin Shan creased his eyebrows, staring hard and suspiciously at the name on the screen that gave him constant headaches. Within a luxurious and spacious living room of a universe ship, sitting within it were a few thousand people. These were the true governing upper echelon of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Universe Humans' Genius Battle was directed towards all of humanity within the universe, to all the universe countries. These sorts of gatherings that affected the entire universe country's honor, naturally the Emperor would be watching it too. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, great news. The entire spacious living room immediately erupted. All the huge figures in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire immediately cheered. To be able to enter such a gathering, other than the Empire's personal ministers, sector lords, domain lords, or even the emperors of the over 500 basic-level universe countries, their positions far exceeded that of Nuolin Shan. Dressed in a dark black imperial robe, the Emperor let out a carefree laugh. The laughter was so thick it reverberated within that big living room. At the foremost of the living room was a huge screen. On it displayed was the ranking and the name of the warrior of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire that made it into the top 1001, temporarily one, Luo Feng. Luo Feng, very good. The Empire let out a huge laugh, roaring, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire isn't at the bottom this time. This Luo Feng's contributions won't be for naught, he must be rewarded. Right, he must be rewarded. This Luo Feng has made huge contributions. Your Majesty is wise. The group of officials were all busy flattering the Emperor. Their compliments were just like a tide. These basic-level civilization empire emperors were all incomparably passionate. Your Majesty, right now it's still far from the end of the first stage. We'll know the final result when it ends. Beside the Emperor, a bald old man who seemed refined said softly. Behind his ears, there seemed to be another 4 small ears. To actually say such words when the Emperor was happy, this old man's position must be extremely high. He was one of the sector lords attending the gathering. Right. The Emperor slightly nodded. However, even if Luo Feng falls towards the back, he's still made huge contributions. Luo Feng didn't know that at the time he made it into the top 1001, he had perked the interest of many, especially the citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, who felt extremely proud and excited. It was similar to watching any world-level competition on Earth. When one's own country's player were chosen, they were incomparably proud and excited. All of them were anticipating their country to emerge as the winner. And the Genius Battle was one of the 2 biggest gatherings for the entire human race of the universe. The influence amongst the masses was even more shocking. At this time, the trillions of citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were all cheering for and anticipating Luo Feng's victory, supporting him. First world, in a particularly posh city, in a residential building's living room. Oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of countless eyes from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the living room recuperating. Up till now, the elimination stage had been going on for 18 days. And these 8 days, especially within the East District, Luo Feng, the Madman's reputation had already caused fear amongst the geniuses. Madman. In the city that Luo Feng stayed within, it was a name that ranked among the top 10. Of course, every time he massacred, he was cautious and prudent. As time dragged on, Luo Feng too naturally felt mentally fatigued, having to recover for a period of time. No matter what opponent he faced, he would make sure he maintained his best form and peak performance, almost like a lion hunting a rabbit, using his full strength. As the stage draws on, it gets harder and harder to rise up the ranks. Luo Feng opened his eyes, his gaze reserved, looking down at the screen on his wrist. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 3,129,302. Rank, 398. To be able to rank amongst the first few and to ensure they maintain within the top 1,000, many would kill madly, gaining as many points as possible. Especially when absolute geniuses faced off against each other. One match alone could give millions of points. This resulted in the situation of the higher up the ranks they went, the more crazy the points they acquired. With Luo Feng's rise from the top 10 million to the 997, he had increased by about 900,000 points. From 997 to 398, he had an increase of over 2 million. It's time to hunt. Luo Feng's gaze gleamed. Standing directly up, at the same time his spirit energy spreading out almost like a torrential storm, scanning the entire 800m area around him. HM? 3 prey. So, Luo Feng flew as quickly as lightning from the balcony, almost like a flash forming a beam of light through the residential area. Behind him, the golden fish jumped about excitedly, seemingly extremely happy and carefree before it began heading towards his prey to give them a passionate kiss. It's Madman. Run! With a shocked howl, 2 of the warriors were immediately killed by Luo Feng. The only youth that managed to get away was chased for a few kilometers before being killed as well. At night, this city had night and day. The winds howled. Luo Feng carried on his back a battle knife and shield, quietly walking in the streets which were filled with dried blood and occasional cracks and splits in the ground. Other than the remains of corpses all around, the only living thing was Luo Feng. Chie! His boots stepped on rotting meat. He carried on walking. Suddenly his ears twitched. He could hear from the distance a very small sound, causing his eyes to reveal glee, to dare to come out in the night. Normally these are the stronger ones among the strong. By killing these warriors, the efficiency is much higher. So, Luo Feng became a blurred silhouette and swiftly headed towards the noise. In an instant he came to an intersection of roads. Luo Feng turned to look. Even though it was night, the vision of a star level 9 warrior was extremely powerful. He could still see thousands of meters ahead. If it were day without any obstacles in the way obstructing, one could easily see hundreds of km around. In the distant alley, there was a battle going on. Accurately speaking, it was a slaughter. Pang! A spirit reader couldn't dodge in time. Getting knocked on the head by a black hammer, his head immediately splitting open and he lost his life. Ha! A shrill laughter that made people tremble. Hand-wielding a hammer, this skinny man was 3 meters tall. He had strong-looking legs and 4 thick and strong arms which held a hammer each, and he only had a single eye on his face. And this single eye was vertical. Looking at this person's appearance made Luo Feng's heart jump from the distance. Darkness Clan, he is devil. As one of the top warriors of the city, during the period of this massacre, Luo Feng naturally began to gain an understanding of the more reputable warriors of this city. As no one knew each other's names, they all used the nicknames they had gathered. Madman was a new name that had appeared suddenly. An incredibly crazy person who killed anyone he saw. Most slaughters and fights were on a choice basis. Slaughtering others normally gave one an unbearable feeling. This madman, however, seemed to enjoy slaughtering others. In terms of strength, he was regarded as the city's top 10. Devil, a powerful warrior that rose from the beginning and could be said to dominate the city's East District. He was once regarded as the East District's number 1. However, since Madman's rise to fame, his first-place position came into skepticism, mainly because Madman was also from the East District. Interesting. Luo Feng's eyes had a sense of excitement. He immediately walked towards Devil. The Darkness Clan man, who was 3 meters tall and was holding onto his black hammers, after killing one opponent, immediately began chasing after his other opponent. His footsteps were peculiar. Every step he took it seemed as though he immediately closed a large distance. It was extremely fast. And his final opponent was a youth with beautiful crystal-like skin. He looked fearful and swiftly tried to flee. How did I meet Devil, this demon? It's too late, it's too late. Suddenly. The Darkness Clan warrior Devil wielding his hammers suddenly stopped, his single eye staring ahead. Darkness enshrouded the alley ahead. A man walked quietly. Compared to the 3 meter tall skinny but fit Darkness Clan Devil, he was obviously much smaller. His entire height was only 1.8 m, dressed in dark gray armor, carrying a battle knife and shield. One step at a time, it however made the Darkness Clan warrior Devil give up on his final chase. That handsome youth flew in mid-air, still in shock. In the alley, the Devil's single eye was staring at Luo Feng. Luo Feng too was staring at this opponent before him. His eyes were gleaming with a sense of excitement. Madman? The Devil's voice was cold. Devil? Luo Feng actually revealed an excited smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 33, Bloody Battle in the Streets. Volume 10, Chapter 33, Bloody Battle in the Streets. 2 warriors strong enough to be ranked among the top 10 in the entire city. 2 warriors who were the strongest within the East District, met within that dark alley. Usually, the peak warriors would pick their battles according to the points, and only when they have enough points would they go and engage with other peak fighters in life or death battles. As they have enough points, even if they died, losing half their points, they would still remain within the top 1001. Shall we fight now? Devil stared at Luo Feng. Right. Luo Feng nodded, right now. Ha, then let me have a glimpse of the terrifying madman that has scared so many geniuses. Devil's singular vertical eye gleamed with madness. Luo Feng floated up half a meter as the soaring shuttle automatically appeared below him. The two faced off within that alley. Rumble. Devil stomped hard on the ground with his right foot, causing the concrete to split open, and his entire body rushed towards Luo Feng in an instant. His forearms were wielding the black hammers which had pointy edges, as they sliced towards Luo Feng in a flash. Luo Feng's body drifted backwards, simultaneously a gold light shot out from the soaring shuttle below his feet, forming a golden fish. Go! Luo Feng's gaze focused. The golden fish happily swam towards Devil, causing his eye to have a hint of shock. This madman controls a spirit weapon, and he's actually reached such a perfect level of control over it. Obviously he has perfectly fused the knife blades together, but he actually produced such a lifelike fish, without any killing intent at all. Pang! 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 They clashed, and the forearms danced, causing the hammers to intercross between each other, forming an almost perfect defense, blocking the golden fish time and again. Ha, this madman only has this amount of power. Devil let out a loud laugh. Rumble, a thick black aura began to revolve about Devil's surroundings. In an instant, it caused a 100-meter area to be engulfed in a black energy domain. Luo Feng could feel that black energy was extremely thick and heavy, filled with killing intent. Under that energy's cover, Devil's 4 hammer-wielding arms seemed to be boosted as their speeds increased, and every slice was even faster and heavier. Black hammer dance. The golden fish continuously dodged and tried to find ways to penetrate the black hammer defense. Ka! The golden fish dodged and a black hammer smashed into the alley street light beside them. That thick and strong street light was actually hit so hard that it bent right at the point of collision. Rumble! a hammer smashed into the alley, causing the concrete to split into a crevice. The smashed rubble dispersed like a gun shooting in all directions. Hammers danced all about. As quick as lightning and as heavy as mountains. Dang, dot. Finally the golden fish was hit by an hammer and knocked backwards, the golden threads on the surface of the fish tremored, as though they were about to crumble. Ha, madman, that's all you've got? Don't think that by stepping on that spirit weapon I won't be able to catch up with you. A peculiar round disc appeared below Devil's feet. His entire body began to fly swiftly towards Luo Feng. We all have the same physical structure, my spirit reading energy won't be any weaker than yours. With the power of the domain, Devil flew straight towards Luo Feng. And Luo Feng actually revealed a smile. Devil, indeed a devil. The Darkness Clan was well known as one of the strong clans within the Ganwu universe country. When one of the Darkness Clan reaches maturity they become universe level, and is one favored by the Earth. Over 90% of the clan would favor the Earth-type domain and origin laws. This Devil's black domain, that heaviness caused was actually a special quality of the Earth domain. Rumble. Luo Feng's body's surroundings suddenly exploded around with a golden light. An extremely sharp and piercing golden energy flowed and engulfed the surroundings, causing the black energy to retreat. Devil stopped in mid-air. Devil, you are the first person within this city to make me unleash my domain to fight. Luo Feng smiled. Devil squinted his eye. The madman before him was too savage. He hadn't even unleashed his domain until now. Even with a domain, you will still die. Engulfed in a black energy, along with 4 arms and a single eye, the Darkness Clan genius, Devil, just like an actual devil, headed straight towards Luo Feng. The 4 hammers in his arms immediately became a black shadow, and it almost looked like it was splitting the earth and mountains as countless amounts of rubble madly fell from all over. With the golden light energy engulfing the surroundings, the golden fish almost seemed to be like a fish returning to water, suddenly becoming more flexible, nimble, and swift. The domain gave it more mobility. The soaring shuttle had gold energy at its core. Being infused with the gold origin laws and with the gold domain, it was like a fish in water. Shio. 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 The golden fish rushed time and again at Devil, and his mad quad hammer dance was aimed at deflecting the fish. However, this time the fish was definitely much more nimble, and its power was much greater. Not just attacking, but defending alone against this slippery fish was extremely difficult. Ah! Devil couldn't help but roar out, his single eye staring straight at the golden fish. The golden fish's tail waved and its body arced into an S shape, piercing towards Devil. Dang! Devil once again blocked it. Dang! Dang dang! Dang! Devil fought hard to deflect the hits, as beads of sweat were oozing out from his forehead. From the distance Luo Feng was actually shocked within. With my strong domain, my strong amplifier and law infusion, I've used everything. The soaring shuttle's power has already reached its peak. Yet I'm still unable to kill Devil. Devil's power was indeed strong, the revolution of the 4 hammers combined with the powerful domain. During his attacks, every slice was shockingly heavy. His defense, it could be said to be perfect. If I want to kill him in an instant, I will have to use the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng thought. The soaring shuttle was incapable of unleashing his full power, but the Nanshan armament, that was the final trump card. This madman is too terrifying. I've met over tens of thousands of spirit readers. However, among their spirit weapon control, none have been so terrifying. His golden fish attack is akin to a normal fish altogether, incomparably flexible, and its orbit and movement is hard to track as well. Its power itself is hard to gauge. The moment it's unleashed, its power is shocking. Devil thought. The swordfish's control was indeed at a point where he controlled it thoroughly, perfect without any flaws, unleashing its power whenever required and concealing its power when not needed. Under Luo Feng's golden fish attacks time and again, Devil's defense was slowly getting worn down. Continuing this defense would mean certain defeat. Gritting his teeth, and after defending against 106 continuous attacks, one's mental state would definitely start to slip. That golden fish immediately pierced straight and brushed past him, causing this Darkness Clan genius to startle, as he retracted one of the arm's black hammer, quickly protecting himself. Poo-chi! The golden fish savagely cut past one arm. Infused with gold origin laws, this fish's power was extremely strong, as it immediately sliced the genetic energy armor, and flew right through it. Pa! One of the arms, which was holding a black hammer, fell to the floor. Ah! Devil, who lost one arm, roared loudly. The other three arms gripping their hammers, madly rushing at Luo Feng. I'm a spirit reader, I won't engage in close combat with you. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and swiftly rose and dodged, controlling the golden fish to attack. A spirit reader engaging in close combat, that is just pure stupidity. Shio! 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 With one arm gone, his defense obviously had dropped a level. The Darkness Clan genius Devil knew he was unable to change the tides. Knowing that, he madly rushed to kill Luo Feng. However, he was stopped by the golden fish. Ah! Devil roared. Rumble! Three black hammers were dancing madly, hitting the side street lights till they bent and smashing the side constructs till the walls split open, revealing rods of alloys, and pieces of glass flew everywhere. However, when one runs rampant like that, they can only preserve that momentary explosion of energy for a short period of time. Chi. The golden fish suddenly slipped directly through the black hammers, piercing through Devil's single eye, right through his forehead. Silence! Luo Feng slowly landed in the alley, as his golden fish too returned into the soaring shuttle. Rumble! Devil's huge body gradually fell. The black hammers too smashed into the alley ground, causing loud clangs. Looking at the Darkness Clan genius's corpse before him, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. This devil is a little more powerful than even Big Brother. Judging his powers, this devil should be a domain level 8. Along with the Darkness Clan being favored by the earth, just like how the golden horned beast was favored by the gold origin laws. Devil's training time ranged in the hundreds of years, along with the teachings of his ancestors, and being a genius on top of that, reaching domain level 8 isn't strange at all. Hence, even without using the Nanshan armament, Luo Feng had already spent all his energy. In the alley, standing beside the corpse of Devil, Luo Feng tidied up and looked down at the screen on his wrist. The numbers had already changed. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 6,129,030. Rank, 191. This devil was indeed an absolute warrior of this city. He started going all out right from the beginning. After so long, his points were much more than mine. Luo Feng thought. Killing Devil alone gave him 3 million points, meaning that Devil still should have about 6 million points. Indeed a domain level 8 genius. Very good. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Killing one devil was worth more than killing over 1,000 geniuses before. Luo Feng became startled, as he turned fiercely to look at a residential building. On the balcony of that building was a silhouette. One dressed in green battle robes with green long hair and a handsome face, he was looking over at the alley in which Luo Feng was located. There was actually someone so close to me and I didn't detect him before. Luo Feng felt cold sweat on his back. Madman, indeed a madman. A clear, crisp voice resounded. The green-hair handsome youth stood on the balcony, smiling. To actually defeat Devil, this devil, was one that even I would have to spend quite a bit of energy to kill. Right now in this East District, you madman, are number 1. I really want a battle with you right now. Luo Feng squinted, remembering a person within his mind, shouting, "You are, Windmill?" Windmill. Known as one of the top 10 geniuses of the city unanimously. If one said that Madman was the closest to being the craziest of the lot, then Windmill would represent the entire city's close to being invincible warriors. He enjoyed making the city his own, especially aiming the strongest among the strong. So far, whenever he made a move, he had always succeeded. My points are still insufficient. On the last day, I will come and find you. You'll have to battle with me. The handsome youth smiled, following which his entire body became a green light and immediately vanished into the darkness of the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 34, Ranking. Volume 10, Chapter 34, Ranking. Windmill? In the street, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The absolute warrior with the name Windmill was similar to himself, another spirit reader. From what he understood with the information on hand, this Windmill's speed, along with his ferociousness, were terrifying. The moment he attacked, he hadn't even failed once at all. He was one of the top 2 absolute warriors of this city. Just his silent arrival earlier on a balcony which was not even 200 m away from Luo Feng, while Luo Feng was momentarily unaware of his arrival, was indeed proof of Windmill's strength. Windmill? Luo Feng smiled, bring it on. Following which Luo Feng left the alley, leaving behind the Darkness Clan Devil's body on the floor. Actually, the battle between Madman and Devil, which resulted in the explosions and clashes, not only attracted Windmill but also many other weaker geniuses. Only thing was, as soon as they saw that the battle was between Madman and Devil, they decided to maintain their distance, not daring to approach or get any closer. This battle, Devil died. Madman survived. In the East District, the reputation of Madman exploded. The following days. Slaughter. Madman resumed his massacre. Any survivors he discovered were immediately chased down and killed. On the 21st day of the elimination, Madman had just killed another top 10 in strength, warrior Ice Thread in the skyscraper. On the 26th day, Madman once again killed another top 10 in strength, named Bones, in a little residential district. Ever since 3 of the top 10 had died by the hands of Madman, the reputation of Madman had a terrifying deterring effect in the city. The remaining survivors, the true geniuses, all unanimously agreed that Madman had the power of the top 3. In the 88th world, a youth dressed in a white robe stood on a cliff in a continuous mountain range. You are Thunder? Bare feet, messy hair, a young sturdy-looking youth who was 3 m tall, hand-wielding a short knife, smiled as he looked at Thunder God before him. Thunder God's face went pale. You are? The tall and steady man before him had an appearance very similar to an Earth human, only sturdier and taller. And this wild man in the 88th world was a terrifying figure. Nicknamed Savage, he was one of the top 3 in strength of the 88th world. Savage loved to kill the strong. Only geniuses with true strength could attract his attention. In this 88th world, no one was even a match for him. At least he hadn't met a match yet. All the geniuses ended up being killed by his short knife. The knife was only short compared to his full height. That knife, to someone like Thunder God, was a large battle knife. Bring out your full power. Savage looked at Thunder God. I don't believe this. Thunder God's eyes gleamed, thunder snakes flew about him as his entire body became a blur, almost as though a dreamy image appeared, as he flew straight at Savage. Roar! Savage roared loudly as his battle knife fiercely slashing forward. Thunder God felt as though the earth and skies had vanished. What was left was that shockingly fast knife. It sliced through both the heavens and the earth with a force that was incredibly heavy and powerful, causing the Thunder God to quickly use his battle knife to defend. Clang! Thunder God felt his hands go numb and the handles of his blade were covered in fresh blood as his blades were knocked away from the force. Too strong. Thunder God looked at the slash coming at him, with only that thought in his head. Shee! The knife slashed past him. Thunder God, on the 27th day, was killed. 72nd World. If one said that the world that Luo Feng was in was modeled after a certain planet's land surface, then the world Thunder God was in was modeled after a large mountain forest range. The 72nd World, however, was modeled after a very well-known Ganwu universe country's construct, the planet Skyscraper. The planet Skyscraper was an extremely tall construct that reached past the clouds. Its entire area was vast. Within the skyscraper, its construct design could house up to 10 billion people. This was indeed an unbelievable thing. Normal planets usually only had population of that size in total, hence it became known as the planet Skyscraper. This building had a huge reputation throughout the Ganwu universe country as it was built from an impulse of an undying with huge amounts of wealth. This 72nd World. Within this skyscraper, 8.2 billion people were crammed in there, engaging in battles. At night time, the entire skyscraper was covered in darkness. A black-haired man wielding a pike was walking quietly in a large walkway that was 10 m wide, and on it were traces of bloodstains all over, bodies strewn about. It's already the 28th day. Hong looked down at the screen on his wrist. Participant, Hong, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 910,293. Rank, 1016. It's the final 2 to 3 days. Many warriors will risk it all and fight for more points. These last few days, I have to get enough points to make it into the top 1001. Within the dark walkway, Hong was like a ghost during the night. Due to the training he received as an assassin in his youth, he was very used to these sort of life or death situations. Hong creased his eyebrows. Who? The surrounding lights warped and Hong's entire body vanished. In the distant fork in the walkway, a warrior was looking around him, not spotting anybody and continuing to push forward. This youth's expression changed. There's someone. Immediately an explosion of energy surged and waved about as he unleashed his domain. Immediately, in the air about 10 meters away, a human silhouette appeared. This black-dressed silhouette was approaching as fast as lightning. His entire body form was warping, giving off an extremely weird monstrous image. Shio! The pike turned and the tip pierced through the space, straight at the enemy. That youth quickly retreated, simultaneously controlling his spirit weapon to block the attack. Shie! The pike's tip pierced through the head of the youth, his eyes filled with shock and denial, as though he was unable to comprehend why. He had obviously blocked the attack, yet he still died. Your usage of the domain is too raw. Hong looked at the body, his body blurring again and vanishing. Within a ship's single room. Second uncle's points have suddenly dropped. Little Hai's flushed face looked completely shocked, shouting out clearly, he was still in the top 3,000 earlier, now he's dropped to the top 5,000. What? Su Gang too stared wide-eyed, carefully examining the screen, shaking his head. It's true, Thunder God's ranking is dropping rapidly. Look, his points seem to have dropped by at least half, losing half his points. Don't tell me Thunder God was killed. Let me try. Su Xian said, contacting Thunder God. Do. Hello, little sister. I've just been eliminated, but I have been receiving multiple calls and invites. Thunder God appeared on the screen, laughing. Second uncle, you've lost? Beside, Little Ping shouted out loudly. Yeah, completely lost. Thunder God replied oddly, shaking his head, no way about it, I met our world's savage, he's completely sick, his speed is sick, I couldn't even run if I wanted to. When he attacked, just one move and I got killed. His strength is way above mine. I was beaten to a point where I couldn't even say anything. One move? Everyone in the room was shocked. However, Little Ping, your father's doing pretty well. I just saw. He's already rushed into the top 128 ranks. Thunder God complimented, Big Brother is also doing okay, but he's still just a little shy of the top 1001. Luo Feng sprung up suddenly in this battle of geniuses. causing countless Black Dragon Mountain Empire people to crazily cheer for him. In the air above the First World, in a ship's large hall, over 1,000 people were gathered. Luo Feng's rank has just risen again, he's made it to number 128. Too powerful, and he only began to make his move from the 10th day. If he had begun from the start, his points would definitely be higher than now. Making it into the top 100 would definitely be simple. Right. Luo Feng is too strong. Stronger than many warriors from the Ganwu universe starfields. This group of Empire citizens were extremely passionate. Competition between the many starfields was a rare thing, and there was no better place for this competition. As there were many fighters and warriors located within the many starfields, this genius battle represented the quality of warriors from each starfield. The more geniuses there are, it meant the stronger the starfield was. People who lacked talent would naturally be looked down on. Right now our Black Dragon Mountain Empire already has 2 people who have made it into their world's top 1001. Nabini is very strong too, his current rank is at 862. This Nabini was a genius from our galaxy initially. After gaining attention from the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land, he was immediately brought over. For him to make it to number 862, that's not bad. Not bad. However, he can't compare to Luo Feng. Right, Luo Feng is already at 128. And the higher you go, the harder it becomes. Gao Shine, Nulan Shan, and countless other citizens from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even many from the Ganwu universe starfields, were all paying attention. And Luo Feng this time had brought great honor to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. On the 30th day of elimination, which was also the last day, night had just passed and the sun was just rising. Luo Feng walked in the alley, looking down at the screen on his wrist. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 13,988,292. Rank, 102. 102? It was mainly from killing those 3 absolute warriors like Devil that he got so many points. At the time, Luo Feng came to the alley in which he killed Devil, and Luo Feng unleashed his genetic energy, looking up and shouting loudly, "Windmill!" A roar with the genetic energy power of a star level 9, immediately spread across the entire city, and eventually even spread beyond the city into the wilderness. Windmill! 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 His roar echoed throughout the city. Within the entire city, countless survivors were all shocked. Windmill? Who would dare challenge Windmill? On the balcony of a large skyscraper, a green-haired youth sitting there opened his eyes, muttering, "This madman, he's indeed mad." Devil, Ice Thread, and Bones all died by his hands. This battle is really getting me excited. The green-haired youth stood upright. His eyes gleamed with a peculiar light, following which he became a green light breaking through space, immediately heading towards where he had first met Madman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 35, Luo Feng in Windmill. Volume 10, Chapter 35, Luo Feng in Windmill. Daybreak, in the silent blood-stained alley, Luo Feng stood there alone waiting. Luo Feng looked up. In the distance, a green light was swiftly flying over. It finally reduced its speed and revealed a human silhouette. It was a green-haired youth stepping on a green wheel-like spirit weapon with razor-sharp edges. As he slowed down, the green-haired youth descended, landing about 100 m away from Luo Feng. "I didn't expect you to shout so loudly." The green-haired youth looked at Luo Feng, his eyes seemingly laughing. "Your roar, everyone in the city must have heard you. Let them hear it." Luo Feng stood there, his entire body seemed to be a condensed blade full of anger and energy. His anger was extremely heavy. I wonder what this madman does in reality, to exhibit such a strong aura. The green-haired youth thought. He wouldn't even have thought that Luo Feng had possessed the golden-horned beast, a being that lived to slaughter. This possession had given him many benefits. If he hadn't done this, with only the inheritance of the Windmill planet, he would only be capable of making waves in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. But with the possession, it's allowed him to become one of the top geniuses in the entire human race of the universe. It could be said that he was destined for even bigger things and could not be restricted to just the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. This was the greatest benefit the golden horned beast had brought. Its shortcomings, however, were that it brought with it increased savagery and brutality. He had kept the shortcoming under control before, but in this first world, Luo Feng had completely let it out. Luo Feng's cold eyes swept, gazing in the distant surroundings. In the distant residential buildings, in a few shophouses or a few alley forks, he could make out a few human silhouettes. Also in the sky, he could see human silhouettes that had flown over and landed about. It's Madman. The other one is Windmill. It's indeed the two of them. The one roaring before I guess was Madman, and in our city, only Madman would dare pick a challenge with Windmill. It's too thrilling. And on this final day, Madman is going against Windmill. Madman, Windmill, who will win? Who knows? Madman, that guy is capable of doing anything. Devil, Ice Thread and Bones, these three all died under Madman's hands. However, even more geniuses have been killed by Windmill. These two, it's really hard to say. Within a short time, many warriors had gathered about within a distance of 1,000 meters between the two, spectating from shophouses, residential buildings, etc. This fight was set to become the city's most elite and thrilling battle. In the alley, Luo Feng and the green-haired youth faced off. Quite a lot of people have gathered. Luo Feng's gaze swept the distant areas. They were all called here by your roar. The green-haired youth said, now it's troublesome. Our battle, if one wins cleanly, then it would be okay. However, if it's a tragic win, winning but suffering heavy injuries, that'll definitely attract all the strong warriors around to surround us and attack. Because the victor among us would definitely have shocking amounts of points, it'll make the others go crazy for it. Luo Feng nodded. In reality, his internal world could swiftly recover injuries. However, in this first world, his body's cells and regeneration was similar to everybody else. Any injuries would mean trouble. From what I see, we should kill them all first, then face off. Luo Feng said. The green-haired youth was taken aback, thinking that this guy before him was indeed crazy enough. All right. The green-haired youth said loudly, that makes sense. To prevent anyone from interrupting, we'll first have to kill everybody. His voice reverberated about openly, causing all who were hiding within the surrounding little districts and alleys to get a shock. As this green-haired youth was speaking loudly, it was obvious he was trying to let all the spectators in the distance know and retreat. However, that way, their killing efficiency would be greatly reduced. You sure are kind. Luo Feng glanced at him and immediately jumped on the soaring shuttle and headed towards the closest residential building. The green-haired youth laughed, I'm just afraid of the hassle. The two stepped on their spirit weapons and swiftly flew to the residential building besides them. Quickly flee. That Madman and Windmill, they've gone mad. Let's go. They are coming over. Immediately, silhouettes madly fled in all directions, all scurrying about. The geniuses that had survived till now, many had strength close to Thunder God or were even stronger than him. However, against the two strongest powers in this city, Madman and Windmill, they all chose to flee. Come with me. After killing a bunch of people, Luo Feng communicated to Windmill. Following which he led the way down to an underground alley. The green-haired youth followed closely in. This city's underground tunnels can lead to anywhere the city. Luo Feng and the green-haired youth followed the tunnels at breakneck speed, and after a while, exiting through one of the exits. By now, they were already at the north part of the city. This place was filled with villas. These villas were all pretty similar to the villa constructs on Earth, spread throughout a few kilometers in area. Luo Feng and Windmill stood on separate roofs, staring at each other. Windmill. Luo Feng's heart was akin to a sea of blood, filled with killing intent and rage. However, the sea was incomparably calm, as not even a ripple could be seen on it. Savage but ice-cold. This was a special quality of the golden-horned beast. Even though it enjoyed killing madly, it was always extremely calm. This Windmill is much stronger than the three before. Luo Feng thought. Today is the final day of the elimination. This battle should also be the final one. The green-haired youth looked at Luo Feng, smiling. Madman, I'm very curious, what's your current rank? No one knew each other's true names, hence they didn't know their rankings. 102. Luo Feng looked at the green-haired youth. And you? 42, he replied. Luo Feng was instantly shocked. From the ranking alone, one could perceive the opponent's power. His own ranking was 102 because of killing Devil, Bones and Ice Threat, as these three were among the top 10 in this city. Although he had acquired a decent amount of points from killing them, these three were in the 200 to 300 ranking. And the strongest in this city, Windmill, was actually only ranked 42. How did you get so many points? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. When one achieves number 1 rank in this world, they can immediately enter the name list of the Ganwu Universe country's top 1,000. Hence many absolute warriors, after massacring in their own city, would head to other cities to hunt. The green-haired youth smiled. By staying within one's own city, it's impossible to become number 1. There was a strong warrior who came over to our city before. However, he was killed by me. The green-haired youth said. From him, I acquired over 10 million points. Over 10 million? Luo Feng was utterly shocked. An absolute warrior from another city gave Windmill over 10 million points. This Windmill's total points were definitely crazy. Ranking 42 was normal. That absolute warrior has been the only one who forced me to use my full strength up till now. The green-haired youth stared at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with anticipation. Madman, this is the final battle. No matter who wins or loses, it's certain that we'll make it through the elimination. I hope you use your full strength. Without a worthy opponent, it's really boring. The green-haired youth's eyes gleamed with madness. Luo Feng looked at the distant green-haired youth, his competitiveness burning within. Then let's cut the chatter. Luo Feng roared. Rumble. A glaring gold light immediately burst out from his body as large amounts of golden threads formed a golden energy flow. A golden fish swam like a fish in water in that light, swiftly heading towards the distant green-haired youth. Rumble. The green-haired youth's body immediately released a green energy flow. Simultaneously, a complex will-like spirit weapon appeared before him. Wang. The round wheel swiftly rotated. At the same time, the green energy had formed a pathway that swiftly blocked the golden fish. Dang! 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 Clashes resounded over and over again. The two spirit weapons clashed in mid-air. Luo Feng's soaring shuttle and the green-haired youth's green disc faced off. These two were absolute genius spirit readers, and both of them had actually stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Unlike Devil with his 4 arms, this green-haired youth relied only on the round wheel to block Luo Feng's goldfish's every attack. Of course, his extremely fast round wheel was unable to completely suppress Luo Feng's weapon. Windmill, that's all you got? Luo Feng roared. The golden fish infused with threads of gold origin laws was incomparably flexible, dodging the edge of the blade and smashing into the wheel's surface. Following which, with lightning speed, shot out towards the green-haired youth. So. Very good. The green-haired youth's wheel below his feet and the wheel he used to attack with was the same spirit weapon. The wheel beneath his feet suddenly shot out to deflect the golden fish. Simultaneously, the wheel actually split apart into two semi-discs. These two discs worked together and madly revolved around each other. Madman, the other city's warrior, was the first, and you are the second person to make me use my full strength. The green-haired youth's eyes gleamed. Dang! Dang! With a quick clash, the two semi-discs acted like two crescent moons revolving around each other, feeding off each other's energy. Their speeds were constantly rising and getting harder to read. Their effect on each other caused Luo Feng's single golden fish to be somewhat panicked, seemingly getting fatigued by their interceptions. Too fast and too hard to predict. Luo Feng could feel that the two discs were infused with some origin laws. Just like the universe, almost like two planets orbiting about each other. These two discs were infused with some peculiar form of energy. Before, when Windmill's reputation soared throughout the city, he relied on his spirit weapon's incomparably swift and fierce movements. However, when the disc split into two, its speed, power, and movement all soared greatly. It completely displayed to Luo Feng what Windmill's reputation was all about. It completely suppressed Luo Feng. One of the discs actually suppressed the golden fish while the other shot as quick as lightning towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng immediately used the soaring shuttle to retreat, simultaneously using his shield. Dang! The disc clashed into the shield which was in Luo Feng's hand. Taking the impact from that fierce wind-powered disc infused with origin law powers caused Luo Feng's entire body to be knocked backwards, directly smashing into the roof portion of the villa, straight into the villa itself. Shio! The golden fish swiftly returned to the villa. Pang! The already shattered roof was once again exploded open, a human silhouette burst out from within. It was Luo Feng. He didn't look like a sorry figure at all, in fact there was excitement in his eyes. The green-haired youth floated in mid-air as the two discs kept revolving in the surrounding. The green-haired youth realized there was a dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back. That rod was very long and thick, almost like a dark golden wooden stake. Windmill, what you said was right. Without an opponent, it's indeed boring. In the air above the villa, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. You, Windmill, are the first to force me to use my strongest power. There's no choice, you are indeed very powerful. Without taking out this Nanshan armament, I really can't win. The green-haired youth's body was stunned. He looked shocked at the dark golden rod on Luo Feng's back. Nanshan armament? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 36, Nanshan Armament. Volume 10, Chapter 36, Nanshan Armament. The Nanshan armament is a weapon, which was infused with the two great origin laws of gold and space. It was one of the 9 ultimate weapons for the controller's spirit readers. To actually use the Nanshan armament at the star level was an unbelievable thing to do. The Nanshan armament was separated into 9 levels. Just the first level alone required one to have a comprehension of the gold origin laws along with an extremely strong amplifier to unleash it properly. It took Luo Feng a few months in the actual world, along with 10 days of serious training in this elimination stage to finally get a grasp of the basics and to reach a level where it may work. For a star level to actually master the first level would mean that he would be invincible in the same entire grade. Invincible, that alone represented its power. You can use the Nanshan armament? The green-haired youth's eyes was filled with shock. This is my first time actually using it in a battle. Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back, gently landing on an undamaged villa's roof. The green-haired youth couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, the reputation of the Nanshan armament was huge. The strong willpower and fighting spirit within him caused the youth to burn with passion as he shouted, "Madman, this is the final day for the elimination. To be able to meet an opponent like you, it really makes me happy. Make sure to use your full strength and let me see properly just how strong the legendary Nanshan armament is." I won't disappoint you. Luo Feng squinted. The two faced off with less than 100 meters between each other, standing on two separate rooftops. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he pointed at the green-haired youth. Immediately, the dark golden long rod released a beam of golden light. Those 9 cicada wing-thin little golden blades dispersed and their incredibly complex engravings began to emit a golden stream of energy and started to interlink. To actually connect them together into a perfect body was incredibly difficult. When he used the soaring shuttle in the past and was finally able to complete the swordfish formation, he still was not able to fully infuse it with the origin laws. And at this time, in an instant, he used all of his comprehension of the gold origin laws into one attack, putting his all into one move. Even after all this, Luo Feng could feel that his comprehension wasn't enough. He had only a basic grasp of this first level. He was still far from completing it. A dreamy golden orb engulfed in golden light revolved before Luo Feng. The entire dreamy golden blade was hard to see clearly. A powerful energy emitted from that golden blade, causing the space around to ripple. Shio! The dreamy golden blade immediately shot towards the distant green-haired youth. The instant that it shot out, because it was too fast, it became a golden rainbow. Roar! The green-haired youth grit his teeth, the veins on his forehead straining and protruding as he used his full strength to control his spirit weapon. On! The two crescent discs were like two children playing with each other. One playing around while the other chased, making one unable to clearly see it as it soared into the wind to deflect the terrifying golden rainbow. Rumble! The golden blade rainbow clashed into the two discs. With an explosion, the two discs were knocked away into the villa below. Pa! With a clang, one of the discs smashed into a window, causing it to smash open immediately as glass shards flew in all directions. Shio! After the clash, the golden blade stopped for a brief moment before becoming a golden rainbow again and shot towards the green-haired youth. How can this be? The green-haired youth revealed shock and fear as the round disc below his feet split into two, becoming two crescent discs that went to intercept. Rumble! The golden rainbow once again clashed with them and the two discs were knocked away again. Shie! Following which, the golden rainbow shot towards the green-haired youth's body. He didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there, staring straight at Luo Feng and communicating mentally, "Madman, I used the wrong move. The next time I will definitely win, definitely." The voice roared within Luo Feng's ears as the golden rainbow pierced right through the youth's forehead. The green-haired youth's body fell from mid-air before rolling on the roof and landing within that villa. You indeed made a mistake. Luo Feng landed beside that body, saying seriously, "You've already stepped into the gateway of the origin laws. Originally, it wouldn't have been that easy for me to kill you. But you chose to fight using force with force, who else can you blame?" Even though he hadn't used the Nanshan armament before in a real battle, in the virtual universe slaughterhouse, in order to grow accustomed to the Nanshan armament, Luo Feng had chosen a variety of star-level opponents. All of them with different comprehension of the origin laws, be it gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time or space, allowing him to gain lots of experience. Gold was hard and strong, extremely sharp and piercing. Wind was formless, flexible beyond compare. While walking different paths, the battle techniques and strategies would naturally have their own differences. Luo Feng had stepped into the gold origin law entrance. Hence, his attacks were naturally strong with a piercing form which destroyed everything before him. While using the most suitable gold origin law weapon Nanshan armament, his power was extreme. Windmill chose to use brute force to fight with Luo Feng. It wasn't strange for him to die. The main factor was that the green-haired youth Windmill was shocked and scared by the reputation of the Nanshan armament. Along with the fact that they were at a stalemate before, only right before death did he realize the best way to deal with Madman. The battle between Madman and Windmill caused a huge commotion which attracted many geniuses from within the North District of the city. But by the time they actually arrived close enough to view the battle, it was already over. Windmill lost. Windmill was actually killed? That's too unbelievable. I didn't see wrongly right. Even Windmill lost. Who can match up to Madman? In the distance, a group of geniuses were extremely shocked. Windmill was much stronger than Devil, Ice Thread, and even Bones. Many of them had guessed and even believed that the winner of the fight between Madman and Windmill would have been Windmill. After all, Windmill's success was intrepid, and he had always been way above others, without any failure before. He had always been very relaxed, slaughtering all those who appeared in his path. Many had assumed from early on that this city's number one was Windmill. That Madman is too strong. Madman's final golden light, just what was that? Wasn't it said that Madman's skill from the spirit weapon was a golden fish? Right, since Madman killed Windmill, I wonder just how many points he would get? Although Windmill lost half his points, he definitely still has a lot. As for Madman, his points right now must be even higher than Windmill's. Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod and flew away from the villa into a distant residential area, immediately landing on a balcony. 30th day of the elimination, today is the final day. Luo Feng sat there quietly, arranging his thoughts. Of the 30 days, it was the final 20 days that he had immersed himself in the madness, totally committing himself to slaughtering. The number of people killed by him ranged in the thousands. From that bloodbath, the name Madman rose to new heights. However, Luo Feng didn't want to bring that mentality and form back to reality. Phew! Luo Feng sat cross-legged quietly while suppressing the bloodlust that ached from his bones, hiding it deep within. This Windmill really had so many points. Before this, his rank was indeed 42. Luo Feng looked down at the screen on his wrist. The numbers on it made people's hearts race. Participant, Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Points, 32,178,201. Rank, 51. By killing Windmill, I actually acquired over 18 million points. Luo Feng was shocked. By killing an absolute warrior, the number of points one got was indeed abundant. Prior to this battle, he only had close to about 14 million, not even close to the earnings from just this one battle. However, Windmill did mention that he had killed a strong warrior from another city, getting over 10 million points. The fastest way to get points is to kill an absolute warrior. The best way is to go to each city and hunt. Luo Feng thought. For example, by killing every city's number one, he estimated that he could get over 100 million points. Of course, the requirement was to be able to kill them. When Luo Feng killed Windmill, his rank simply jumped from 102 to 51 directly. This attracted many of the Ganwu universe countries' powers and organizations to pay attention to him. Before, when he made it to the top 1001, the ones watching him were mostly the trillions of citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. However, after making it to rank 51, things were different. The higher ones standing got, the more crazy the strength levels were. Every world's top 3 could all be said to be true geniuses who definitely stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Every world's top 100, there would be some absolute geniuses who've also stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. The difference in ranks were linked directly to each person's choices. Some absolute warriors, like Luo Feng and Windmill, if they chose to not only stay within their own cities, but wander throughout the 91 cities and hunt the absolute warriors, they may meet certain brick walls. However, the higher possibility was that they'd be able to make it to the world's top 10. Search all of Luo Feng's information. This Luo Feng, to be able to reach rank 51, he must be a battle genius with a domain of at least level 8. He might even be a stronger absolute genius who's already begun to comprehend the origin laws. Black Dragon Mountain Empire, from that little out-of-the-way place, there's actually a genius who was able to make it to rank 51? It is rare indeed. Black Dragon Mountain Empire has always been a lower-level country within the Ganwu universe country's many territories. At the time, within the enormous luxurious living room of the universe ship which gathered all of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's governing officials and royalty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Elation. Your Majesty, rank 51, a 2-digit number. Up to 1,000 people within the hall had erupted in joy. A 3-digit rank compared to a 2-digit or 1-digit rank, the honor associated with each was completely different. As for the 3 from the Black Dragon Mountain who had made it temporarily through the first round, Hong's standing was 999. Nabini's standing was 860. Luo Feng's standing was 51. From one look it was clear that Hong and Nabini could be considered amongst the elite geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain. But Luo Feng was definitely an absolute warrior capable of making it into the top ranks of the Ganwu Universe country. A 2-digit number. Your Majesty, right now within the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island, the trillion citizens are incomparably excited. Sitting above everybody else, the Emperor's face too could hardly conceal his joy. Laughing out loudly and roaring in this elimination, our empire has done not bad. Looking at how things are going, there may very likely be 3 people making it through. Hong and Nabini are outstanding. As for Luo Feng, he's the pride of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This Luo Feng has done us great honor. Great honor. The Emperor's voice grew even brighter. We must reward him, heavily reward him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 37, Special Envoy. Volume 10, Chapter 37, Special Envoy. When Luo Feng the Madman finally put down his bloodthirsty blade and hid within a residential building to quietly wait for the end of the elimination, within the huge skyscraper of the 72nd world, the currently ranked 999 Hong was still fighting hard. Because it was the last day, the battles were incredibly intense and brutal. This was especially true between the group of people whose ranks were close to 1,000. They could rise anytime or drop anytime. I have to make sure I stay alive. The moment I die, I will lose half my points and I'll definitely drop out of the top 1001. In a destroyed house with broken windows, Hong dressed in all black closed his eyes. Also, I have to try my best to kill a few others and push myself forward a little more. Hong had many thoughts on his mind, but his entire being was incomparably calm and collected. As tranquil as a mirror. His entire being was incredibly relaxed, like a void, allowing him to detect any movement or noise around him. Among Earth's top 3 warriors, he and Thunder God had the longer lives, experiencing much more. Even though Thunder God too had some comprehension of the Chinese martial arts, his main expertise was in yoga. During the Great Nirvana he completely immersed himself in martial arts, his entire being loved the arts. With a pure heart, it was easy for him to fuse and reach perfection, allowing him to let his yoga fuse perfectly with himself. Hong was different. He was trained from a young age to be an assassin. An assassin's strength control was very meticulous. The Chinese martial arts helped him with his control of internal energy, along with his mental state control. As an assassin, he naturally formed his own path. And after the Great Nirvana, the base era, the Swallowing Beast incident, along with all the hardships and training, Hong had an impeccable control of every bit of energy and power within himself. This is why he became number 1 of the 3 brothers. Among the 3, Luo Feng was the youngest. In terms of comprehension, willpower and talent, he didn't lack any. However, he never received Chinese martial arts training. In close combat, his energy use and technique couldn't compare to Hong or Thunder God. However, Luo Feng was still the strongest among the 3. Firstly, his talent allowed him to become the disciple of the Yun Mo planet. Second, he sacrificed himself and immolated his soul, possessing the golden horned beast in that battle. This allowed Luo Feng to stand on a much higher stage, as he was able to compare himself with the countless clans and absolute geniuses within the vast universe's human race. Within the house, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, quietly awaiting the end of the elimination. The elimination countdown: 60, 59, 58, 57, 56. A deep boomy voice reverberated throughout the survivors' minds in the 100 worlds, making many within these worlds get anxious and thus panic. I'm almost there. I was 1001 just now, right now I'm 1002. It's too late. Kill. You won't be able to make it into the top 1001. As long as you let me kill you, I'll definitely heavily repay you when we get out. Bullshit, heavily repay? There's no contract or proof of these things within the virtual universe system. It sounds good now, but if you simply deny everything later, can I even do anything? At the final countdown, it was madness within the worlds. Luo Feng just patiently waited. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleport. The survivors within the 100 worlds immediately vanished, and later the virtually simulated worlds too all crumbled and returned to nothing. Simultaneously, the final rankings were officially announced. The elimination has ended. The candidates have all been picked. Luo Feng was sent to the air above the island of Black Dragon Mountain. D. 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 A constant beeping sound. Luo Feng, there are 371 call requests. Oh, right now it's become 398. Ah, it's continuing to rise. Babada's familiar voice spoke out. Ah, Babada, it's been a long time since I heard your voice. Luo Feng stood in the air above the Black Dragon Mountain. Beside him in midair there were many human silhouettes, all the survivors from the elimination. However, surviving didn't mean that they made it into the top 1001. Those worlds all have barriers against virtual assistance. Babada said helplessly, the virtual universe system is simple too strong, there's no way around it. Luo Feng nodded. Anywhere in the universe people could easily instantly connect into the virtual universe with their consciousness, allowing countless people to enter. Even within the virtual universe, countless secret techniques could be simulated, even origin laws could be simulated. This was simply too scary. Maybe the origin laws weren't even secret techniques within the virtual universe. Virtual Universe Company was after all one of the universe human's 5 great leviathans. And the other 4 leviathans hadn't even grasped such level of skill. This Virtual Universe Company was the sole company capable of such a feat as building a virtual universe. It makes one afraid to even imagine just how deep and huge the company was. Right now there are 453 phone call requests and 892 mails. Babada said. Let's leave the virtual universe first. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Shua. His consciousness returned to reality and then reconnected back to the virtual universe. Shua. On Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay, Luo Feng appeared at his own living area grass patch. Returning to the virtual universe from reality, it could be said that if one owned a property in virtual universe, they would always return their property the moment they entered the virtual universe. Hence, Luo Feng returned back to the 9-Star Bay Little District at his house. Big Brother, 30. A familiar voice resounded. Almost simultaneously appearing at his own house entrance was Hong and Luo Feng. They both turned to look. It was Thunder God. Luo Feng and Hong both walked over. You two did pretty good, one with rank 982 and the other 51. Thunder God frowned. However, my luck was bad, essentially like stepping in dog shit. I unexpectedly ran into our world's savage. That guy is simply too abnormal. He definitely stepped into the gateway of the origin laws, as he decimating me with one move. That strong? Luo Feng and Hong were both somewhat shocked. Thunder God smiled. If Big Brother and 30 met Savage, they'd definitely be a little better than me. You both made it into the top 1001. So there's a chance you'll meet him in the arena. I barely made it into the top 1001, still third brother is the strongest. Hong smiled at Luo Feng. 30 is very strong indeed. Thunder God nodded too. Hong and Thunder God, in terms of age, were much older than Luo Feng. They almost gave a mentor-like feeling, however it was clear that this little brother had a shocking amount of power. 30, work hard. The stronger you get, the brighter the future of our Earth will be. Hong patted Luo Feng on his shoulder. Dad. Luo Feng. At this time a group of people appeared at the entrance. It was Luo Feng's family. The end of the elimination. Every world's top 1001 had made it through the elimination. A total of 100 worlds, a total of 100,100 people. At the same time every world's number 1 would immediately be placed in the final name list. The top 1,000 of the Ganwu Universe country had the rights to participate in the Universe Humans Genius Battle. These 1,000 would then represent the Ganwu Universe country, as they competed against the geniuses from the rest of the universe, bringing out the best of the best from the Universe Humans. The Ganwu Universe country had slots for 1,000 people. Right now, those who came first in their respective world would be automatically given a spot. Hence, a total of 100 places were already taken. The remaining 100,000 would have to fight for the remaining 900 slots. Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Luo Feng, Hong, and Nabini will compete amidst the 100,000 as only 900 of these participants would get the right to enter that final name list. The elimination rate was still very high. To be able to make it into that final name list, they were all absolute geniuses that everybody envied. They would make countless organizations and powers vie for them as their future elites and new seedlings. They were all capable of being regarded as cream of the crop. From the end of the elimination, the arena fights would happen a month later. However, this month, Luo Feng actually faced the problems of a celebrity. There were many powers within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who came looking for him. Not just that, but even a few super organizations from the Ganwu Universe country had sent people over to look for him, hoping he would join them and put his name in their companies. Reject them all. Just tell them all that right now I'm immersing myself in training and putting my all into preparing for the arena fights. I can't be distracted. Luo Feng was helpless with this trouble and could only resort to this response. On the 16th day since the end of the elimination. Solar System, Mars. Luo Feng was on the sand-filled Mars, testing out his Nanshan armament. First form. Go! Return. Luo Feng controlled the dark golden long rod that became a golden rainbow and flew at breakneck speed and returned. And while controlling this golden rainbow's complex arc movements, it was very clear that his sense of control was still rigid, as he was unable to fully make it move like a flowing river. Within the arena fights, my opponents will all be extremely powerful. The lowest would at least be like my big brother. There will be many with similar strength to mine. There might even be others who are much stronger than me. Then, I'm afraid I'll have to use the Nanshan armament immediately. Luo Feng was very clear that there were only strong opponents in the arena fights. He'd have to use his trump card from the beginning and push forward. Hopefully he'll make it into the top 1,000. Only that way will he have the right to go compete with other absolute warriors from the other universe countries. Luo Feng, hurry into the virtual universe. Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng was curious. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star base small district. When Luo Feng appeared outside his own home, he could see that his living room was filled with many guests. Big Brother, Hong and Thunder God are currently inside entertaining the guests. You should quickly go in. Luo Hua said as he saw Luo Feng. Who are they? Luo Feng asked curiously. Didn't he reject every organizations from coming here? It's the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's envoys who were especially sent by the Emperor himself. Luo Hua said softly, this special envoy team, I heard they actually brought an order from the Emperor himself. The special team is led by a sector lord, and I heard that his position is extremely high. Also, within the team there's also the basic level universe country, the Silver Blue Empire's Emperor. Silver Blue Empire's Emperor? Luo Feng was shocked. The Silver Blue Empire governed over the Milky Way's 8 great galaxies. This emperor actually followed a special team over. Their visit this time is mainly because of you. Luo Hua said. I'll go take a look. Luo Feng nodded and walked briskly into the living room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5. Volume 10, Chapter 38, The Empire's Hopes. Volume 10, Chapter 38, The Empire's Hopes. There were a total of 11 people in that living room. Thunder God, Hong, and the other 9 who no one recognized were all sitting at the long table. 30. Third brother. Thunder God and Hong stood up. The other 9 turned to look, and simultaneously 8 of them stood up. Only one old man in the center with long silver hair remained seated as he turned to carefully examine Luo Feng, revealing a smile. Luo Feng, I, Bude Asaka, am here on behalf of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Emperor. My respects, Lord Asaka. Luo Feng quickly bowed. Having been to the Ganwu auction and seen too many sector lords, Luo Feng could tell with one look that this silver-haired old man was a sector lord. All sit. The silver-haired old man smiled. Luo Feng too walked over and sat beside Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng, there are 2 reasons behind my visit. 1, I really wanted to see this outstanding genius from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This silver-haired old man, even his beard was white, his entire being seemed amicable and kind, giving off a feeling of friendliness. 2, because His Majesty, yes, His Majesty is paying very close attention to you, he values you and wants to handsomely reward you. Luo Feng was shocked. That emperor probably didn't know about his past incident with the 9th prince. Lord Bude Asaka, actually I didn't do anything, I just did some of my own things only. Luo Feng said. No. The silver-haired old man shook his head. Luo Feng, this endeavor of yours has brought huge honor to our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The countless citizens of the empire are all proud because of you. You have given us immense contributions. Immense contributions. Luo Feng could only sit there and listen intently. Originally, the emperor wanted to give you a reward. The silver-haired old man looked at Luo Feng, however, he stopped when I advised him to not give you one temporarily. Luo Feng looked to the sector lord before him, even more clueless than before. I advised His Majesty, if Luo Feng is able to make it into the top 1,000 of the Ganwu universe country, then he'll give you a galaxy. The silver-haired man said. A galaxy? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all shocked. From what I know, your first planet territory is Earth. Hence, as long as you are able to make it into the Ganwu universe top 1,000, then Milky Way galaxy under the Silver Blue Empire will be yours. The silver-haired old man carefully examined Luo Feng and his brother's reaction. As he expected, Luo Feng and his brothers all revealed incredible shocked expressions. The Milky Way? That was the territory of the Silver Blue Empire. Relax, this is the Silver Blue Empire's Emperor Yi. This matter is something the imperial family of the Silver Blue Empire has agreed upon. The silver-haired old man looked beside him. A handsome white-clothed man not too far away from him smiled and nodded at Luo Feng. I too have been wanting to meet Mr. Luo Feng. If Mr. Luo Feng can manage the Milky Way galaxy, that would be our Silver Blue Empire's honor. Luo Feng was stunned. Suddenly he realized and understood. Ganwu Universe Top 1000? One had to know that the Ganwu Universe country had over 100 million galaxies, on average. To be able to make it into the Ganwu Universe Top 1000, the warriors would probably all at least have domains of level 9, some even had comprehension of the origin laws. In the star level, and being so terrifying. These sort of geniuses, as long as they didn't die halfway and continued to grow, reaching the sector lord level was almost no problem. And these sort of geniuses who receive extra nurturing, they would become the strongest within the sector lord level. A sector lord would easily get a galaxy as a territory. Right now it was akin to giving a future sector lord a galaxy as territory. Even if Luo Feng died along the way of becoming a sector lord, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the Silver Blue Empire naturally had their own ways to reclaim the Milky Way. This reward is too huge. At the same time, making it into the top 1000 is incredibly difficult as well. Luo Feng's expression went ugly. Right. The silver-haired old man Massacre nodded and sighed. It is very difficult. Our country's martial strength is indeed weaker than the universe country's other starfields. In the previous competitions, we didn't even make it into the top 10,000. As for the top 1,000, it's been even longer since we even stepped into it. However, Luo Feng, you have hope. Here is some information that our empire has collected. The silver-haired old man pulled out a screen before him. He gently tapped it. I'll send these to you. Information? Luo Feng was suspicious. Simultaneously, Babata alerted him that he received mail and there was an attachment on it. Even though the eliminations weren't broadcasted, according to the names of the rankers, along with the already reputable strong star levels, we've collected quite a bit of information. The silver-haired old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. We've made a record of a total of 827 of the absolute geniuses that made it through this elimination round. They are all very well known and reputable absolute geniuses in the Ganwu universe country. Take a look, this information may prove useful to you during the arena fights. Oh? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Good stuff. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. After knowing the opponent's trump cards and being prepared for the battle, his chances of victory were much better. Thanks. Luo Feng thanked him. No need. The silver-haired old man smiled and looked back. If you can make it into the top 1000, Ada Asaka will in fact have to thank you. I'll work hard. Luo Feng nodded. Right, this is one of the hopes of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Make it into the top 1000 as you fight against the many geniuses from the other universe countries. At least, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire will have someone who's made it onto the universe human's big stage. The silver-haired old man's eyes gleamed with a sense of hope. He was a sector lord, and a very strong one at that. However, even amongst sector lords there were differences. This sector lord, compared to Zhang Tianchen, his position and power was much lower. And Zhang Tianchen, if compared to the virtual universe company Leviathans specially nurtured from young absolute geniuses, his position would be much lower. For the virtual universe company to have that level of Leviathan, their specially nurtured geniuses, they were nurtured to not only become undying, but the strongest among the undying. Naturally. These were all too far away. From the star level to undying, it was too far and difficult. Many absolute geniuses have been stuck in the sector lord pinnacle for tens of millions of years before finally dying from old age. Work hard. In the Ganwu universe arena, you represent the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Even more so when you battle against the peak of the other universe countries. The silver-haired old man anticipated. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God gathered and spent 3 days going through the information of the many warriors. 8th world ranked 3rd? Stronger than me. Hong's expression was serious. The screen before them was displaying footage, and it was a golden-haired tall and sturdy man with a golden scale on his forehead. He used 2 huge blades, and when he waved them, they would become blurry and the surroundings warped. Even though the blades were obviously there, when the opponent tried to block they would block only air. One slash and the opponents would die. This person's light domain seemed even more terrifying than Hong's. This is savage? He is indeed very strong. Luo Feng squinted, his eyes filled with excitement. Right, that's him. Thunder God nodded. Indeed, very strong. Han's expression grew even heavier. Footage played continuously, many with words and information below. These were all the absolute geniuses' information the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had gathered. These geniuses, many of them were already well reputable even before the genius battle. They were already vied for and snatched up by many super organizations. This punk, Thunder God, stared. A similarly bald, strong-looking man in the footage actually used his fists as weapons, as every punch was incredibly brutal and powerful. Using 3 days to finish watching everything made both participants of the arena fights, Hong and Luo Feng, begin to feel the pressure. There were indeed many strong warriors, as many as the clouds. They were only at star level, yet they were able to comprehend the origin laws. This was akin to a step to heaven. However, with the size and population of the entire Ganwu universe country, there were actually a few hundred such people. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the date of the arena fights had approached. Qiantine year 2066, July 16, the day before the arena fights, virtual universe, on one of the floating continents above the Ganwu continent, there was an enormous meeting hall. The hall was extremely huge, with rows and rows of seating. This hall is really huge, it actually seats 100,000. Hong laughed as he exclaimed, the seats are very spacious too. This is still average. In the Ganwu auction, the seating space for each person was incredible. And there were 3 million seats, you couldn't even see the end of the meeting hall. Luo Feng said softly to Hong. Silence. A thick booming voice resounded. Immediately, the entire hall went silent. All that could be seen was a man dressed in a silver long robe who appeared at the highest podium at the front of the hall. His gaze swept past the 100,100 people below him. These were all the geniuses that made it through the elimination. The people that made it through the Ganwu Universe country's elimination, 100,100 of you. The man in the silver long robe pointed beside him, and immediately a screen appeared with images of people. These 100 are the first of each world. Hence they immediately get awarded a spot in the final name list, and are eligible to represent the Ganwu Universe country and go take part in the pinnacle fights against other countries. For the remaining 100,000. There are only 900 slots left on the list. The arena battles are separated into the arena war and the 1v1 battles. The silver-robed man continued to speak. We'll first eliminate 90,000 people through arena war. The 100,000 will break into 1,000 groups, and every group will have 100. Each group will engage in mass battles on the arena, and the final remaining 10 are the ones that will be considered to have passed the arena war. Once you've passed the arena war, there will be only 10,000 of you left. These 900 slots will be filled from these 10,000. After the war, the 1v1 battles will begin. The silver long-robed man's gaze swept past the 100,100 geniuses below him, as discussions were rampant. The arena war, actually eliminating 90,000 people at one go. Too vicious. I heard. Han said softly, that last time the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was completely eliminated in the arena war, without anyone making it into the top 10,000. Luo Feng nodded. During the elimination I barely made it into the top 1001. This arena war's elimination efficiency is extremely high. Hong said softly. Luo Feng replied, Big brother, in a war it's really hard to say, you still have hopes of making it through the war. Then it'll come down to the 1v1 battles. Suddenly a screen appeared before every genius in the meeting hall. On it were numbers from 1 to 1,000 etc. See the number before you? That is your group. The silver long-robed man roared, tomorrow will mark the beginning of the arena war. The first 200 groups will start tomorrow, and the entire war will last for 5 days and end after that. Luo Feng looked at the number before him, 382, while his big brother Hong beside was in group 161. I wish all of you will be able to make it through the arena wars. The silver long-robed man's voice resounded throughout the entire meeting hall. We'll now send everybody off, go get prepared. 1. The 100,100 geniuses within the meeting hall all suddenly vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 39, Elimination. Volume 10, Chapter 39, Elimination. China year 2066, July 17th, the date of the arena fights. In the previous stage within the 100 worlds, there was no live broadcast. This led to the Ganwu universe countries over 1.3 trillion starfields, with countless universe citizens being completely anxious and nervous. After all, they could only see the rankings and not the battle itself. The start of the arena fights, however, was open for people to actually watch and spectate. This led to the sale of the arena tickets being extremely competitive as they were selling like hotcakes. The arena wars were separated into 1,000 groups. And 200 groups would battle every day. The first day was the first group to Group 200. The 3 Black Dragon Mountain Empire participants that made it through the first round of elimination, Nabini, Hong and Luo Feng, of which Nabini was in Group 32, Hong was in Group 161 and Luo Feng in Group 382. Hence both Nabini and Hong were in the arena wars on the first day, while Luo Feng's group was scheduled for the second day. The virtual universe specially opened up a space with a vast endless river coursing through it. This extremely wide river that flowed through the entire space filled with islands. Every island had a dojo. These arena fights were to be held in these dojos. Island 01932. Within the dojo, there were countless spectators, and it was impossible to see the end of them. Amongst the spectators were Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and their families. There's way too many people. Daddy, this dojo is huge. Ping Ping, who had his hair combed neatly as it parted down the middle, exclaimed. The area of the dojo is about 100 square kilometers. Luo Feng smiled. It can hold a maximum of 1 billion spectators. 1 billion? Ping Ping and Little Hai, the two children, were shocked. Actually, just a football stadium on Earth could hold up to 100,000 people. In this kind of space created just by the virtual universe, with huge dojos on every island, while accommodating 1 billion people was an easy thing to do. Compared to a football stadium on Earth, its area was at least 100 to a few hundreds of times bigger in length and width. Sister-in-law. Sitting behind, Su Gang laughed. This arena battle has just begun and we rushed to get the tickets, however we still failed to get any. Luckily you have tickets, otherwise we'd have to watch the broadcast. It is very competitive. My office workers too haven't been able to get tickets. Luo Hua nodded. There's over 100 million galaxies in the entire Ganwu universe country. From each and every galaxy, even if just 10 people bought the tickets, it is more than enough for the tickets to become sold out. Luo Feng said, naturally, the sale will be intense. Big Brother and I made it through the elimination. Hence we have the privilege to buy first. This is the only reason we got a few tens of tickets. Just one ticket alone was hard to get. The atmosphere in the dojo was incredibly passionate. 1 billion people from over 100 million galaxies all gathered together. Just what kind of scene was it? Fortunately, it was in the virtual universe. If this was in the real world, just the number of staff members required to manage them would be troublesome. Attention all! A sweet and clear voice resounded throughout the billion spectators' ears. The humans from Earth in the stands turned to look. Standing in the center of the dojo was a smoking hot brown-haired young lady dressed in a tight armor. As the distance was too far, the spectators couldn't even see her clearly. Hence, in mid-air a huge virtual image appeared, allowing the spectators to see clearly. The battle that's about to begin will be the 32nd group in the arena wars. Let me introduce the 100 geniuses from the 32nd group. First, Long Suo, from the Boya Empire. Previously, in the 82nd world, he was ranked 12. The beautiful brown-haired young lady's clear voice resounded in the 1 billion spectators' ears. Beside the current screen, a second screen floated in mid-air and the image as well as simple information regarding the genius Long Suo was displayed. Long Suo. Long Suo. The entire dojo suddenly burst out in cheers. All that could be seen was a large portion of the dojo was filled with people going crazy and cheering, shouting out loudly Long Suo's name. Their cheers resounded like thunder. 2ND. 3RD. The geniuses were all introduced one by one. Finally, the brown-haired lady smiled and said, "Number 86, Nabini, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire." Previously, in the 21st world he was ranked 860. Beside, the screen displayed Nabini's image and information. Rumble. Luo Feng felt as though his surroundings had exploded or something. Cheers that rumbled even the mountains and seas were heard as a large portion of the spectators around him were excitedly cheering. Nabini! Nabini! The cheers sounded as loud as thunder. Immersed in such an environment, it caused many to be unable to help but cheer and shout along. Ping Ping and Little Hai beside were waving their fists too, shouting till their faces turned red, "Nabini, Nabini!" Everybody's cheering like crazy. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all laughed. The arrangement of the spectators was in accordance to the starfield they came from. Hence, Luo Feng's surroundings were all spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. And the participant geniuses and the various starfields they came from would all get special privileges when they bought the tickets. According to theory, with 1 billion tickets sold among the many starfields, every starfield would not even get 100,000 tickets. However, if the starfield had an active participant, then that starfield was allowed 1 million tickets. Because of Nabini's participation, the Black Dragon Mountain starfield was awarded 1 million tickets. This was the reason why there were 1 million citizens from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the audience. The previous cheers belonged to the other starfields. But now that the participant from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield was announced, these 1 million people all excitedly shouted and roared. 1 million people cheering, it was like an ocean altogether. "This Nabini is quite handsome," Thunder God said softly and laughed. Nabini had a pigtail, and his entire person seemed like a leopard. "I've checked his background, it's not bad." Hong lifted his wrist and the screen on it displayed a bit of Nabini's background. "Oh?" Luo Feng looked at it. Nabini was originally from an aboriginal planet, leading a savage life of eat or be eaten and battled against wild beasts from a young age. Actually, this planet was one of the territories of the Palace family, and it was specially used to cultivate special beasts that were used for training in war. Secretly monitoring this planet, the family discovered that there was a child who actually had shocking power. They immediately knew he was a treasure. They immediately sent people to take this Nabini aboriginal away. Since then, Nabini had stepped into the civilized ways of society and very quickly became a citizen of the empire. Somehow, he also became somewhat of a young master within the Palace family. The Palace family, a business family that owned a few tens of life planet territory, was not much in the vast universe. Ironically, the Palace family had offended a few enemies and aggravated a few large and powerful families to attack them, and the enemies actually had universe-level warriors. In a galaxy, a universe-level warrior was considered the land's emperor. The Palace family thus began to crumble. This battle, however, attracted the attention of a wandering sector lord. During the battle, that sector lord had noticed that Nabini had amazing talent and immediately stepped in to stop the slaughter. The sector lord's intervention made it so that the enemy family were too terrified to even resist, hence the Palace family survived. The sector lord took in Nabini as his disciple and brought him to the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. Since then, Nabini lived in the sacred land and the rate of his strength increase grew even faster. He was the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land's most exceptional genius. Aboriginal? Luo Feng exclaimed, actually we too are aboriginals. Right. Hong nodded. I realized that I have a good feeling about this Nabini. Thunder God chuckled. During Luo Feng and his brother's conversation, that beautiful lady in the center of the dojo was revving up the crowd and atmosphere, excitedly shouting, "Attention all! Attention all! The arena wars will begin immediately. Everybody, please count down together with me for those in anticipation of this pinnacle genius battle. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Rumble. The entire dojo erupted and in the center human silhouettes appeared. It was the 100 geniuses that were introduced to everyone before from the different starfields. Nabini. Shi Te Laku. Lon Sua. Different cheers immediately erupted within the dojo. The cheers and roars of the dojo were almost like a shockwave. Luo Feng took one look and noticed Nabini amidst the 100. With a pigtail, his gaze was fierce, almost like a hunting cheetah. He carried 2 long and narrow blades on his back. He was also cautious and prudent as he paid attention to everybody. Let the war begin. A low voice resounded within the 1 billion spectators and the participants' minds. Silence. The dojo was suddenly silent, and the 100 geniuses in the center too made their moves immediately. Xie. Xiao. Beams of lights lit up as the geniuses all dodged and moved swiftly. The unleashed domains too caused the entire dojo to be covered in multicolored radiance. The colorful energy waves revolved about, and the geniuses were all either dodging and fleeing or exchanging blows. Everything was as fast as lightning. The war was very dangerous, because one had to defend against sneak attacks. That Nabini is sly indeed. From the spectators, Thunder God's eyes gleamed. It doesn't matter, every single one of them are just as clever. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. The space in which the geniuses were battling in was constantly shrinking, forcing those on flying spirit weapons to have no way to flee far enough. The geniuses were constantly dying off. The number of deaths rose constantly. 8, 14, 29, 36. This caused the 1 billion audience members of many starfields to watch with bated breaths, some even with long sighs. However, the intense battle still caused everybody to hold their breaths and not make any loud noises. Nabini held his 2 blades and his entire person became a gust of wind as he madly defended against the enemy's spirit weapon. When Nabini was engaged with this other spirit reader, from the distance another genius flew over, simultaneously controlling a cone spirit weapon to become a beam of lightning and shooting over. Humph! With the lightning shooting over, Nabini dodged while using his left blade to block. Pa! The lightning caused Nabini's left blade to be knocked away and he revealed a look of shock. That strength, it's too strong. That lightning followed closely and pierced through his forehead. Nabini died. The number of deaths swiftly continued to rise, 73, 78, 82, 89, 90. The 32nd group arena war has ended. The number of dead and eliminated is 90, the remaining 10 have the right to enter the 900 slots name list. A low voice resounded within the 10 survivors and 1 billion spectators. All the spectators in the stands finally let out all sorts of noises, be it sighs, rage or even excited cheers. Nabini has been eliminated. Thunder God shook his head. His strength belonged to the lowest of the 100. The only reason why he survived past the first half was because he was sly and clever. Hong shook his head, being eliminated too is normal. I'm afraid I wouldn't do much better than him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 40, Light Ray. Volume 10, Chapter 40, Light Ray. Big brother, do you think I still don't know anything about you? Thunder God smiled. I still remember back during the Great Nirvana, you and I both were young, and we met with danger time and time again. Even in the most dire of situations, you always made the impossible possible. Don't flatter me, Hong said. Let it go, big brother, let them see the skills of us humans from Earth. Thunder God said. Luo Feng too was anticipating, watching Hong. Hong looked at Thunder God before turning to look at Luo Feng. I can only try my best. Hong revealed a smile. The three from Black Dragon Mountain Empire that made it through the elimination were able to participate in the arena war. Nabini, however, had already been eliminated. One had to know that this arena war was broadcasted live. Among the trillions of people in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield that had watched this battle, many were enraged and broke wine glasses or bottles, and many more were angry and unsatisfied. That punk from the Bu Luo starfield is too treacherous, he actually snuck an attack on Nabini. That bastard. Nabini shouldn't have lost. He should have been able to make it into the top 10,000. In today's arena war, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire still has Hong. Hong will definitely win, he'll definitely be able to make it into the Ganwu Universe country's top 10,000. Brother, that Hong was among the lowest of the ranks that made it through the first elimination. For him to survive in the arena, that's going to be very hard. I think Luo Feng has the biggest chance. That Luo Feng will definitely make it through. As for Hong, he too will be able to do it. Who knows, maybe he purposely hid his true powers during the elimination. Virtual Universe, Dojo number 10389. About 3 hours after watching Nabini's arena war, the 161st group battle in Dojo 10389 was about to begin. The entire dojo was filled with cheers and roars, and the beautiful commentator was introducing every genius one by one with a small description. Number 93, Hong, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 982 in the 72nd elimination world. The beautiful lady introduced. Hong. 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 In a particular region among the spectators, over 1 million people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire shouted loudly, almost as though they were declaring, this genius Hong was from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. And amongst the cheering crowd, Luo Feng and Thunder God creased their eyebrows. Big trouble. Thunder God said softly, I didn't expect that Savage would be there. Right. Luo Feng too held his breath and waited, as he worried for his big brother. Everyone was powerful, having been able to make it into the arena battles. Especially the group in which Hong was in, with the Savage that had killed his second brother before. Very quickly. The countdown began and the dojo roared as 100 absolute geniuses appeared in the center. Big brother. Luo Feng picked him out with a single glance. Within the dojo, Hong carried in his hand the long pike, his gaze cautious as it swept his surroundings. This circular arena spanned a diameter of about 30 kilometers. During the course of the battle, the space would constantly shrink, forcing the faster flying people to have nowhere to dodge. After about 15 minutes, the area would shrink to a diameter of only 1 m. Hence, every arena war battle would at most last for 15 minutes. Amongst these 100, the strongest should be Savage. Hong swept his gaze past the 99 others, his mind swiftly picturing the information he had seen before. Also, there are 3 others that are very strong. First engage with the weaker ones and survive. Then fight and risk it all after. Hong quickly remembered the information. He was very clear that if he fled far at the start, he would definitely become the targets of the absolute geniuses. It would be better for him to mix in the crowd at the start. As for surviving in this war, Hong was pretty confident. Let the battle begin. A low booming voice resounded within everyone in the dojo's minds. With a shrinking area of 30 kilometers, the arena would only have a diameter of 1 m left in 15 minutes. Rumble. Rumble. Mad amounts of energy flows erupted. The 100 geniuses within the dojo swiftly began their battles. "Receive my blow!" that messy-haired, tall and sturdy youth roared. His bare feet only took one step, and yet he managed to close a 100 m distance. That fierce slash sliced towards a spirit reader, who didn't seem to expect such speed from the opponent. He was shocked as he tried to dodge while using his spirit weapon to block. Clang! The short blade cut down. His power couldn't be blocked. It was akin to a mountain crushing down on one. That spirit weapon was knocked aside, and the short blade immediately sliced through that spirit reader's head, causing it to split open into two. "Ha ha," the tall and sturdy man laughed. Walking barefoot, every step he took allowed him to travel a large distance. His instant increase in speed was very fast, faster than even most flying spirit readers. "Surround and kill him. Everybody team up and kill him first," someone shouted. "Shio! Shio!" Two spirit weapons shot over. Dang! Dang! The short blade moved in a waving motion, easily blocking the two spirit weapons and knocking them far away. "Surround and kill me?" The tall and sturdy youth was like a monster, actually traveling amidst the crowd, making the 10 or so that wanted to kill him unable to surround him. On the contrary, that youth very quickly settled half of that group. This savage's path was simply a slaughter. Even though these 100 were all absolute geniuses, no one could actually match up against this savage. This battle, there was no doubt the most outstanding was Savage. Other than Savage, there was a lady whose performance was also extraordinary. She was dressed in armor and was incomparably valiant. One could tell just from her figure that this was an extremely sexy and hot beauty. However, her aura and her gaze were filled with brutality. Also, her kills were all clean, making it so that no one could tell that she was a lady. Chi, wielding the long pike, Hong was engaged in battles amongst a group of geniuses. One could only see geniuses falling down dead one after another. Hong, however, was still alive. On! His pike was like lightning, swiftly and suddenly piercing through a genius's forehead from the back. Han's expression after killing someone didn't waver at all. He still remained amidst the crowd, as his pike danced around, seemingly normal. However, multiple attempts from many spirit weapons were unable to pierce his defense. Time passed and the deaths rose to 60, 61, 62. As the numbers shrank, the group battles too lessened. That valiant lady stared straight at Hong. In the universe, there were many that used such pike weapons. However, those that used pike weapons normally picked the hard and sturdy ones. The one Hong used, however, seemed more flexible. The moment it began to dance around, it was like a huge snake, extremely peculiar. Interesting. The valiant lady wielded her two blades and flew straight at Hong. Not good. Hong's expression changed. During the group battles, he had long observed and come to the conclusion that within this group, that lady warrior was definitely one of the top 3. Only Savage was a little stronger than her. He didn't expect her to start rushing towards him. However, since the enemy was rushing over, there was no way to dodge. He could only invite the battle. On! The pike revolved, just like a loach in water, swift and nimble as it immediately pierced towards that lady warrior that was rushing over. Interesting. The lady warrior's eyes were filled with excitement, as her body emanated a green energy. The waves wrapped around the two arc blades. She began to wave them and the blades danced about, slashing towards the tip of the pike, causing a formless revolving energy to be transmitted onto the pike. Han's expression changed abruptly and he immediately retracted his pike fiercely. As soon as he did that, with an explosive sound he raised the pike with his hand, and almost like an axe, he fiercely chopped down at the lady warrior. Pang! The lady's entire being became a fierce torrent of water flow, as an arc blade fiercely received that strong attacking force from the pike, following which she stuck closely to Hong and continued her attack. In an instant Hong felt like he was almost sucked into a whirlpool and unable to escape. This lady warrior already has some comprehension of the water origin laws. I'm in big trouble. Hong was panicking. The ancient Chinese culture had always heavily emphasized the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even though Hong walked the path of the light domain, he had a very clear understanding about the laws of water. However, understanding it was one thing, whether he could actually outmatch her was another. If she's like water, I'll become like stone. Hong didn't have a choice. He grit his teeth and the surrounding light warped and his entire being became extremely glaring. The pike's speed immediately raised another gear. Once the pike was fully unleashed, it was like a tortoise shell, without any openings at all. Dang! 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 The lady warrior's water origin law-infused slashes were all extremely heavy and powerful, giving off tremors that Hong felt as though they were impossible to block. If one had not stepped through the gateway of origin laws, one is useless after all. Hong suddenly understood this logic. Hong! Hong! In the 1 billion filled dojo, many Black Dragon Mountain Starfield people were very nervous. And there were even more people watching through the broadcast. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island above, floating island, those that lived in the floating island were all at least a universe level. On a particularly large but simple-looking villa, within one of its living rooms, a man sat there who was dressed in a dark red robe. There was a lightning mark on his forehead. This person was one of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's most powerful sector lords, Zhang Tianchen. And beside him, there was a kind-looking old man with a head full of white. This black-clothed punk is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire? The old man seemed interested. His light domain, from the looks of it, seems to be level 6 or so. However, he is really a genius at battle. His flexible but strong pike is actually able to allow him to unleash his domain to this level. This is even comparable to those domain level 8 punks. Domain level 8 was not necessarily stronger than domain level 7. It all relied on one's ability to unleash its strength. One theory. Maybe one had a comprehension of the origin laws. However, what determined the strength in a battle was the knowledge of how to actually use the laws in battle. For example, Luo Feng, using the soaring shuttle when compared to the Nanshan armament, the power was completely different. That was because, through the Nanshan armament he was able to actually let his comprehension of the origin laws explode. Yes, head general, he is from our empire. Zhang Tianchen said respectfully. The old man smiled. Head general. That title, if any other sector lord from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire heard that, they would be shocked. In the 3-Axe Mountain organization, a sector lord's rank was that of general. And the 3-Axe Mountain organization had 3 original founders. Only these 3 founders had the right to be called head general. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 41, His name is Luo. Volume 10, Chapter 41, His name is Luo. 3-Axe Mountain, as a leader of the 4 large organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, even the Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Leviathan Sacred Land wouldn't be willing to mess with it, because of the 3 founding members of the 3-Axe Mountain. The 3 founding members were all awarded the Domain Lord Huge Axe title when they were young. A Domain Lord Huge Axe warrior, when compared to the universe level Huge Axe title, was much rarer, at least 1,000 to 10,000 times rarer. Although the 3 of them came from different star fields, they got along extremely well, even becoming bosom friends in life and death. Because the 3 of them had the title of Huge Axe Warrior, they decided to build the organization 3-Axe Mountain, but they were made of 2 men and 1 woman. Their names were Lament, Molly, and Luo. Of the group, Lament and Molly both became undying. Only Luo, this legendary warrior from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, remained stuck at the pinnacle of sector lords. However, he was known to be invincible amongst the sector lords. Ever since about 100,000 years ago, he vanished within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, and no one ever saw him again. No one knew whether this third founder was alive or dead. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield? This question revealed this head general, the founding member from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The three founding members all came from different starfields. And the one from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was Luo. Do you have this punk's information? The old man said. Yes. Jiang Tianchen replied respectfully, very quickly sourcing out the information, and said softly, his name is Hong. He is close to the other two youths, Luo Feng and Thunder God. They're rough information, they should be Earth's aboriginals from our empire's Milky Way galaxy. Aboriginals? The old man's eyebrows creased slightly. Right, however this is a conjecture from our Three-Axe Mountain Information Department. Jiang Tianchen said, also, Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God all took part in this time's genius battle, and the most outstanding isn't even Hong, it's Luo Feng. There's one even more outstanding? The old man revealed a shocked expression. Yes. That Thunder God ranked 5,128 in the elimination, Hong was ranked 982, Luo Feng was ranked 51. Jiang Tianchen said respectfully. The old man slightly nodded, looking at the screen before him that was broadcasting the arena war. He said shocked, this Hong, in this critical time he actually broke through, his domain actually rose from level 6 to 7, oh, that lady unleashed her strength. What powerful blade techniques, continuous and unrelenting, heavy and powerful, that Hong cannot withstand it anymore. Oh, what a pity, he still died. There's no way around it, the difference in power was simply too much. Jiang Tianchen was quite shocked. Head General Luo rarely ever spoke so much, right now it seemed as though he really cared for this Hong. Luo. There was a legend in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even the two sacred lands Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Leviathan, the two god leaders would show respect to Luo. Firstly, Luo's two life or death buddies were undying. Secondly, Luo was indeed very strong. Jiang Tianchen's reputation was mostly only within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo, however, had a reputation enough to even make the million sector lords in the Ganwu universe country respect him. If not for him getting distracted and working on the time origin laws, he probably would have become an undying long ago. Sigh. Jiang Tianchen looked at the old man before him, the elder Luo that led him by hand before, was sighing endlessly. Is this life? The head general has changed his mind, not being over-ambitious like before, wanting to perfect his light origin laws and breakthrough to the undying. However, he met with that unexpected calamity, getting stuck for over 800,000 years. Wasting the final most important bit of time, there's only 20,000 years until he reaches the limit. Lord, how can you punish the head general this way? Jiang Tianchen had a bitter taste in his mouth. Of the three founders, Luo was the most exceptional back then, and also the most ambitious. Man was helpless to the hands of fate. The 161st group of the 1,000 arena war groups, the battle was over. The spectators let sighs. Sitting in the stands with the other Earth people, watching Hong's body within the arena, they felt helpless. He's still lost. Thunder God shook his head helplessly. The opponent was indeed too strong. Luo Feng shook his head, feeling some of the origin laws, one's strength will have an absolute change. Even though Big Brother lost rightfully, it's still a pity. Yes, a pity. Hong had indeed done very well, even to the point of staying to the last 20 or so. However, he was killed by that lady warrior's ultimate move. Let's go, return home. Luo Feng stood up. 30, it's all up to you now. Of the three from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire that made it through the elimination, only you're left. Thunder God stood up, saying softly. Just me. Luo Feng's ears moved, he could hear the discussions around him. This region was filled with over 1 million from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Obviously, Nabini's and Hong's straight failures had left the trillions of citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield sullen. Right now, all their hopes were transferred to Luo Feng. Luo Feng will definitely win. Right, he made it to rank 51 in the elimination. This arena war will definitely be an easy win. Luo Feng is our empire's most powerful genius. Luo Feng is definitely hiding his true strength. His true strength must be even more powerful than his ranking. His sudden jump in the later parts of the first stage proves that he wasn't even giving it his all. Only towards the back did he begin to gain points. If he had started right from the beginning, he definitely had the possibility of rushing to the top 10 in his world, even the top 3. Well said, just like that. Tomorrow Luo Feng will take part in the arena war. I've already bought my tickets. Luo Feng will definitely wipe them all out. Wipe them out. Many Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizens who wouldn't accept the losses were discussing. After all, the one they had the most hopes on from the beginning had always been Luo Feng. Third brother, I've lost. You have to work hard. Hong said so. 30, do as you deem fit. Thunder God said. Even I can make it to such high ranks in the virtual games. My daddy is the strongest, he's definitely the strongest in the Ganwu universe. Little Hai said. Luo Feng, work hard, our entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire's countless citizens are watching you. This was what the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor had said to him over the phone. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng will definitely succeed. He'll definitely win. Definitely win. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Island, almost all of its citizens, the over 1 trillion citizens on the island cheered and roared through the night, some in bars, while others in plazas and public gatherings, hundreds of thousands to even millions of people gathering to watch the broadcasts. Luo Feng. The only Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen left within the genius battle. If he won, he would become the pride of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Madness. Luo Feng felt a stifling atmosphere. Daddy, the virtual games I play even have country wars. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire against the other empires. Little Hai, that's a virtual game. Su Xian laughed and said, your dad is doing the real thing. Isham, to rank number 1 in a starfield, even in the virtual game I am still an absolute warrior. Little Hai said. A silent Luo Feng finally looked shocked at his son. What game are you playing? A war-related game. Little Hai chuckled. Night passed and the day began. Even though countless from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield were about to come to the arena and begin the madness, Luo Feng himself was standing alone in the wilderness of Earth, on a skyscraper's balcony in a dilapidated city, quietly sitting there. Caw. A group of flying-type beasts, the blood crows flew high above. In this dilapidated city, beast sightings were common, only occasionally seeing human fighter tracks. However, Luo Feng didn't suppress and naturally unleashed all of his willpower and aura. Naturally, all the beasts and human fighters didn't even dare to get close to him. Quietly sitting on the balcony for a while, Luo Feng was controlling his mental state. According to the teachings of his first and second brother, whether it was yoga or martial arts, they both heavily emphasized one's mental state. Training of the mind was very important. However, in the universe there wasn't anyone who talked about training the mind. One's mental state may seem very trivial, without much effect on one's battle ability at all. No matter how strong and normal human of Earth's mental state was, a universe-level warrior could easily turn him to dust. Exploding in rage, at times it allowed one to break past his limits and unleash more strength. However, they may also cause one to lose his form. This was mental state. According to his brothers, from what they saw, the reason why both of them could have their domains at Star Traveler level was linked to their mental states. Thunder God could in an instant enter absolute peace, becoming one with nature, fusing with the elements. Hong too could in an instant become completely void, blending with his surroundings, combining all his senses, domains, and other things together to unleash his greatest strength. Thunder God and Hong took decades of training to reach that level of mental calmness. Luo Feng couldn't do it. Emptying the mind and soul, I can't do it. Because I'm under the influence of the golden horned beast's bloodline, I'm constantly filled with killing intent. This is something deep in my bones. However, second brother is right. Whether it's rage, hurt, happiness, excitement, killing intent, they are all natural reactions. Maintaining a pure mind, everything will happen naturally. When it's time to laugh, I'll laugh. When it's time to rage, I'll rage. Luo Feng thought, wanting to kill too is a naturally thing. With a pure mind, I'll face it and accept it. Naturally, I'll be able to reach a point of pureness where all the elements will blend together. Luo Feng understood the theory, however, when the killings really happen, Luo Feng could at most maintain an ice-cold state, without any rippling. As for pureness, blending with nature, that was very difficult indeed. Luo Feng, the arena war is about to start, you should enter the virtual universe. Phew! Luo Feng opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Not suppressing his killing intent anymore, naturally releasing it. Looks like you are different, has the meditation helped? Luo Feng didn't answer, saying directly, connect to the virtual universe. Virtual universe, in the space where there were many dojos located, island number 29109, there was a dojo, and in its preparation room, geniuses sat in chairs, all ready to slaughter. All of them were absolute warriors. Who? A black-haired man in a dark gray armor appeared from thin air. In the preparation room, the geniuses all turned to look. This black-haired man surveyed his surroundings and glanced at them, not speaking a word, immediately finding a seat and sitting down, closing his eyes, calming his mind, awaiting the battle to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 42, Luo Feng takes the stage. Volume 10, Chapter 42, Luo Feng takes the stage. Geniuses appeared one by one out of thin air within the preparation room. These were all geniuses from the different starfields in the Ganwu universe country. Their appearances were completely different and some even looked strange. Pushkin. That's Pushkin, and beside him is Janelli. The originally quiet room suddenly had a bit of a commotion, causing Luo Feng to open his eyes and look at the two humans that had just appeared. One of them was tall and sturdy and his face was filled with golden fur. This 6m tall participant looked like a giant ape-man, and his terrifying eyes glowed green in color. His two huge fists especially were comparable to the size of two giant metal hammers. Pushkin? Luo Feng's mind swiftly recalled through the data the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had given him. Pushkin, an absolute genius that the Ganwu universe country imperial family had nurtured. He favored using his fists and had the power to break into the universe country's top 1,000. In the elimination, he was ranked 9th in the 89th world. Janelli. Luo Feng's eyes shifted from the golden ape man to the short man beside him. Even though he was referred to as being short, in truth this Janelli still had a height of 1.9 m, which is still taller than Luo Feng. However, standing beside a 2-story tall ape-man, Pushkin naturally looked like a short person. Luo Feng didn't have any information on Janelli, because even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire didn't have any information on Janelli. Pushkin, sit here. Janelli's expression was thin and frail, his eyes cold, almost like a venomous scorpion. He gave off a feeling similar to Nulan Shan. Good. A thick powerful voice came from Pushkin's throat, even echoing about. Janelli and Pushkin walked directly towards Luo Feng and sat beside him. Pang. The chair Pushkin sat in wobbled. Luckily every preparation room had a huge amount of space, otherwise with his large structure, Pushkin would take up to 6 or 7 seats. Pushkin and Janelle sat down in the same row of seats that Luo Feng was sitting at. You. Janelli turned towards Luo Feng beside him and said coldly, sit further away. I don't like people close to me. You must be crazy. Luo Feng shot a glance at Janelli and said coldly, following which he closed his eyes and never looked at him again. Janelli's cold eyes suddenly burned with rage, staring hard at Luo Feng, almost like a snake eyeing its prey. However, in this preparation room, it was absolutely forbidden for anyone to make a move. As such, Janelli could only scoff coldly and close his eyes. Suddenly the noise from the dojo outside could be heard within. Attention all, the 382nd group of the Arena Wars is about to begin. Let me first introduce this group's 100 participants. A clear, crisp voice resounded not only throughout the entire dojo, but could also be heard clearly within the preparation room, following which a wave of cheers followed. First, Pushkin, from the Ganwu Universe country, ranked 9th in the 89th world of the elimination stage. Thunderous cheers erupted, causing the entire preparation room to tremble. That's Pushkin? Right, that's him, his fists are extremely terrifying, don't ever get close to him. There was soft discussion within the room. Number 2, Janelli, from the Ganwu Universe country, ranked 21 in the 13th world of the elimination stage. The commentator's voice, every genius within the room could hear very clearly. Only then did Luo Feng open his eyes and glanced at the gold-armored, cold-looking youth beside him. This Janelli, who was actually able to be ranked number 2 within this 100 people, he was very strong. 3 RD. 4 TH. 5th, Luo Feng, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 51st in the first world of the elimination stage. The cheers were thunderous, as over 1 million supporters from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire roared. Black Dragon Mountain Island, over 1,000 people gathered in a luxurious palace. Dressed in a dark golden imperial robe, the emperor sat high above. Below him was the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire's many imperial subjects. Because of the everlasting reign of the imperial family, the numbers of subjects within the empire were up to 100 million. Hence, to be able to enter this level of imperial gathering, they were definitely the imperial family's most elite. They were either sector lords or domain lords. There were even queens that governed and managed different sectors, or that group of princes that would someday succeed the throne. Or some other high-positioned females in the imperial family. It's Luo Feng. There was silence in the palace. Over 1,000 of the imperial family watched that floating large screen, and on it was the live broadcast. All that could be seen was that beautiful commentator smiling as she introduced 5th, Luo Feng, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 51st in the first world of the elimination stage. Simultaneously, the screen also had information and an image of Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Luo Feng will easily pass the Arena Wars battle. Looking at his image, this Luo Feng isn't some ordinary person. His gaze is filled with killing intent. There was discussions rampant throughout the palace, as all of them were speaking highly of Luo Feng. Who would dare to speak ill of him? This was the highest of imperial gatherings, this genius battle. The geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were only left with this one seedling, Luo Feng. If he lost too, then the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would really lose all its honor and face. With successive outs from the previous 2 participants who did not make it into the top 10,000, while other middle-level civilization countries had participants that had made it through, it obviously made them fall behind by quite a bit. The emperor's laugh was clear and bright. With all his subjects complimenting Luo Feng, there was however one prince out of the many whose eyes were filled with shock. This was none other than the 9th Prince Bolan. Out of the over 1,000 subjects there, Bolan looked happy on the outside, but he could barely hold it in, as he had already realized the perilous situation he was in. This Luo Feng, it's actually him? Even though the reputation of Luo Feng was huge, as the elimination stage wasn't broadcasted, there was much information about these geniuses that the outside world didn't know. Only some large powers were able to dig up these details. For example, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had sent a special envoy team, just like how some large organizations had also sent some people over to pay Luo Feng a visit. These were all because these powers had methods to find Luo Feng through the virtual universe company and thus his address within the virtual universe. However, Bolan, who was only a prince, was forbidden from any of the Empire's information systems and mail systems. Hence, he didn't even know Luo Feng's appearance. Luo Feng, he is Luo Feng? Bolan grit his teeth, big trouble. Finding trouble with Luo Feng? He no longer any such ideas, because he was very clear that with Luo Feng's reputation he could easily join some super organizations that could cause even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to fear. He didn't want to mess with Luo Feng anymore. However, he was worried that Luo Feng would remember how back then he had sent people to use the laser guns to kill the 12 targets, and also sent a team to chase and kill Luo Feng. Would he remember these incidents and hold a grudge? I'll temporarily not mess with him. As long as I am within the Imperial City, he doesn't have the ability to mess with me. Bolan grit his teeth. Above the palace, the Emperor was sitting beside the two sector lords and chatting. Bute Asaka, what chance does this Luo Feng have? The Emperor couldn't help but say softly. Pretty big chance, but there's still danger. Beside him the silver long-bearded old man creased his eyebrows. Your Majesty should know that of the 100,100 that made it through the elimination, close to a half of them are the special elites specially nurtured by the different imperial families of the universe country. The Emperor nodded. The country leader of the Ganwu universe country had sent over 100 million elite geniuses to participate. There were a total of over 800 million people in the first stage. This group didn't stand out much. However, among those that made it through the elimination stage, over 40,000 of them were from the group that the Ganwu universe country leader sent. It was very obvious that the universe country's imperial family had powerful geniuses and inside information. The top ranker within Luo Feng's group right now is Pushkin, followed by Janelli. Of the top 10 in this group, 6 of them are all elites specially nurtured by the Ganwu universe country's imperial family. The old man shook his head. The worst-case scenario would be for Luo Feng to get surrounded and ganged up on. Royal uncle, do you see? The Emperor looked at the other sector lord beside him. Also dressed in a dark golden imperial robe, the uncle smiled. Your Majesty, worrying right now is useless, and we are not even clear about this Luo Feng's true power. Just watch. The fights will begin very shortly. Just watch? The Emperor could only nod. On island number 29109, the dojo was already filled with a sea of people. Daddy is number 5. Mommy, are the 4 before Daddy stronger than him? Ping Ping asked curiously. That's the ranking. Suxian smiled. The 4 before him are ranked higher, but their strengths may not be more powerful than your daddy. Oh. Ping Ping nodded. Beside Little Hai was muttering, Daddy is the strongest, the strongest. Around him sat many people from Earth, such as Hong and Thunder God with their families along with Luo Feng's parents etc. Third brother will definitely win. Hong stared at the center of the dojo. Thunder God stared too. Right now, of the 3 brothers only Luo Feng was left in this genius battle. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The beautiful commentator shouted excitedly, as the entire atmosphere in the dojo reached its peak. Rumble. The entire dojo roared and tremored. The beautiful commentator immediately vanished, and at the same time 100 human silhouettes appeared within the center at different positions. It was the 100 geniuses that were being introduced. Some were really tall and fit, while others were filled with fur, or had horns. It seemed like their appearances all differed. However, the similarity was they stood at the peak of humanity. Pushkin. Kuan. Luo Feng. The cheering alone could split the mountains and earth. The roars from a billion spectators seemed like it could shake and crumble the entire dojo itself. Within the dojo, including Luo Feng, the 100 geniuses all heard the cheers of the 1 billion people and couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. Looking around, there was no end to these spectators who were all from different starfields. And Luo Feng was able to pick out those shouting his name and look towards the direction. That way, that's the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng looked in that direction. It was a blur of people. Silence. Within the battle arena, there was nothing but silence. The 100 geniuses all gathered their focus as this battle would last only 15 minutes. Within these 15 minutes, the battle space would constantly shrink until there was only 1 left. Let the battle begin. A low voice immediately resounded within the minds of the 1 billion spectators along with the 100 geniuses in the dojo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 43, Earth-Shattering. Volume 10, Chapter 43, Earth-Shattering. Pushkin. Pushkin. The spectators within the dojo all shouted different names excitedly, amongst which the name Pushkin was the loudest. Amidst these spectators, there was an enormous group of strong-looking ape-men that were roaring at the top of their lungs. Their voices were thick and booming. A group that couldn't be seen from end to end with one glance, as over 1 million ape-men were waving their fists and roaring. It was almost as though the heavens was cheering along. Compared to the over 1 million people from Black Dragon Mountain Empire, their voices seemed to be drowned out. Rumble. 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 All sorts of colorful energy flow exploded within the dojo. Of these 100 geniuses, 48 of them were from the Ganwu Universe Imperial family side. However, only 10 survivors were destined to make it out of this battle. Even though the battle within the arena seemed chaotic, there were always participants who had a mutual understanding to team up. Especially amongst the strongest like Pushkin and Janelli, who were definitely helping each other. Aofei Shosi, Kazan, you two go and kill that black-haired punk. Janelli was surrounded by a black energy flow. He communicated via genetic energy, simultaneously brandishing 2 long arc blades. Understood. No problem, leave it up to us. Aofei Shosi and Kazan immediately headed towards Luo Feng. At this time, the mass battles within the Dojo of Geniuses had already begun. Shio. A bolt of lightning shot towards Aofei Shosi. Bastard. Aofei Shosi and Kazan could only stop and first deal with the punks that provoked them. Pushkin, who was dressed in a genetic energy armor, was tall and sturdy like a war god. His 2 fists that were even bigger than hammers were covered in malevolent gloves. His surroundings were filled with a yellow energy flow. With one step he rushed into the group of geniuses and his huge fist pummeled towards a weak and frail-looking warrior. Pang! With just one punch the enemy's blades flew away, while the second fist was landing straight on the enemy's forehead. Death! The war god like Pushkin waved his fists. With one swing after another, they were not only as heavy as mountains, but fast and unpredictable as well. They sometimes became pointy claws, and the moment he drew close to a person it was simply a nightmare. Pushkin, within the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 geniuses, causing all the other geniuses around to increase their distance from him. However, his movements were swift. Every single step allowed him to lunge forward and close a large distance. At this time it wasn't just Pushkin, even Janelli and the others were all making their moves. In the distance. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng was carrying a thick dark golden long rod on his back. Amongst the many geniuses, he was considered skinny, however he had an aura that made the others' hearts palpitate. Luo Feng's gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. Right now, there are still many opponents, there's no time to waste. I have to end this battle fast. Kill them all directly. Kill. A youth surrounded by a green energy flow, carrying a shield and an axe rushed straight towards the closest opponent, Luo Feng. Courting death. Floating in midair, the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back suddenly shot out a golden beam of light. At the same time the light shot out, a large amount of complex golden patterns followed along its trail, infused with peculiar golden law origin ripples, a dreamy golden blade was suddenly formed. The large amount of golden energy surrounded Luo Feng, wrapping itself around that golden blade, and finally shooting out. Illusion Blade Technique. Luo Feng controlled it with all his willpower, using his full strength to unleash its greatest power. The first move he made at the arena war. Luo Feng had already taken out his full strength. Rumble. A golden rainbow immediately clashed into that youth's shield, which was put up last minute. With a loud clang, the youth's bones in his arm cracked and broke just from the impact. How? The youth's eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, the golden rainbow suddenly curved slightly and shot towards his forehead. Shie! The golden rainbow shot right through his forehead. Its strength and speed infused with terrifying piercing power didn't seem to slow down at all as it followed a pattern and rushed towards the next genius. What? That beautiful bewitching lady with purple hair had a surprised look on her face and almost couldn't react in time. She hurriedly controlled her spirit weapon to block. Dang! The golden rainbow was extremely powerful and strong as it forced its way through the defenses, hitting straight into the flying weapons, after which it pierced through the purple-haired lady's forehead. The golden rainbow finally arced and returned to Luo Feng's side. This golden rainbow was actually a blurry illusionary golden blade. My God! So powerful! The surrounding geniuses were all filled with shock and fear as their expressions changing greatly. With just one move, he killed two geniuses back to back. One had to know that these were all powerful geniuses that had made it through the first elimination. Every one of them was considered to be at the pinnacle of strength at their levels, and definitely not some random cannon fodder. Even Pushkin had to focus all his strength on one opponent before actually heading on to the next. But the black-haired youth before them, with just one golden beam of light, he was immediately able to kill two people. This was extremely tyrannical. He's that strong? Origin laws? He definitely has some comprehension of the origin laws. Janelli, that bastard. He actually wants us to kill him. How can we kill him? Fei Xiuxi and Kazan, who were originally flying towards Luo Feng but got distracted by others attacking them, just managed to kill their opponents. However, after watching Luo Feng kill the two geniuses consecutively with one golden light, the both of them quickly stopped. Let's go. The two of them turned to leave. Who would dare mess with Luo Feng? It was obvious. This black-haired youth was a warrior that had stepped through the entrance of the origin laws, and his power was probably even crazier than Pushkin. Those two. Luo Feng's gaze swept around after killing the two geniuses and discovered the two closest geniuses, Fei Xiuxi and Kazan. He immediately stepped on his soaring shuttle and swiftly flew towards them. As a warrior who stepped through the entrance of the origin laws, his speed at controlling the soaring shuttle was extremely shocking. He's coming! Fei Xiuxi and Kazan's expressions changed. A resplendent golden rainbow immediately shot towards them. Kazan, who was flying behind, quickly waved the huge axe in his hand. Clatter. Kazan could only feel an immensely incomparable amount of energy transfer over from his axe. The right handle immediately bent and broke. Simultaneously his right hand grew numb and unable to hold on to the axe. That golden rainbow simply shot like a bullet right through his forehead, and continued to chase after the fleeing Fei Xiuxi. The golden illusion blade was too fast, he couldn't even get far. It's over. Fei Xiuxi's eyes revealed shock and unwillingness, after which it was filled with hate as he stared at the distant Janelli's shocked face, communicating hatefully, Janelli. The golden illusion blade that was infused with the golden origin laws was as strong and piercing as the sun. Even though Fei Xiuxi was ranked extremely high in his world during the elimination stage, he was still easily killed. The spectators were all silent. Pushkin massacring was within everyone's predictions. After all, he was ranked the highest in his group. However, the 1 billion spectators from the various starfields had never expected this Luo Feng, who was ranked number 5 in his group, was actually so intrepid. Even more so than that war god like Pushkin. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Over 1 million spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire all stared wide-eyed with glee, many roaring with excitement as their eyes filled with madness. Daddy! Daddy! Little Hai and Ping Ping both stood up on their chairs, shouting with all their might. Third brother. Hong and Thunder God stood up too. Big brother sure is powerful. Luo Hua couldn't help but mutter softly. Your brother-in-law, Su Gang, stared wide-eyed. Beside him Su Xian too was filled with excitement, her eyes glued to the center of the arena. And around then the over 1 million people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire too had lost it. This was the unexpected surprise Luo Feng had given to countless from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They all shouted for Luo Feng's victory as they were mesmerized by Luo Feng's strength. In the past, they didn't have anything to back up their words. After all, the results of the battles from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire from the past had always been poor, they had nothing to support them. However now, they had the right to roar. They had the right to boast proudly. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! They all madly roared, excitedly cheering, shaking the entire earth and heavens. Within that luxurious palace on Black Dragon Mountain Island, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family were all staring hard at the screen. They saw Luo Feng unleash his strength, killing the 2 geniuses in an instant, and chasing and killing the other 2 right after. As they watched the other geniuses, who were all scared silly, all fleeing far and not daring to approach Luo Feng, the entire palace erupted. The emperor fiercely slapped the throne, shouting out, "Good! Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations!" Immediately the people below shouted, "Royal Father, this Luo Feng is obviously the strongest one there. After this battle, who would dare call our Black Dragon Mountain Empire weak?" The third prince was the first to stand, shouting proudly, "Nanshan armament." The silver-haired old man Buddha Asaka said, "Right, it's the Nanshan armament." Beside him the royal uncle nodded too. Nanshan armament? The emperor was shocked. One of the 9 god weapons of the controller, that Nanshan armament? That dark golden long rod, I initially thought it was a close combat rod-like weapon. The silver-haired old man Buddha Asaka said, just now what Luo Feng used was the first move, the illusion blade of the Nanshan armament. Looking at how he used it, he obviously has a good grasp of the first level. To be able to unleash it like that at the star level, he could be said to be invincible within the entire star level. Even within the Ganwu universe, the number of people who are able to match up to Luo Feng are extremely rare. Right, to be able to unleash the first level, one has to have a comprehension of the golden origin laws. The royal uncle beside said, meaning, Luo Feng is a genius that has stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. And according to the estimate of the genius battle, within the Ganwu universe, the number of geniuses that have stepped through the origin laws gateway is only about 100. And the arena wars are split into 1,000 a group. The chances of another with origin laws comprehension appearing is extremely rare. Unless there's another absolute warrior like Luo Feng who didn't reveal his true strength in the first elimination stage. Just like the last time when Hong took the stage, that lady warrior was definitely one who stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. However, her rank was still only in the 10s, creating a chance for both the warriors who had comprehended the laws to meet. The royal uncle emphasized. Indeed. Back during the 100-world elimination stage, every world had a few with origin law comprehension, like Luo Feng and Windmill. However, they confined themselves to their own city. The 2 had wandered about into other cities, and defeated the absolute warriors from there with their strengths. These 2 could have easily rushed into their world's top 10. The moment they made it into the top 10. According to their ranking, Luo Feng and Pushkin would definitely not have been in the same group. Within the arena, Janelli could only hear that rage-filled roar from Ao Fei Shou Si resound within his ears. Janelli. And Janelli didn't even have time to think about his death, his gaze fixed on the distant Luo Feng. Within he was filled with shock and rage. This insolent punk, he actually. After killing both of them, Luo Feng turned and his cold gaze fixed on Janelli. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 44, Avoiding the Battle. Volume 10, Chapter 44, Avoiding the Battle. These geniuses were all scared away by Luo Feng's unreasonable and powerful strength. Hence, he was left with nobody around him as they all avoided him at great lengths, causing Luo Feng to have to look for his own prey. His gaze immediately landed on the distant cold-demeanored gold-clothed youth Janelli. Janelli too was looking over at the time. Sit further away. In the preparation room, that Janelli had coldly berated Luo Feng. That scene immediately popped up in Luo Feng's mind. Since it was that way, the next prey will be him. Kill. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. So, the soaring shuttle became a beam of light and shot towards Janelli. Bastard! How could I randomly meet such a powerful one? Janelli grit his teeth and thought as he was filled with hatred. However, as one of the elites nurtured by the Ganwu Universe Imperial family, he was very clear of the difference between a warrior who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws compared to one who hadn't. Hence he clenched his teeth and turned around to flee. Pushkin. Like a war god slaughtering his way through the crowd, Pushkin creased his eyebrows. That black-haired punk wants to kill me. Janelli communicated, help me block him. You really know how to stir up trouble. Pushkin said with a thick low voice, resounding within Janelli's ear. According to power and rank in this group, Pushkin was number 1 while Janelli was number 2. Since they came from the same group, Janelli had long ago roped Pushkin in and made a deal with him. With the two of them working together, they would easily pass the arena wars. Originally, a team made up of the top 2 within a group would have been able to automatically pass the arena wars. This was almost something set in stone. It couldn't be helped that Janelli had messed with Luo Feng. If Janelli hadn't riled him up earlier, even though Luo Feng was strong, he still wouldn't willingly go pick a fight with both the number 1 and 2 of the group. After all, you only needed to make it till the top 10 of the group, he didn't need to risk it all. However now. Rumble. Pushkin took one step and rushed straight before Janello, his huge eyes glowing green as he stared at Luo Feng, communicating, Janelli was wrong, however we don't have to fight it out. If you spare Janelli's life, we can all pass the arena wars. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and looked at the giant before him. Pushkin, who was 2 stories tall, stood before him like a building, and compared to that Luo Feng seemed like a small child. Pushkin. Luo Feng stared coldly at his opponent and roared, make way. Pushkin however seemed enraged, as though prepared to say something. Humph. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and flashed. Rumble. The gold rainbow immediately shot directly towards him and Pushkin's expression changed greatly. Roaring while waving his right fists which was wrapped in an earthen yellow energy flow, the movement of his hand was almost like moving a mountain, seemingly slow yet it actually managed to block Luo Feng's golden rainbow. All that could be heard was a earth-shattering rumble and clash. Pushkin was forced back close to 10 as he grit his teeth and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was taken aback. The data on this Pushkin said he hadn't stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Looking at him right now, that seems to be true. However, with a domain level 9, he's actually able to produce such strong power. Even at domain level 6, Hong could still kill an enemy with a domain of level 7. The factors that determine a victor in a battle were not only because of genetic energy, boundaries and origin laws, but also willpower, mental state, experience, etc. If one simply didn't have any willpower or heart to resist, he wouldn't be able to unleash even half of his strength. While if one has a strong battle spirit and is extremely passionate along with a powerful willpower, he could exceed his standards and unleash more than his actual power. And Pushkin's, who had a domain level 9, was able to reach rank 9 in the 89th world. Considering this, his battle strength alone was indeed shocking. However, there was still a huge difference between one who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws and one who hadn't. Pushkin, you are not my match. Make way, otherwise you won't even be able to make it through the arena wars. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, coldly looking down at Pushkin and spoke to him. To actually kill Pushkin, he estimated it would take quite a bit of time. By that time more people would have died in the arena, and the moment only 10 were left, the battle would be over. It could very likely result in Janelli escaping and surviving. Humph. Pushkin clenched his fists and stared hard at Luo Feng once with his big green eyes before biting down fiercely and heading away towards the distant group of geniuses who were still battling. Pushkin! Hiding in the back, Janelli roared urgently via genetic energy. Arg arg arg! Pushkin roared madly while waving his fists about and killing the geniuses one by one. Oof, Luo Feng looked at Janelli. Everything was going according to his plan. Within this group of 100, he was the only one who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. As he was also using the Nanshan armament, with just one move Luo Feng could tell that Pushkin was already injured. If he had continued to fight on, Pushkin would definitely die without doubt. Luo Feng didn't want to waste any more time on Pushkin. Pushkin didn't want to let himself die because of Janelli either. Hence he chose not to fight as it was the best option for him. Bastard! That Janelli cursed under his breath while fleeing as fast as he could. Fleeing? Luo Feng quickly chased after him with the soaring shuttle. So fast? Janelli's expression changed drastically. Once one comprehended the origin laws, whether it was based on attack, defense, flight or movement, these areas would all have great improvements. Luo Feng had caught up with Janelli in the blink of an eye. Scum! 2 long arc blades. He had a complicated struggling expression as he shouted go and die. Who? With a step, the space itself seemed to warp around him as Janelli suddenly rushed towards Luo Feng. Light domain? Luo Feng scorned coldly, swiftly retreating. First technique. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Compared to some who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, Luo Feng was even more intrepid. That was because the laws that he had comprehension of could be completely unleashed through the Nanshan armament. Rumble! The golden rainbow shot like a beam of golden light and attacked Janelli in an instant. Clang! Janelli crossed his blades and pushed them forward. Following that one clash, his entire body and throat trembled from the shock as he spit out fresh blood that was rising up his throat. Just like the absolute geniuses in the Ganwu secret areas, once one had a comprehension of the gold origin laws, they would indeed have a crazy amount of power. He actually blocked it? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Rumble! The golden rainbow shot once again towards him. I can't block it head-on, however I have no other choice. At the same time, it's too fast and I have no time to dodge it. Janelli thought hard to come up with a solution. He could only use his 2 blades to block it again. However, this time his arms had already weakened and he was already injured from the first blow. Pang, dot. The 2 blades were immediately knocked away, while the golden rainbow slightly arced and pierced right through the pale-looking Janelli, right through his forehead. His head exploded. Janelli died. Completely eliminated from the tournament. This scene caused the distant Pushkin, whose face filled with golden fur, to twitch his facial muscles. That Janelle actually only managed to block it one time and died the moment Luo Feng's second attack was unleashed. And Ao Fei Xiu Si couldn't even block it once. It's 2. I'm afraid I would only be able to block it 4 or 5 times at most. This bastard is too strong. Gold was as bright and strong as the sun, incomparably sharp. In terms of force matching force, the people with the gold origin laws were the most valiant. The entire battle lasted only about 5 minutes and the number of survivors had already reduced to 10. The battle was over. This madman, that bastard is a madman. That black-haired punk, just who is he? The surviving geniuses all looked at Luo Feng with hidden fear. However, many of them didn't even know Luo Feng's name. Because, during the introduction, they were all in the preparation room and did not get the chance to see Luo Feng's image. Actually, Luo Feng too didn't know most of the participants' name. It is more accurate to say that he only knew Pushkin and Janelli's name. Their reputation was huge. And Luo Feng's fame compared to theirs was very small. The 382nd group of the Arena Wars, 90 have been eliminated and the remaining 10 will have the right to contend for the spot in the 900 slots of the name list. A low voice resounded with the minds of everyone in the dojo. The other 9 survivors, including Pushkin, all looked at the black-haired youth carrying the dark golden long rod filled with killing intent. If one said that the most fearless in Han's group was Savage, then this group's most fearless person was undoubtedly the madman Luo Feng. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! Luo Feng! The over 1 million Black Dragon Mountain Starfield spectators roared with a lot of passion and enthusiasm. All of them were shouting with strength and hysteria, their expressions seemingly mad, and not even caring at all about their throats. The entire dojo, the ones who had the most right to roar like that, were the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Their roar shook the earth and heavens. He is Luo Feng? As they were being teleported out, the 9 other survivors began to discuss and guess. Eruption. The Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Palace had erupted. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Island's trillion citizens all erupted. The entire Starfield's over 8,000 galaxies, countless people watching the broadcast, all erupted. Too brutal, too powerful. Luo Feng is too fearless. Thrilling, thrilling. Strong. He is a genius from our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. Yes, from our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. The countless people from the Empire were incomparably excited. In the past 100,000 to a million years, there were indeed several times the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had people rush into the top 10,000, which was worthy of their excitement and pride. However, after making it into the top 10,000, it was mostly based on luck. It had been a long time since the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had such a tyrannical display of power from its warriors in such an elite battleground. Yes, brutal. Savage. In this arena wars, I'm the #1 man. I'll kill whomever I want. I will create a path of slaughter. Even the war god like Pushkin had to lower his head and cower away. In the arena, Luo Feng was the king. The emperor. The others all had to lower their heads. Too thrilling. Luo Feng's power is too dominating. It was a total decimation with no resistance at all. Those weaker ones were simply cleared away with one move. I heard Luo Feng uses the Nanshan armament. Don't you know what that is? That's one of the 9 godly weapons for the spirit reader controllers. After the arena wars comes the 1v1 battles. Luo Feng's strength will definitely be able to make it into that 900 name list. Luo Feng will definitely be able to represent the Ganwu universe country and compete with the other geniuses from the other universe countries. Ha, Luo Feng is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Madness. Much news regarding Luo Feng began to circulate, including many fan clubs that swiftly began to form in order to support him. In many virtual universe games, there were many "I love you Luo Feng," or "Luo Feng the Master," or "Luo Feng's wife," or "I am Luo Feng Sr.," even "I am Luo Feng's Master," such nicknames surfaced all over. During this battle, Luo Feng's strength had won over 1 trillion people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 45, Life-Changing Decision. Volume 10, Chapter 45, Life-Changing Decision. Black Dragon Mountain Island, within a luxurious palace. Endless possibilities in his future. The silver-haired old man exclaimed, "This Luo Feng's future is very hard to predict." Right. That royal uncle also nodded his head. Is there no way for us to get him into the sacred land? Sitting in the center, the emperor asked softly. The two sector lords who sat beside him shook their heads, of which the silver-haired old man Budasaka explained, "Your Majesty, stepping through the gateway of the origin laws at only star level, these sort of absolute geniuses aren't for our Black Dragon Mountain sacred land." Ah? The emperor was shocked. Unlike the Ganwu Universe Country's leader who had built the Universe Country over 1 trillion years ago and had been their one and only one leader, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor would always change after a period of time. Hence, there were many secrets that this emperor was clueless about. Hasn't your Majesty already seen that in the entire Universe Country, there's only one Ganwu dojo, and it's forbidden for dojos of any other sort to open? The silver-haired old man asked. Ganwu Universe Country indeed respects the lowest of talents and absorbs them. The emperor nodded. It's because of this that a genius like Luo Feng, even if we discover him, he'll still finally end up in the hands of the Ganwu Universe Country. The silver-haired old man shook his head, and we can't even make any complaint about it. Of course, no matter what happens, he is still considered to have been from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Whatever accomplishments he has in the future, will still have benefits for our Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Such a genius, it's better to be on good terms with. Be it 10,000 years or 100,000 years later, who knows what he'll become and what he'll have accomplished. The silver-haired old man emphasized. I understand. The emperor nodded. Such talent, as long as he didn't die along the way, it was set in stone for him to become a sector lord. And these sorts of star levels who have stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, once they reach the sector lord level, they would be an absolute warrior amongst the others. The moment he breaks through to the undying level, that would be a step towards the heaven-shaking undying being. An undying being. In the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire currently, there were only two undying. One was the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land and the other was the god leader of the Ice Leviathan God Country. Hence the Black Dragon Mountain didn't dare easily offend any undying. In a vast god country. Within the continuous mountain range, volcanoes were dispersed throughout this large continent, with some spitting fire occasionally. The entire god country was entirely dark red in color and the smell of sulfur emanated throughout. At the peak of a tall mountain that reached the clouds, an ancient palace was built there. Its entire surface walls had complex engravings all over. Within the palace, in the throne, sat a red-eyed man dressed in a dark red long robe. Black flames were burning about his surroundings, his eyes seemed to be looking from another dimension altogether, giving off a terrifying heart-palpitating chill. Below him on both the right and left were 4 thrones. Currently there were 3 people sitting below him. All of them were giving off energy waves that shook the earth and skies, almost as though just lifting their hands could split the earth and heavens. God leader, this punk called Luo Feng has some comprehension of the origin laws even though he's only at the star level. He's most suitable to become my disciple, said a warrior wrapped in golden armor. Emanating from his entire body was a heart-palpitating ripple, which was the gold origin law's ripple of energy. Compared to Luo Feng, this was 1 trillion times stronger. Wate, my brother. The dark red-eyed man said with a hoarse voice softly, I know, that right now you are desperately searching for a disciple. However, we cannot fight with the Ganwu Universe Country. Wate. The other 2 looked at the golden-armored man. My lifespan is reaching its end. The gold-armored man said calmly, and the current disciples, even though they have talent, for them to actually succeed my techniques would be extremely difficult. I cannot change my demise. Hence, I only want to look for someone to pass my legacy on to before I die. I hope to be able to see the techniques that I have created over these hundreds of millions of years to once again be unleashed. Only then can I die in peace. This is my current greatest hope." The others were silent. Undying, they were indeed an eternal being. But that doesn't mean that an undying couldn't die. Like the Windmill Planet Master or the many powerful undying in history, they still died. The life force of an undying was extremely strong. Even if their physical body was ripped into shreds, they could still regenerate. There were very few injuries that cannot be healed, like the Windmill Planet Master who could only watch himself die. "Wate, my brother, I will do my best to help you find an exceptional disciple." The red-eyed man emphasized, "As for that punk Luo Feng, as long as he's not stupid, he will definitely choose the Ganwu Universe country, maybe even the stronger and more powerful virtual universe company." Even after so many years, things haven't changed much at all. The pinnacle of geniuses also require them to make the best choices and to have the best environment to learn, before they can have the most outstanding achievements. In terms of power or environment, we indeed cannot compare to the Ganwu Universe country. The golden armored man didn't make a sound. His proudest achievements over hundreds of millions of years was the techniques he had created. During the time he was alive, he treated these as though they were treasures and not even teaching it to his disciples or displaying it anywhere else. He would only teach his disciples very little of it. Now that he knew that his death was certain and imminent, his thinking had changed completely. He really wanted to watch a disciple complete his technique. If that was impossible, then he could only leave his techniques to his friends and brothers, allowing them to teach the disciple in his place. Just like the Windmill Planet Master allowing Babata to teach in his place. God Leader. The golden armored man stood up. Wate. The red-eyed man stood up too, the other two followed. "I'm tired, I want to return to my home." The gold-armored man sighed, "Before I die, I want to take a good look at my home grounds." Finishing his words, he turned and flew out of the palace. As an undying, his relatives had long vanished over the course of time. After all, even a sector lord at most lived 10 million years. The other three were silent. "Wate, my disciple, I will help you with your search." The red-eyed man communicated into the gold-armored man's mind a million li away. Within the palace, the three exchanged glances. "It was fake, we were deceived, Kuan Shallow that bastard. We will definitely find him and make him pay. Wate's death is because of him. He actually dared to sell us a fake secret area map." The red-eyed man's angry whisper turned into a roar, and the surrounding space trembled. Kuan Shallow is one of the subjects of the Ganwu Universe country leader. It'll be hard for us to find a chance. Wait. Even if I have to wait over 100 million years, 1 billion years or even a 10 billion years. As long as there's a chance. I, Manghua, will definitely personally kill him. He actually dared to use a fake secret area map and take away my money, also taking away the life of one of my brothers. Dead. I will definitely kill him. If he knows what's good for him, he will hide under the Ganwu Universe country leader's protection for the rest of his life. The red-eyed man roared angrily. Black flames rose fiercely from the ground and the entire palace began to burn within and was reduced to nothing. His roar resounded throughout the vast Trillionly in the God country. Black Dragon Mountain Island. Becoming famous after one battle. Luo Feng had really became famous through that one battle. This one battle not only shook the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, but also the entire Ganwu Universe country. Daddy, everybody in the Black Dragon Mountain Island now knows how you look. The moment you go out, you'll be recognized very quickly. Little Hai clapped his hands and jumped around beside Luo Feng, as he was obviously very proud. I'll have to disguise myself next time I go out. Luo Feng rubbed his head. It's kind of weird though. Beside, Suexian stood up and poured some tea for Luo Feng. Smiling, after the elimination the last time, many organizations sent people over. After the Serena War battle however, your performance was definitely the most eye-catching. I thought even more organizations and powers will come. However, up till now, no one has come at all. It is kind of weird. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly. Haha, Luo Feng. A clear, carefree voice resounded. Ah, we were just saying no one came, and now someone has come. Su Xian turned to look, speaking softly. It's people from the Three Axe Mountain organization. Luo Feng looked, indeed. There were three men walking over from the distance. In the middle was a kind-looking, smiling old man with a head full of white. On the left was a man dressed in dark red battle robes, and the one on the right was the tall and sturdy Mingyu. With experience from the Ganwu auction, he could easily deduce from looking that dark red battle-robed man was definitely a sector lord. And there was a thunder mark on his forehead. Obviously he was a sector lord recognized by the Thunder Origin laws, a sector lord that belonged to the pinnacle of other sector lords. As for that kind-looking old man, Luo Feng couldn't tell, but since he walked in the center, he estimated that the old man's position was the highest. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng quickly stood up. Ha, I'm no lord here. Luo Feng, let me introduce you all. Mingyu smiled and pointed at the dark red battle-robed man. This is our Three Axe Mountains General Jiang Tianchen, amongst the sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. He's definitely at the peak. My respects, General. Luo Feng paid his respects. Jiang Tianchen nodded. This. Mingyu began introducing the white-haired old man, his voice changing slightly in tone. Is our Three Axe Mountains one of the three great founders, the head general? Head general. Luo Feng quickly bowed. However, his mind was in a flurry of emotions. Head general? Of the three great founders of the Three Axe Mountain, two of them were undying, and the final one had vanished. Which was this one? The old man slightly nodded. Where's Hong? Mingyu said, the head general wishes to see him. Ah? No problem, I'll look for him. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, Thunder God, Mingyu and Jineng Tianchen all stood outside, while inside the house only the head general and Hong stayed. 30. Why has the head general come looking for Big Brother? Thunder God asked. No idea. Luo Feng shook his head. It's a good thing. Beside them, Mingyu smiled. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint the head general. Besides him, the sector lord Jiang Tianchen said coldly. Within the house, there were only two people present, Hong and the head general Luo. What? Hong looked shocked at the old white-haired man before him. Head general, you. This legendary being spoke only a few words. But this had already given Hong a shock. Your talent is not bad, your character is also similar to myself back then. As for teaching you, even though I haven't become an undying, when it comes to the light origin laws and domain, I am definitely sufficient and capable of becoming your teacher. The old man shook his head. However, there's one thing I have to warn you about. My lifespan is reaching its end. I only have about 20,000 more years to live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 46, Two Paths. Volume 10, Chapter 46, Two Paths. You only have about 20,000 years left in your lifespan? Hong was shocked. A sector lord's lifespan was very long, up to 10 million years. Yet before him, this legendary head general's was reaching its end. Hi! The old man shook his head and sighed. That voice was filled with endless bitterness. Hong, you and I really have an affinity. Your name is Hong, mine is Luo, both one syllable. You had your domain in the Star Traveler level, me too. I do not fear death. I have taken the path of becoming the strongest and wanting to scale the pinnacle of life's greatest. Even in the Huge Axe Dojo I have won 1,000 continuous matches, acquiring the Domain Lord Huge Axe Fighter title. The old man exclaimed, and later on, along with my good friends, two similar domain lords who acquired the huge Axe Dojo fighter title, Emolia and Lai Meng Tua, we founded the Three Axe Mountain organization together. Back then, I was the leader and the two assisted me. Later on they both became undying, yet I remained a sector lord. Ambition. If my plan had succeeded, the moment I became an undying, I would have become an absolute warrior amongst the undying. The old man's eyes gleamed, it burned an incomparably strong sense of longing. Even if I joined the Ganwu Universe country, I would have immediately become the ultimate undying at the peak under the country leader. An undying under the Ganwu Universe country leader? Hong was shocked. Within Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, do you know how many undying there are? The old man asked. 2. Hong replied. The God Country leader of Ice Neptune and Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain leader, both were undying. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all knew this. How many starfields are there in the Ganwu Universe country? The old man asked. Over 13,000. Hong was shocked. If every starfield had 2 undyings, with all of them added together, that would be shocking. The old man laughed. The number of undying under the Ganwu country leader exceeds 10,000. And there are many more that belong to the Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe Mercenary Alliance, these 5 great leviathans. Over 10,000? Hong held his breath. Don't be surprised. Why don't you take a look at just how vast a universe country is? The old man exclaimed, it may look like a lot, but it is the result of countless years of work. In terms of probability, for a sector lord to break through to the undying, the probability is simply too low. A sector lord's lifespan barely exceeds 10 million years. The number of sector lords in the Ganwu Universe country exceeds 1 million, with their lifespan ending every 10 million years. Although countless years had gone by, there are only so many undying. I've seen the light. We have to have our feet firmly planted on the ground, we cannot be overambitious. The old man exclaimed and shook his head, for a sector lord to break through to the undying, that alone is extremely difficult. I wasted millions of years, wasn't it simply suicide? Who would have thought fate would be playing with me even when I've finally seen the light? Let's not talk about anything else. The old man looked at Hong and smiled, my affairs, I've told you most of it. Light and time, these 2 major origin laws, I can teach you and try my best to help you. The old man looked at Hong, I dare say, even amongst millions of sector lords within the Ganwu Universe country, even though I can't say I am the number 1, however I can definitely say without any doubt that I am in the top 3. Even against an undying, I have a certain guarantee of escaping alive. Hong looked with shock at the old man. I was considered a legend in the Ganwu Universe country. Even undying had to show me respect. If you are willing to accept me as a teacher, then you must be prepared to roam around the endless universe. The old man emphasized, I've just left my isolation. With only 20,000 years or so of my lifespan left, I would like to see many places before I die. If you are willing to accept me as your teacher, then once you become my disciple, you naturally will have to follow me. At the same time, I will not give up on my training. In my final 20,000 years, I will still risk it all and fight to break through to become an undying, even though the end of my lifespan is right before me. The old man looked at Hong, hence I could enter isolation at any time without any means to look after you. But, when that time does come, I will arrange for a bodyguard for you. The moment you accept me, you need to be prepared for all this. Hong creased his eyebrows, roam around? For 20,000 years? Right. The old man nodded. You don't have to rush to come up with an answer right away. Think carefully about your decision. I'll give you 10 days to ponder over it, you can answer me after 10 days. The old man finished his sentence and immediately began to head out. As one who's able to become an absolute warrior, these people all chased to reach the pinnacle of life itself. And along this path many of them would create their own secret techniques that belong to only them. These techniques were the result of all their blood and sweat. Especially in the face of death, these absolute warriors couldn't bear to watch their countless years of work creating these techniques to all go to waste without someone to inherit them. To find an outstanding disciple, this was the mindset of many facing death. 9-star Bay Little District. Luo Feng and Thunder God watched as the old man, Zheng Tianchen and Mingyu left. Big brother. Thunder God asked, what did that head general find you for? Luo Feng too looked at Hong. He wants to accept me as his disciple. Hong laughed, thinking about it, I'm considered a pioneer of the first generation on Earth. Yet, as someone else accepting me as a disciple, I can't help but say, the strong of the universe are indeed plenty, with many of them from other places and are much stronger than us. They do have the rights to be our teachers. I was actually prepared to accept him earlier. It didn't happen? Luo Feng was shocked. Right. Hong nodded, if I do take him as my teacher, I will have to follow him and wander around. Leaving Earth, leaving the Black Dragon Mountain starfield and wandering the universe for 20,000 years, but 20,000 years? Thunder God stared. I was hesitating whether or not to take him as my teacher. Hong creased his eyebrows. Actually, even if I wander the universe with him, I can still contact my family through the virtual universe network and meet you guys there as well. However, leaving Earth for 20,000 years, it still feels. China's culture was only 5,000 years old. Hong has to wander about in the universe for 20,000 years. To Hong, who wasn't even 100 years old, this was indeed an extravagant number. Of course you have to take him as your teacher. The little virtual assistant on Luo Feng's shoulder Babata raised his tiny hand and pointed at Hong, you idiot, that is Luo. The founder of the Three-Axe Mountain Luo. The one people deem as the Time Sector Lord. Many Undying stay on good terms with him, and treat him on equal grounds. Many Sector Lords are willing to listen to his pointers. This is a truly respectable and big figure in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Time Sector Lord Luo Feng and Thunder God were shocked by that name. Time Sector Lord, what a bombastic name. The virtual assistant on Thunder God's shoulder Lord Wu glared at Babata, only a spoiled wimpy brat will brag like that. That old man earlier dares to call himself the Time Sector Lord? You sick pervert who was locked in isolation for 10 million years, what do you know? Babata pointed at Lord Wu. Luo is a top-notch figure of these 10 million years. During that time you were locked away in the world within a world, you don't know anything. You have no right at all to talk crap. You better listen to this demon lord here. You wimpy brat. Lord Wu roared. I've followed my owner for over 10 million years, I've lived longer than you. Babata pointed at Lord Wu and roared. Luo Feng and Thunder God rubbed their heads. My God. These two living AIs. Every time they met, they would engage in a squabble. I will think well about it. Hong went silent. Listen to me, there's no wrong in it. Babata repeated. The arrival of the legendary head General Luo from the Three-Axe Mountain had indeed led to Hong thinking. In the meantime, the groups in the arena wars engaged in their battles swiftly, very quickly. After 5 days' worth of time, the 1,000 groups had finished all their battles, with 90,000 being eliminated and only 10,000 left. These 10,000 had the chance to enter the name list with only 900 slots. After entering the name list, one could represent the Ganwu universe country and compete against the pinnacle of geniuses from the other universe countries. Once the arena wars had ended, the Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay once again received 2 guests. Luo Feng. A familiar voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was that old man with a head full of white, Buddha Asaka Sector Lord. This silver-haired old man was standing beside a pale and expressionless man with purple eyes. On his forehead this man had one more vertical eye, it was looking casually at Luo Feng. A formless force of energy transmitted over. Luo Feng grit his teeth, this person's aura was extremely strong. Not bad. The purple-eyed man slightly nodded. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. This is a great undying being from the Ganwu universe country, the god leader Kuan Shallow. The silver-haired old man introduced. Luo Feng stared at the expressionless purple-eyed man before him, whose aura was extremely powerful, and he felt extremely shocked by this aura. After so many years, he had never come face to face with an actual undying. Undying, that level of being, maybe in places like the Ganwu universe country, which is a high-level civilization, and undying still had to lower his head. However, in other empires, no one dared provoke an undying. An eternal being. One who could split the land and skies. He actually came to visit him? My respects, God Leader. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Kuan Shallow slightly nodded. Even though this Kuan Shallow was a man, he gave Luo Feng a feeling, a very peculiar feeling. His aura was peculiar, it was almost like an aura of an extremely gentle lady. Only that vertical eye would occasionally give off a bone-chilling, heart-palpitating feeling. Luo Feng, the reason for my arrival here is to give an order from the country leader. Kuan Shallow muttered. Luo Feng was shocked. Ganwu country leader? He personally sent me here. This should represent how much he values you. Kuan Shallow continued to mutter, this genius battle, after all, our Ganwu universe country will finally send out the top 1,000 strongest to compete in the pinnacle fights with the other universe countries. The entire universe is 1,008 human universe countries. 1,008 universe countries, the number of pinnacle geniuses representatives will only be a little more than 1 million. And the virtual universe company will finally absorb the top 1,000 among the winners. 1,008 universe countries will each send 1,000 geniuses, yet only the final 1,000 from all the participants will be absorbed. Kuan Shallow looked at Luo Feng. This means to say, on estimate, there's about only one spot from each universe country. Our universe country will send out 1,000 people, yet it's still not guaranteed that we will get a spot. Luo Feng nodded. The universe's top 1,000, that was extremely difficult to achieve. Even Babata had said that Luo Feng had no hopes at all. Over 1,000 vast and huge universe countries, the final 1,000 will be absorbed. The conditions for the virtual universe company were extremely brutal and strict. Indeed. As one of the pinnacle leviathans of the universe humans, the virtual universe company who nurtures geniuses, they have the best conditions and overall facilities such as the primal universe, many secret areas, different types of treasures, the best teachers and so on. Kuan Shallow looked at Luo Feng. Alas, there will still only be 1,000 of them, who will actually get the right to have the virtual universe company spend countless amounts of resources to train them. According to the country leader's order. If you can make it into the entire universe's top 1,000 and enter the virtual universe company, becoming one of their internal core member, that will be a good thing. Not only will it be beneficial for you, our Ganwu universe country will also receive huge rewards. However, if you fail, you can enter our Ganwu universe country instead. With your current talent, you have the qualifications to enter our secret land of our universe country, the Ganwu secret area. Kuan Shallow said, within the Ganwu secret area, you too will receive the best nurturing and training. Kuan Shallow glanced at Luo Feng. Little punk, to achieve the top 1,000 of the entire universe, I'd advise you to not get your hopes up. To be able to enter the universe country's Ganwu secret area is already countless people's dream. Finishing up, Kuan Shallow immediately vanished. Luo Feng, congratulations. The silver-haired old man said. Right. Undyings, most of them are eccentric. Don't mind him too much. The silver-haired man laughed. I don't mind. Luo Feng smiled. Would I dare? To actually receive an undying messenger, this states just how much the Ganwu country leader values your talent. The silver-haired old man smiled. From what I know, from this batch of geniuses, the ones that got the same notification to be able to enter the Ganwu secret area, are only those who've stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Luo Feng nodded. Very quickly, the silver-haired old man left too. Luo Feng quietly sat within his own house, pondering. 2 paths? One of them was to enter the Ganwu Universe Country Core. The other one was to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. On Luo Feng's shoulder, Babata yawned and muttered, "Don't think about it. The Virtual Universe Company, that sort of super leviathan, its wealth and resources will shock you. To be trained by them with countless amount of valuable resources, one would have to be at the level of elites of the entire universe, as their natural talents are absolute. To be trained and nurtured while receiving only the best resources, as long as they don't die along the way in the elimination stages, their achievements would all be amazing in the future." Die? Luo Feng was shocked. These are the absolute pinnacle of geniuses from the 1008 human universe countries. Will they die so easily? To nurture and produce the best process is death by elimination. Isn't that very normal? Babata shook his head. No matter who it is, without experiencing the fear of life and death, how will one improve? And during these life or death experiences, how can one not get injured? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod his head. Don't think about it. People have different paths from you. Babata shook his head. That Koan Shallow said the right thing. The most realistic path is to enter the Ganwu Universe secret area. This Ganwu Universe country is also considered a huge power within the universe. The Ganwu country leader, that is an even bigger power, a super existence that can shake the entire universe. By entering the Ganwu secret area and receiving the best nurture, your achievements will be extremely high in the future. Babata said, back then your teacher lost out as he was a lone wolf. If your teacher had a backing like the Ganwu country leader, that sort of existence, how would that bastard dare come kill your teacher? Ganwu country leader, is he much more powerful than my teacher? Luo Feng was shocked. You must be joking. That's an invincible being that not only created a universe country, but also one that commanded that universe country for 1 trillion years. Babata said, of course, compared to the super leviathan such as the Virtual Universe country, there's no comparison at all. I heard the Primal Universe is something the Virtual Universe company owns internally. Whoever they wish to let in, they can do so without any problem. Luo Feng blinked a couple of times. Hence, Luo Feng, within this universe, there will always be someone stronger, a genius above others, a mountain higher than others, that even if you enter within the core of the Virtual Universe company, the competition will be incomparably intense. A genius battle that happens once every 10,000 years, yet absorbing only 1,000 absolute geniuses. Calculate yourself, after all these years, just how many geniuses will there be within that Virtual Universe company? Babata asked, hence, if you enter the Virtual Universe company, the number of strong people are like the clouds. If you are not strong enough, you will be trampled upon. Naturally, you cannot enter. Realistically speaking, you should just stay within the Ganwu secret area. Babata said, the Ganwu secret area is already a sacred land that countless people will drool over just to hear about it. I am speaking so much because I want you to realize that entering Ganwu secret area is the best option for you. You are considered exceptional within that area. At the same time, don't get proud. Because in the Virtual Universe company there are 1 million people even more outstanding than you. Luo Feng blinked hard. This was a psychological blow for Luo Feng. This Babata really knew how to knock a person down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 47, The Only Opponent. Volume 10, Chapter 47, The Only Opponent. Sitting in the chair, Luo Feng poured himself a cup of tea. As it flowed into the cup, a thought occurred to him. Babata is right. My current strength is far from that of an absolute genius. If I want to make it into the universe top 1000, it is indeed hard. My skills, control a spirit weapon, battle experience, amplifier and mental state, these may all be not bad. However, compared to all the geniuses of the entire universe, it definitely ain't at the top. A few powerful warriors, like my teacher or that Luo, towards the later stages in life have all created their own secret techniques. Of course, no matter what I do, I have to do it step by step. I first have to learn the techniques created by others first before slowly creating my own. And the current me, I've just begun. In a group of sheep, even if I become the strongest, I'd still only be a stronger sheep. And compared to a group of lions, even if I'm not the strongest, I'd still be an intrepid lion. To improve, I have to get into the core of the virtual universe company. I am weak. But the main reason is because my training time is too short. This genius battle stretches on for quite some time. I still have time to get stronger. Luo Feng pondered, his eyebrows creased. The Leviathan of the human universe, the virtual universe company's core, it only absorbs 1,000 geniuses every 10,000 years. After generations, there should be millions of geniuses within. And after countless years of toil, the number of undying within would far exceed that of the Ganwu universe country. Within there. That was where the true outstanding and pinnacle of strengths were, not. If I want to compete, I have to compete with the strongest. My training time is short. But, as time goes on, I will be able to catch up to them. Hard work. Hard work. Right now the first goal is to get into the 1,000 slots of the Ganwu Universe country internal name list. Luo Feng made the decision without discussing more with Babada. Growing up, Luo Feng had never admitted defeat before. Even against the incomparably powerful and seemingly invincible golden horned beast before, Luo Feng never stepped back. If it was said that his younger brother Luo Hua enjoyed the battle in the universe financial market, every time going in to compete in slaughter, earning and making fortunes, then Luo Feng enjoyed chasing after the pinnacle of life itself. Constantly breaking through and improving himself time and again, defeating the opponents one by one. Even with difficulty, setbacks, competition and opponents, he had no fear. The only fear would be that of no difficulty at all. When that day finally arrives where he stands at the peak, without any opponents, he would fear the loneliness. The strong are lonely. On Earth Luo Feng had tasted that feeling, he didn't like the feeling of loneliness. I'll push myself and give it a shot. We'll see just how far Luo Feng can push to. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, it was a light of anticipation of his path of the strong. The arena wars lasted for a total of 5 days. When it ended, the 10,000 participants that made it through had 1 day of rest, and within that 1 day, the organizing party, the Virtual Universe Company, also gave out information on the upcoming battles and informed every participant. China Time Year 2066, July 22nd, night. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay District, Luo Feng's living room. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were gathered there with 10 other people. How are the arena fights going to be distributed? Brother-in-law, who are you fighting against in the first match? Only 900 slots, yet 10,000 people are competing. How do you even compete? A group of people were discussing. Quiet. Luo Feng pointed to mid-air. Immediately a screen appeared above the dining table, on it were a blur of words with descriptions. This is the list for the 10,000 participants of the arena fights. The words are too small. The whole family ran over to take a closer look. Enlarge it. Luo Feng pointed at the corner of the screen and immediately a portion of the screen began to enlarge. There was Luo Feng's name there. Big brother, you are up against Sai Weiluo first? After winning that, you'll battle against the winner of the next group? Luo Hua examined it carefully. Right. Luo Feng nodded, looking at the people who surrounded him. Among them were his brother-in-law Su Gang and others, even Hong and his children and families, Thunder God's daughter and his own family. With a large group of people together, it was indeed bustling. This arena battle, the process itself is very simple. 1v1, the winner will advance, while the loser will enter the loser's circle. These 10,000 people will be split into a total of 5,000 groups, of which after the first battle, there will be 5,000 winners and 5,000 losers. The 5,000 winners will continue to fight it out, and after the second battle, there will remain 2,500 winners. Moving on. After the third battle, there will remain 1,250 winners. After the fourth, there will only be 625 winners left. After the fourth battle, the 625 winners will immediately take up 625 slots of the name list. Luo Feng said. The rules were simple. 1v1, they only need to fight 4 battles. And there'll be 625 left. I say, my brother-in-law, within these 900 slots, after taking out the 625, wouldn't that only leave 275 slots? Su Gang said curiously. Beside him Luo Hua laughed. Su Gang, didn't you realize from what my brother said before, the losers enter a loser's circle? I estimate the remaining 275 slots will come from there. Thunder God laughed. Right, Luo Hua is smart. One has to know that the victor of a 1v1 battle is usually decided very quickly. However, there's a huge loophole, that is, there might very likely be 2 absolute warriors battling against each other, and one of them will end up getting eliminated. This loophole results in the company very easily eliminating a true genius. Right. Luo Feng nodded, hence the loser's circle. From the 10,000 people, there will be 625 winners, and the loser's circle will have 9,375 people. These 9,375 will engage in a cruel and long competition, which will finally result in the final 275 being picking out. Luo Feng said. Cruel and long competition? Why cruel? Long? How long? A group of people turned to Luo Feng. This competition is for the loser's circle of 9,375 people. Every person has to battle with the other 9,374 others in 1v1 matches. Meaning, the loser's circle, every 9,375 of them has to battle 9,374 times. Winning a match gains 1 point. Should both parties die together in a draw, that would mean 0 points. Finally, it will go by how high the points a person has. The top 275 will get into the final 275 slots. Luo Feng said. My God. Su Gang stared wide-eyed. Wow. Little Hai exclaimed, 9,374 matches? When will this battle end? Right, just how much time is spent on this? With these over 9,000 matches, it will definitely take forever. A group of them all sighed. One must know that in life or death battles, to battle continuously, one's entire mental state, spirit and strength would be fatigued and focus would drop. Hence, even though each battle time was short, it was still impossible to hold multiple matches a day. What the Virtual Universe Company announced was that this competition itself will probably go on for close to 3 years, as each person will battle 10 matches a day. Luo Feng said, the entire genius battle, from the initial world elimination battle of the Ganwu Universe Country, the longest time-consuming item is this, but close to 3 years? That's long. The arena fights were very quick. Every battle eliminated half of its people, requiring only 4 successive wins to get a slot. On a balcony in Luo Feng's villa in 9-Star Bay District, late night. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat by a round table. Third brother, your situation isn't looking good. Hong emphasized. Among these 10,000 participants, there's a total of 521 who've stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, and from 4 matches they will pick the final 625. Theoretically speaking, these 521 should all get a slot. Thunder God muttered, however, I don't know just how this Virtual Universe Company distributed the teams. They actually let origin law geniuses meet each other? Right. Even though according to the footage of the arena wars before, they concluded that there was a total of 521 who've stepped through the Origin Law's gateway. If they distributed it properly, the virtual universe company could have left these 521 not ever meet and get a slot. However, the virtual universe company didn't do it that way. A large portion of these Origin Law's geniuses didn't have to ever meet in their 4 matches, but a small group of them, close to 100 of them, did have to meet each other. Like Luo Feng himself. According to the distribution, for his first, second and third battles, he had a certain guarantee to win. However, the 4th match, according to his list, as long as that Origin Law genius didn't lose along the way, then his 4th opponent would be another who had stepped through the gateway. His name was Rong Jun, his nickname was Savage. Savage Rong Jun. Back then he was the absolute warrior that killed his second brother Thunder God, a powerful being that massacred his Arena Wars group. According to this distribution, there'll be close to 100 Origin Law warriors who will meet in the 4th match. Hong nodded, and these close to 100 people were the top most intrepid performers of the Arena Wars. Whether it was Savage Rong Jun or Madman Luo Feng, they were the most powerful and massacred their Arena Wars group. They were just invincible. In terms of strength, this close to 100 people should belong to the upper echelon of the strong. Hong emphasized, right now the virtual universe company is obviously wanting them to meet to test them out. After all, the loser still has a chance in the loser's circle. In the circle, there will be less than 50 Origin Law warriors, and there are 275 slots for the loser's circle. These Origin Law warriors, even if they lose their 4th match, through the loser's circle, they can still get a slot. From the virtual universe company's point of view, it's probably to test this group of geniuses. The most elite meeting one another and engaging in 9,374 matches thereafter. This is probably one of the best training for these people. Hong said. Luo Feng and Thunder God both nodded. Makes sense. The virtual universe company organized this to pick out the most pinnacle of geniuses. Hence making them fight against each other and picking out the most exceptional was a very normal circumstance. Third brother. Hong emphasized as he looked at Luo Feng, the 1st to 3rd battles, you shouldn't have any trouble. Right now your only opponent is the 4th match where you'll meet Savage Rong Jun. I've seen his strength personally, it's extremely terrifying, much stronger than your group's Pushkin. I've exchanged blows with him, he finished me in 1 shot. Thunder God said, he is very strong, especially his slice down from his blade, it feels extremely heavy. I know. Luo Feng nodded. If he wanted to get a slot in that name list early, he would have to defeat Savage. And from that Savage's Arena War battle, he had watched as a spectator, it was indeed terrifying. Who asked you to perform so fearlessly? Thunder God laughed, it's because your performance was too strong and you killed the other geniuses like they were dogs, the virtual universe company values you. Hence, they arranged Savage to battle you. Letting the 2 strongest fight it out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 48, Successive Victories. Volume 10, Chapter 48, Successive Victories. China year 2066, July 23. Virtual universe, in the space that belonged to the huge Axe Dojo. On island number 29,904, the arena duels were about to begin. Attention all, standing in the center of the arena right now is the genius from the Dragon Horn Starfield, Sai Weiluo. Following the loud announcement throughout the entire arena, the audience immediately erupted in a wave of cheers and roars. The over 100 million spectators from the Dragon Horn Starfield were incomparably excited, all shouting as loud as they could. Sai Weiluo! Sai Weiluo! You are the strongest! Over 100 million excited cheers could be heard. The 2 sides, from 2 different starfields, were both given 100 million tickets. Hence today's match had 1 billion spectators, of which 200 million were separately from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield and the Dragon Horn Starfield. The next to take the stage is the one you've all been waiting for. From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, an absolute genius, Luo Feng. The commentator's voice was even louder than the first time. Obviously the commentator was a little more biased towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. It wasn't just the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's over 100 million people cheering loudly, more than half the people from the other 800 million from the other starfields in the Ganwu Universe country too were cheering his name. Even though both had made it through the arena wars, obviously Luo Feng, who had dominated his group, had won over the support from many in the Ganwu Universe country. While a trillion eyes were watching him, Luo Feng followed the same pathway and walked into the center of the arena. The cheers got even louder. Countless human ladies of different races all shouted and screeched, some even fainting. The 100% virtual simulation had such an effect, even bodily functions were simulated. There were two youths standing in the arena. One with a dark golden long rod and dressed in dark gray armor, the black-haired youth Luo Feng. The other, who was standing on a large board, smiling and with a gentle aura, Sai Weiluo. Luo Feng, all the best. Sai Weiluo bowed respectfully, displaying his manners. Luo Feng just stood there, completely immersed in his mental state, like a volcano, without any reaction at all. He didn't know why, even though Sai Weiluo before him seemed very courteous, it gave him an outrageous sense of discomfort. As for why he had that feeling, he couldn't explain it. You too. A tall, sturdy and handsome commentator smiled. This will be very similar to the arena wars. As the battle progresses, the space you have will continue to shrink. It'll only require 5 minutes before the entire space will shrink down to only a diameter of 1 m. Hence your battle will at most last 5 minutes. Thanks. Sai Weiluo smiled and looked at the commentator. Luo Feng only made a noise to reply. Alright, let the battle begin. The commentator smiled. The moment he said begin, his entire being vanished, leaving only the two participants. So, Sai Weiluo stood on his huge board, swiftly flying into the distance, as quick as lightning. Escaping? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The soaring shuttle immediately became a beam of golden light, obviously faster than Sai Weiluo before. The original size of the arena was a diameter of 30 kilometers. As time passed, it shrank more and more. With Luo Feng and Sai Weiluo's speed, in the blink of an eye they were already at the edges of the space. Now's the time. Sai Weiluo could feel their distance closing. He suddenly turned and simultaneously Luo Feng, who was rushing over, decreased his speed as they grew dangerously close. Sai Weiluo's eyes had a gleam of madness. Go! Kill him! The huge board beneath his feet shot out a silver light. This light wrapped itself around his green energy flow around. It moved autonomously and separated into 9 silver arrows, shooting at Luo Feng at the same time. Xiao! 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 9 silver arrows. It was like 9 shooting stars shooting suddenly and swiftly at Luo Feng. Even though the Nanshan armament is powerful, it does have its weaknesses. Sai Weiluo's eyes were filled with a strong anticipation, one for victory, that is its defense, its weakness is its defense. Your power is only so much and you dare split it into 9? Luo Feng snorted coldly, and you really think I have no methods for defend myself? Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The soaring shuttle below him immediately shot out beams of light, swiftly forming 16 peculiar shields surrounding him. These 16 shields had golden threads weaving through them. The surface of the shields, 8 of which were facing outside while the other 8 were facing inwards, revolving both internally and externally. The speed was swift, as all of them were infused with some origin laws. This move, the sword array. The soaring shuttle's second form, its defensive form, the sword array. There were a total of 3 forms for the soaring shuttle. The first offensive form was the mountain bulwark. the defensive form was the Mountain Bulwark Shield. The second form's offense was the Golden Swordfish, the defensive form was the Sword Array. As for the third form, one had to reach the universe level to use it. Hence the current Luo Feng could only use the Swordfish formation along with the Sword Array. The 8 shields floated about his surroundings, the other 8 formed an outer layer. Inside and outside, covered with shields which revolved about and moved up and down, with golden light connecting them, and outrageous energy emanated from it. Infused with Luo Feng's comprehension of the golden origin laws, its defense was simply perfect. The 9 silver arrows shot over and the 16 shields slightly altered its speed, leaving no openings at all. Dang, 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 clashes could be heard. The power of the 9 silver arrows wasn't strong in the first place, it couldn't even move the 16 shields' defense. Actually, normal spirit weapons weren't like the soaring shuttle, which had many formations and uses. Under normal circumstances, the stronger one's spirit reading power was, the more focused the weapon would be. A pure attacking spirit weapon. A pure defensive one. A pure flying one. Gold represented strength and piercing power of the sun. This Nanshan armament was a purely offensive spirit weapon, extremely tyrannical. Offense. When it is condensed, it's very powerful. When it is separated it gets weaker. And this Sai Weiluo knew that if he did not risk it all he couldn't kill Luo Feng. Hence he gambled on Luo Feng not having a form of defense with his spirit weapons. Hence he controlled the 9 silver arrows. By dispersing his spirit energy through these 9 arrows, it made his energy and power divide by 9, making the power and strength drop. He was gambling it all on this one attack chance. Against the 9 silver arrows, Luo Feng using his Nanshan armament could at most block 2 or 3 of them, that way, Sai Weiluo would have a chance of victory. A pity. Luo Feng had a defensive spirit weapon. It was the Soaring Shuttle. The Soaring Shuttle had flying and defensive capabilities along with offensive powers too. Because Luo Feng had trained rigorously and studied it, using the Soaring Shuttle's defensive form the Sword Array was the best option and choice. Maybe there were better defensive spirit weapons, but Luo Feng didn't have the time to study them. It's over. Sai Weiluo's expression changed. Xie. The golden long rod became a golden rainbow and pierced right through his spirit weapon and straight through his forehead. First battle, Luo Feng was victorious. Second battle. Luo Feng, I know I'm not your match, but I still want to compete with my all. Luo Feng's second opponent admitted at the moment he stepped on the arena that he wasn't a match for him. Very quickly. Second battle, Luo Feng won easily. Third battle. The third opponent's strength was very strong, comparable to Pushkin. Especially the strength of the huge axe he used was shocking. However, against the 9 silver arrows from before, Luo Feng's Nanshan armament couldn't fight at all. However, against this huge axe, Luo Feng easily controlled the golden rainbow to fight force with force. By using the soaring shuttle he stood at a distance and controlled it from afar. After 6 continuous attacks, that huge axe-wielding tall and sturdy man's arms were ripped and broken with blood spewing from his mouth, without any strength left in his arms to defend. The third battle, Luo Feng won again. 3 battles, 3 victories. Black Dragon Mountain Island 9 Starbay District, Luo Feng's home entrance. Luo Feng sat face to face with the silver-haired old man Budeosaka. You have achieved 3 victories in 3 battles. Right now the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island is filled with discussions about you. The silver-haired old man laughed. Within this virtual universe network, many entertainment programs and newscasts are all keeping an eye on you. Luo Feng laughed. Even while sitting at home, they could hear the people's cheers from the bars outside. These were all from the victories of Luo Feng. Due to these victories, there were large drunken celebrations all over. Lord Budeosaka, I'm pretty sure you came here not just to tell me these. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the silver-haired old man. I bring word from His Majesty. The silver-haired old man looked at Luo Feng. In tomorrow's fourth match, as long as you win, you will receive a slot. His Majesty is hoping that you will prepare well and not get careless. After all, your opponent is very strong. I know. Luo Feng nodded. An image of his opponent appeared in his mind. That messy-haired, bare-footed savage youth. Defeat him. Luo Feng thought within. Ganwu Universe Country, within a vast starfield. A D6 disc-shaped universe ship was stopped on the moon of a mineral planet, within one of its resting rooms. A barefooted, messy-haired 3-meter-tall man, carrying 2 short blades, sat cross-legged on the alloy surface ground within the room. He looked up a photo hung on the wall. It was a black scruffy-looking punk with arms around the shoulders of a tall and sturdy man. Father! This savage youth was quietly looking at the photo, muttering, "Even though you aren't my birth father, however." The savage youth gritted his teeth, saying softly, "I, two-man, swear, I will definitely kill that bastard. Definitely." His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling gleam, almost like a hungry, mad lone wolf. He is an undying. He is the emperor that built an empire. However, I will definitely kill him. Father, just watch. I will rush into the top 1000 in this genius battle and enter the virtual universe company. Even becoming the strongest within my generation in the virtual universe company. Savage said softly, and on the day I kill him, it will be the day I will regain the name Two-Man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 49, The Strong Clash. Volume 10, Chapter 49, The Strong Clash. It's Madman. That madman has come, quickly flee. Chie. The black-haired youth in the dark gray armor walked coldly down the alley. A golden swordfish recklessly slaughtered a group of geniuses. Their bodies flew about, fresh blood staining the silent alley. The elimination stage footage of Luo Feng slaughtering were continuously played. Him, the absolute genius that has struck fear among countless geniuses, so much so they call him Madman, Luo Feng. He had been hiding his strength all the while and only unleashing his true weapon, the Nanshan armament, in the arena wars and winning every battle. Only one word could describe him: invincible. Savage. I admit I'm not your match. I don't wish to battle against you. Even if you don't wish to, you still have to. A thick, powerful voice resounded. That barefooted, 3m tall savage immediately closed the distance between them. The blade in his hand seemed light as he swung it. The blow, however, seemed to conceal the weight of heavy mountains behind it, immediately blowing away the opponent's defense and killing him on the spot. The savage Rong Jun's every slaughter scene too was constantly broadcasted. Him, relying just on his strength, has caused countless warriors to tremble, the one called Savage, Rong Jun. From the elimination stage to the arena wars, wielding the battle knife, killing all targets, till now there hasn't been anyone capable of resisting him. The two of them, Madman Luo Feng and Savage Rong Jun, in this fourth round of the arena duels will engage in a much-anticipated fight on island number 00001. One madman, one savage. Who's stronger? Will it be Madman continue his winning streak, or will Savage kill this madman? Everything will be decided then. The highly anticipated match of the fourth round, the two pinnacle geniuses fight. A broadcast of about 15 minutes long appeared at the top of the Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu station page. Only the Virtual Universe Company would have been able to get such footage from that first round. The moment that broadcast came out, it immediately resulted in countless in the Ganwu universe downloading it and swiftly spreading it throughout the universe country. Eruption. Countless people from the Ganwu universe country rushed and fought to buy tickets for the battle. Even though the fourth round of the arena duels had many matchups, the one that people were truly waiting to watch was this 49th match. This 49th match was a battle between geniuses who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. In terms of power, the madman Luo Feng and the savage Rong Jun were both well known. Their battle was arranged to be on island number 00001. The ticket prices were extremely expensive too. However, the number of people who were actually trying to buy these tickets was an enormous number as well. Especially since that special broadcast was released, the names Madman and Savage spread immediately throughout the trillion galaxies. This video had made countless people anticipate the battle. The time had finally come, China time year 2066, July 26. Within the virtual universe where the huge Axe Dojo had opened a space, island number 00001, a battle between absolute pinnacle warriors was about to happen. The participants were Madman Luo Feng and Savage Rong Jun. Madman. Savage. Luo Feng. Rong Jun. The entire dojo's 1 billion seats were filled to the brim. The battle hadn't even begun, but the footage broadcasted on a big screen in the center of the arena had already caused the countless spectators to cheer and roar for the warriors they supported. Especially the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the Golden Sword Empire, the spectators from these empires were shouting with pride for their own empire. Simultaneously, within the preparation room, Luo Feng was again wearing the dark gray armor and carrying a dark golden long rod. There were only 2 seats in this preparation room. A passionate staffer appeared beside and pointed at a seat as he spoke. "Mr. Luo Feng, please rest here. The battle is about to begin soon." Luo Feng nodded and walked towards the seat and sat down. In his ears, he clearly heard the roars and cheers that resembled a tsunami. Who? A human silhouette appeared. Luo Feng opened his eyes to look. It was a tall and sturdy, still barefooted, messy-haired man. However, just from him standing there, he gave off a formless energy and strength, but it was almost as though he was the heavens and land itself, and this natural abundance of power and energy made Luo Feng crease his eyebrows. When I saw him before, it was from a distance in the arena. And from footage, I didn't expect that within his person, the energy and aura is that strong. That strength itself directly affects his character. Living beings had auras. If one's aura became incomparably strong, it would make others detect it easily, and it was strong enough to be called energy. Energy, this was a very broad term. For example, the normal people on Earth with their thin and frail bodies, if they met a tall and sturdy and intimidating bandit, they could feel the pressure the enemy brought. Strong willpower, solid determination, strength, etc., all this contribute to the energy. Like Luo Feng. If the current him were to quietly train in the wilderness of Earth, he would naturally emit an oppressing willpower. No matter how powerful the beasts were, they wouldn't dare approach him. "Mr. Rong Jun, please rest here, the battle is about to begin." The staff quickly received him. The savage youth sat directly opposite Luo Feng. The two faced each other sitting. The savage youth's tiger-like eyes stared. It almost seemed like 2 beams of lightning were shooting out, making others not dare to make eye contact. Luo Feng, however, sat there like a dead volcano, silent, cold, emanating killing intent. This made it hard for others to even touch him. "You are Luo Feng? Madman Luo Feng?" The savage youth's voice was thick and powerful. With his eyes shut and silently seating, Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Savage. If anyone compared Luo Feng's appearance to the golden horned beast, they would realize their eyes and gaze were almost identical, cold yet filled with killing intent. The savage youth felt shock within. This madman, his killing intent is heavy. "Something the matter?" Luo Feng spoke. "Yes." Savage nodded, his eyes staring at Luo Feng. "The losers circle matches. I'm very interested in the 9,374 matches. This sort of high-density matches will be useful to my training. I will definitely go participate." Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. This savage Rong Jun just said he wanted to take part in the losers' circle matches. What did he mean? "You are admitting defeat?" Luo Feng looked at Savage. "No." Savage stared at Luo Feng. I've never had the mindset of admitting defeat. However, I will first defeat you. Then I will commit suicide and go participate in the loser's circle matches. Defeat me then suicide? Luo Feng squinted his eyes. To obtain a slot in the name list is not difficult for me at all. Savage curled his lips, giving off a powerful battle aura. I require battle, many battles. Constantly training myself and improving. Hence, Luo Feng, I hope you don't disappoint me. Don't let me defeat you in an instant. Within the preparation room, Luo Feng closed his eyes and said coldly, relax, I will kill you directly, and send you to the loser's circle. Ah. I'm looking forward to it. Savage smiled. With his eyes shut and hearing these words, Luo Feng too revealed a smile. Just from a few simple words, Luo Feng and Rong Jun already had a good feeling of their opponents. They were two people who were similar. They had absolute confidence in themselves, never admitting defeat and indomitable in spirit. Battle! Battle! Luo Feng and Rong Jun both felt each other's powerful fighting spirit and their absolute confidence. Mr. Luo Feng, Mr. Rong Jun, please head to the alley to prepare, the battle is about to begin. The staffer came over and spoke carefully. Luo Feng and Savage stood at the same time. They exchanged glances, feeling each other's fighting spirit from within, following which they both headed directly to the alley. The entire arena was completely full. The people were like the ocean, all races of humans from the trillion galaxies were all cheering loudly. From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Madman Luo Feng. From the Golden Sword Empire, the savage Rong Jun. The two of them are walking out now. The commentator was a man, his voice extremely loud. Madman. Madman. Savage. Savage. The spectators from the hundreds of millions of galaxies were incomparably excited. Compared to their actual names, their nicknames were actually much more accepted throughout. Within the arena, Luo Feng and Rong Jun faced off. The both of you should already know the arena duel rules. The commentator faced the two of them. This battle will determine who gets the slot on the name list. The winner between you two will get a slot, while the loser will have to fight in the loser's circle, engaging in a long tedious amount of battles. The two of you should understand already. Then right now, let the battle begin. With that shout, the sound reverberated throughout the entire dojo. The commentator immediately vanished and the 1 billion spectators suddenly became silent. Everyone stared at the large arena which contained the only two participants in the center. The moment they heard the word begin, the two who had been suppressing themselves immediately exploded and unleashed their energies and auras simultaneously. The strong usually had to suppress their energies. Just like how Luo Feng could not randomly explode and release his energies in presence of his family. As for someone like a sector lord to suppress his powers, even after suppression, with one look anyone could tell that his gaze gave of an extremely strong willpower, causing normal star-level warriors' souls to not be able to withstand it and crumble. Battle. The first fight was between beliefs and willpower. Using strong auras and energies to pressure and cause fear in the opponent, affecting their state of mind. This was naturally beneficial to one in battle. Whether it was Rong Jun or Luo Feng, they had never met such a powerful opponent before, hence, the two of them simultaneously released their energies, wanting to use it to affect their opponent's mental state and to cause fear and doubt within him. Only with that sort of mental state would the opponent's strength potentially be reduced to only 60 or 70% of their full powers? Luo Feng's eyes became ice cold. A formless heart-palpitating killing intent spread throughout, infused with Luo Feng's willpower and energy, immediately rushing at the opponent. A power that made people get distracted. Luo Feng was almost like a cold-slaughtering absolute beast, standing upright and surveying the enemy. Savage let out a carefree laughter. Beneath his messy hair, his godlike eyes were locked on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, let's battle. Battle. An incomparably strong killing intent and energy immediately spread from him, a powerful fighting spirit infused with Savage's willpower. Incomparably solid. Immovable. The auras clashed, the willpower and energies clashed, feeling each other's strength. Rumble. Rumble. Beams of glaring and razor-sharp golden energy flowed out. Beams of heavy mountain-like ground yellow energy flowed, and these energies covered both Luo Feng and Rong Jun, circling them as the centers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 50, Madness. Savagery. Volume 10, Chapter 50, Madness. Savagery. Battle, battle. Savage was like a war god from the universe, roaring, and his eyes were gleaming red. Under the opponent's influence, Luo Feng's eyes were completely ice-cold. His entire demeanor was like a beast being suppressed. Clang. Brandishing of blades. Savage was barefooted. Every step he took had the strength and weight of 10 million kilograms. Even the arena with its diameter of 10 kilometers trembled as he took his steps. With just 2 steps, the tall and sturdy Savage had already reached right before Luo Feng, and that blade infused with ground yellow energy sliced straight at him. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng fiercely retreated. His eyes staring hard, gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the words, "Kill." Xiao. A golden light shot out from the dark golden long rod on his back. The 9 golden blades with complex engravings on them swiftly moved. Threads of gold weaved through the entire body, swiftly forming a golden blade. Compared to the blade from 2 months ago during the elimination round, the current golden blade Luo Feng had formed was much more stable and formidable. Rumble. A golden rainbow shot towards Savage. Break. Savage's expression struggled. He roared softly while brutally slicing straight at the golden rainbow. Under the pressure of his yellow energy flow, along with Luo Feng's eyes gleaming ice-cold, the golden rainbow almost seemingly wanted to dodge this blade. Dang! Even though it seemed like it was about to dodge it, that blade seemed to move a few inches and directly sliced that golden rainbow, causing it to be smashed away. The entire golden blade trembled for a bit, almost as though it was about to fall apart. Savage couldn't help but take a few steps back too. His grip on the blade too seemed to have weakened. Big brother and second brother were right. This punk's attack is extremely heavy. There hasn't been anyone so far who was able to almost break apart my golden blade with just one slice. From far in mid-air while controlling the golden blade, Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. Gold, as strong and piercing as the sun? Savage stuck out his tongue and licked his thick lips. Following which he violently roared, as though he was extremely excited. Savage! Savage! The 1 billion spectators and the countless people were caught up in the moment, all roaring with all their might. Within the arena. Go and die. Luo Feng was still cold and not affected at all. As he coldly snorted, immediately the golden blade floated again and accelerated, becoming a golden rainbow and rushing towards Savage. Savage let out another roar and rushed straight towards it. His pace fluctuated. His silhouette became peculiar. Dodging time and again, it was completely erratic, swiftly closing in on Luo Feng. No matter what, I cannot let him get close. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and increased the distance between them. The golden rainbow once again rushed straight at Savage. Dang! 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 Clashing with him time and again, almost like moving the ground and shaking the mountains. However, Savage seemed to be borrowing the energy from the clashes to change his direction and swiftly closing in on Luo Feng. One had to know that at his level, one flash was a few hundred meters to kilometers of distance. And Luo Feng couldn't go too far, since with too much distance it would be extremely taxing to control his spirit weapon, which in turn would allow Savage the chance to draw close and attack. Luo Feng was after all a controller, a long-ranged fighter and not proficient at close combat. Incredible movement. Luo Feng worked hard to dodge time and again. It was extremely dangerous. Luckily, relying on the comprehension of the gold origin laws, using the soaring shuttle had gotten much easier and his speed and flexibility had improved much more than before. This Luo Feng is really quick at fleeing. Savage started to feel nervous. Normally I'm able to immediately close in and kill a controller. However, this Luo Feng's board spirit weapon is extremely nimble and flexible, dodging me every time. The spectators in the arena, all 1 billion of them, were all stunned by this scene. These two, one strong and brutal. Even though he was charging head first, his movements were very peculiar, almost like an invincible war god as he chased down Luo Feng time and again. The other was like an exceptional master, floating and dodging time and again against the opponent, making him unable to attack. At the same time controlling the spirit weapon to attack over and over. It was two completely different styles of fighting. One was a brutal fighter, while the other was a long-ranged attacker. Savage is too strong. If this madman slows down even just a little, just one slice would probably finish him. This madman is really strong. Every time he clashes against that attack, that Savage's body will definitely feel the tremors. In fact, he may even be already injured. If this goes on, Savage will definitely lose. Whether it was the 1 billion spectators in the arena or the countless people in the countless galaxies watching the broadcast all over, it did not matter what they deduced and concluded. Luo Feng and Rong Jun in the arena knew best about the predicament of their opponent. Lightning-fast attacks were exchanged over and over. This carried on for a minute before stopping. Savage stood in the arena and stared at the distant Luo Feng. Luo Feng too had stopped, not continuing his attack. My hand. Savage creased his eyebrows, feeling soreness in his entire right arm. The area between the thumb and the index finger had already ripped apart. Matching force with force time and again. Every attack was extremely terrifying. If it were a normal genius, just one clash would have broken his entire arm. During the previous matches, when Luo Feng used the golden blade, with just one attack, he had broken the opponent's entire arm. As one of the 9 godly weapons, using the Nanshan armament while combining origin laws and attacking, just how terrifying was that power? And Savage was well known for his brutality as well. Every slash he threw had cut right through every opponent. Two incredibly strong forces had clashed head-on. Continuously for about 10 times. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, my right arm will become useless. Savage stared hard at Luo Feng. I have to bear the brunt of every clash. Yet, he's just a spirit reader, the clashes don't even affect his body at all. I'm definitely losing out. In mid-air, dressed in dark gray armor, Luo Feng was shocked. Even after 10 continuous clashes, he's actually completely fine. Using the Nanshan armament and going full force eats up a lot of my spirit energy. These 10 attacks have used up more than half of my spirit energy. If this happened in reality, everything could be provided for with his core. He didn't have to worry about his spirit energy running out at all. However, in the virtual universe world, his body was designed according to the virtual universe's standard. Every person's body and spirit energy was the same. Even though he could recover his spirit energy naturally every second, this speed and level of recovery of a star level 9 paled by far in comparison to the golden horned beast's core. He had met with a difficulty. Savage's right hand was injured, he couldn't carry on meeting force with force either. Luo Feng's had less than half of his spirit energy left, he didn't dare keep dragging this on. What to do? Bated breaths. The entire arena went silent as two of them held their breath and stared at each other from afar. Even the 1 billion spectators were silent as they watched. And the Ganwu Universe country, the trillions of universe humans watching this pinnacle fight broadcast were all incomparably nervous and waiting in anticipation. Virtual Universe, Ganmu Continent, the largest construct in one of the buildings on a floating island above. Within that construct was a large hall. The entire floor surface of that hall was made of a dark greenish-black peculiar-looking crystal stone. On it were 64 slashes, which gave off a flicker that enticed people's souls. It made the entire hall give off a natural and yet a dream-like peculiar aura. Countless thrones were separated in there, dispersed in an orderly fashion. In front of the big hall was a large screen. On it was the broadcast of Luo Feng and Rong Jin's battle. Virtual Universe Company actually placed both of them on the 00001 island. These two punks, their strengths are really not bad. However, they still can't be considered as the top of our Ganwu Universe country's level. This little bit of strength can't make it to the top 10. However, the top 100 or so, that's more like it, thought. Blurry and scattered throughout the thrones were a bunch of men and women. Some tall while others tiny, some old, and some young. The one thing they had in common was that their auras were all incomparably strong. Some blazing while others ice cold, this group of people with their incredible lifespans held the top positions within the Ganwu Universe country, sat together and discussed. Not interesting. I still thought there'd be some surprise. Same level as the previous years. Just average. This group of great existences talked very casually. Within the arena, Luo Feng and Savage had been silent for a total of 20 seconds, finally breaking the stalemate. As the arena duels at most lasted 5 minutes, the longer time dragged on. The space would shrink more to the point where Luo Feng, who needed to dodge constantly, would be at a disadvantage. Under the continuous attack from the Nanshan armament, you can still block. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. I respect you, hence. Luo Feng raised both his arms and pointed at Savage. Wah! A golden light shot out from behind Luo Feng's back from the dark golden long rod, swiftly forming in mid-air. This scene caused everyone in the arena and everyone watching the broadcast, even the group of great undying, to stare with their eyes gleaming. What? Savage's face could barely contain his shock. Second golden blade? Right. In front of Luo Feng was a floating golden blade which had formed early on in the match. Yet, right now in mid-air, a second blade was taking shape. Form. Luo Feng grit his teeth. His expression was grim, as his consciousness had split, having to use his full strength to control both golden blades. Nanshan armament, also known as the 9-level Hun Tianyan, had a total of 9 levels to unleash. The first level was Golden Blade. The second level was the sky-piercing form. The first level itself was the easiest. Even domain lords who didn't understand the origin laws could use their strong spirit energy to form it. Of course, when one's spirit energy wasn't as strong, they had to rely on sufficient willpower and law origin comprehension to form it. The first form, during the elimination stage, Luo Feng was already barely able to form it in reality, but the second form, sky-piercing form, was hundreds to thousands of times harder. The sky-piercing form required unleashing 9 golden blades and later combining these together, forming a golden true blade. Different from the illusionary form of the first level, as it condenses the energy and forms a 1-inch long golden true blade. This golden true blade's power was extremely immense. At this time, it had the right to be called sky-piercing. Hence, Luo Feng had been trying from early on to bring out 2 golden blades. After all, only through unleashing 9 golden blades did they actually gain enough power to condense and become reality, making the sky-piercing form. In reality, I'm only a star level 7 spirit reader. My spirit energy strength isn't strong enough, and I'm unable to unleash 2 blades. However, in the virtual universe, my spirit energy is star level 9. Much stronger than in reality. My spirit energy is much stronger than reality. I have a higher guarantee of unleashing it. From the elimination till now, over 2 months had already passed, during which time I'd been training rigorously. Even before this arena duel, I already had a guarantee of unleashing 2 blades. Luo Feng looked at Savage, roaring loudly, "Savage! Receive this! Rumble! Rumble!" The two golden blades, one on the left and one on the right, became two golden rainbows and rushed straight towards Savage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 51, One Standing While Another Lays. Volume 10, Chapter 51, One Standing While Another Lays. Luo Feng! Luo Feng! All the spectators on site, along with the countless humans from the hundreds of millions of galaxies, all cheered excitedly. There were many articles and details regarding Luo Feng and Rong Jun which had been shared previously with many experts to analyze both their strengths. Naturally, the Nanshan armament was discussed as well. Hence, many of the audience knew of how hard it was to unleash the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng unleashing just one golden sword was already enough to make him invincible. Yet, right now he had actually simultaneously unleashed two golden swords. It was simply too intrepid. Ah! Savage let out a low roar while taking a big step and closing a distance of 1 kilometer with just that step. Rumble! Rumble! Supporting the energy wave, two golden rainbows shot out. Break away! Savage had a struggling expression while slashing as fast as lightning at the golden rainbows. Dang! At the instant of the clash, the direction of his blade slightly changed. At the same time, Savage immediately turned and used the shockwave from the impact to add on to his rotation. Dang! Blocking even the second golden rainbow. Shie! Fresh blood was spit out. Savage took 2 steps back as his expression paled. Regardless, his eyes were still burning with a stronger than ever battle spirit, shouting, "Luo Feng, the two golden blades are indeed very powerful. However, you having to disperse your energy evenly to control both of them. The power of each of these blades is only about 90% or so compared to the previous one. Even with 90% power with the both of them combined, to be able to block it even once, I consider you powerful. Let's see how many more times you can block it." In mid-air from a distance, Luo Feng squinted while shouting back, "Come again." Ha 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 ha. Savage suddenly laughed loudly. At the same time he violently threw the blade in his hand. Shio! The blade became a blurred image, almost like a secret weapon shooting towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In mid-air the golden rainbow became an arc and blocked the blade. Dang! That blade was knocked away and landed far away on the ground within the arena. What's he up to? The entire arena was noisy. A fighter throwing away his weapon? It was like a fighter cutting off his own arm. He must be insane. What's the matter? Why did he throw away his weapon? This savage has admitted defeat? Isham, that madman Luo Feng from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, ever since he took out 2 golden blades, that savage knew he couldn't win. Hence, he admitted defeat. That's not strange at all. Not even fighting it out and admitting defeat? The spectators were in an uproar of discussions. Within the arena, however, the two of them were silent. Floating in mid-air, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, coldly looking at Savage on the ground. Even though they hadn't met for too long, just from the simple exchanges of words and willpower, Luo Feng was very sure, the Savage before him had absolute confidence in himself. Even if he was about to lose, he would still fight it out till the end and never admitting defeat. Luo Feng! Standing in the arena, Savage stood there with blood still on his mouth. His eyes, however, were gleaming and he laughed loudly. I never once cared about the internal selection with the Ganwu Universe country. What I expect of myself is to at least enter the top 1,000 in the entire universe. Having said that, my true aim is to be number 1 in the entire universe. Luo Feng was shocked. The 1 billion spectators were all shocked. Even the countless humans watching the broadcast were shocked. At this moment, the entire Ganwu universe country's countless humans were all stunned. Entire universe's number 1? His baseline is to enter the universe top 1000? That was a place where countless geniuses from many universe countries fought to enter. On average, there wasn't even one per universe country. He actually dared to say that his baseline was to enter the top 1000, and his true goal was to be the number 1 in the entire universe. This was no simple arrogance. It was simply madness. Within the arena, Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked too. On the ground, Savage flipped his hand and brandished a new battle knife. This was a huge, pure black battle knife. Compared to the one before, this new knife was twice as large. I never expected that, to gain a slot in the Ganwu universe country, I'd be forced to take out this earth-splitting blade. Savage's entire energy had changed. With the huge knife in his hand, Savage suddenly seemed to become like a wild war god, causing Luo Feng, who was in mid-air, to shout out, "Whatever tricks you may have, take them out and then we'll speak." Rumble! Rumble! The two golden rainbows pierced straight towards him. Ha! Savage laughed loudly. Wah! In an instant, there were suddenly two savages in the arena. The two silhouettes rushed towards Luo Feng with terrifying speed. What? Luo Feng, who was controlling the two golden rainbows, was extremely shocked. A spirit reader controller's greatest fear was being unable to pinpoint the target. Among these two savages, one of them must be fake. However, with my spirit energy scan, both of them seem to be real. How can that be possible? Creating a phantom image was extremely simple. In truth, if normal people of Earth with their visual abilities were to watch Luo Feng's level of warrior, with their shocking speed, they would often see after images. Almost as though there was another silhouette of the same person present. And in truth, no matter how fast one moved, it would still only be one person. Even with a spirit scan, it was not easy to uncover. Arc light! Arc light! Luo Feng roared, shocked within. The golden horned beast's two great techniques, one of which was the absolute space. The first level of absolute space was arc light. The moment it was established, one's movement could cause the space to warp, creating a second body. The second level of absolute space was 1000 forms. The moment it was established, one could even create a 1000 to 10,000 bodies within an area. The third level of absolute space was teleportation. At this point, one would even be invincible amongst the undying. Even Luo Feng's teacher, the master of the Windmill planet, had never reached the point of teleportation. Even among the many generations of golden horned beasts, very few of them ever made it. This technique was actually a secret technique for the origin laws of space. For those who have some comprehension of the space origin laws, they too could replicate the effect of arc light. When their bodies followed a peculiar arc line and under the influence of extreme speeds, they could create the effect of two bodies. And that instantaneous acceleration in speed was extremely shocking too. Virtual universe, within that large construct in the floating island above the Ganwu continent. In the huge thrones, all the great undyings were in a seated position. Initially, they didn't seem to really care about the battle, however, at this point. Space origin law. It's space. And his comprehension is pretty high as well. It doesn't even seem any lower than his comprehension of the ground origin laws. He's actually able to cause the space to warp and create a second body. This punk! Within our Ganwu universe country, there hasn't been a genius like him in a very long time. Mad, this punk is definitely mad enough. No wonder he dared to say that his baseline was the universe top 1000, while his true aim is to reach number 1 amongst all. Ground and space, comprehension of these two laws at such a level. With his domain reaching level 9, just who trained and nurtured such an absolute genius? The group of great undying were all shocked. Because, for a universe-level warrior to step through the gateway of the origin laws, they were already considered outstanding geniuses. However, these belong to the galaxy-level geniuses. While others like Nabini or Hong, they belong to the category of starfield geniuses. By unleashing one golden blade, Luo Feng had belonged to the universe country level of genius. However, unleashing two blades, that was the pinnacle of a universe country level genius. As for Savage, ground in space comprehension, and such a deep comprehension at that. And this is only a star level punk. He's really close to the peak. He belonged to the category of geniuses for the entire universe of humans. And amongst them, he was still at the very peak. Arc light? Luo Feng, who had been rigorously studying absolute space, only understood then what was going on with his opponent. Go and die. In mid-air, Luo Feng pointed at Savage and roared. Rumble. Rumble, dot. Two golden rainbows respectively shot in two different directions. One at each Savage, one who can be seen with the naked eye, and the other who was picked up with a spirit scan. It seemed like there were two Savages. However, in truth, there was only one. Only because he warped the space around him, he created the effect of a mirror image of himself. Ha! Savage laughed, seemingly not caring about the two golden rainbows shooting at him, while he still aimed directly at Luo Feng. Break! The distant Luo Feng roared. Having been studying absolute space all this while, he was very clear about that first level and its power. And because he was clear of it, Luo Feng knew that even if he shot out the two golden rainbows, they would be dodged. Hence the best thing to do was break, dot. The two golden rainbows immediately dispersed into 18 golden little blades and madly engulfed his surroundings in all directions. Shio! 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 Immediately they dispersed and shot out. Immediately two of the little blades that were shot hit Savage's body. Even though their power was weaker after dispersing, they still affected his movement. Die! Luo Feng surveyed below him. At the same time, the two soaring shuttles beside him shot out two beams of golden light, forming two golden swordfishes. Dispersing the golden blades. And using the swordfish formation. Simultaneous exchange. The two golden swordfish shot towards the Savage whose movement had been affected. What? Savage was shocked instantly. With my comprehension of the space origin laws and movement, my instantaneous acceleration is shockingly fast. If his golden blades were a bit further away, I would have been able to easily dodge them. Even if there were 2 or 3 little blades that got close to him, it wouldn't have meant anything. After all, there were a total of 18 little blades. Instead, they completely affected Savage's speed and acceleration, breaking his momentum. Shie! Shie! The two golden fish had already closed the distance. Dang! Dang! Savage waved the huge blade before him. It was almost like space itself was being suppressed, as it split the two golden fish. After which, he raised the blade high and sliced it straight at Luo Feng. Go! Savage slashed down. With the combination of his domain and the space origin laws, he had completely suppressed Luo Feng. Go and die! Luo Feng roared. Rumble! Rumble! The 18 little golden blades, which were separated at a distance, swiftly formed back into 2 golden blades behind Savage. During the time Savage slashed at Luo Feng, the 2 golden rainbows shot towards Savage. Even though he had sensed the danger through his domain, Savage not only didn't bother to dodge it, but instead roared, "Go and die!" Pang! His blade was fast as lightning. Luo Feng gripped his shield. He was feeling as though an entire mountain had come crushing down on him with a huge rumble. At the point, he lost his consciousness. Pang! After Savage's slash, he tried to dodge, but he had already missed his chance. Shio! Shio! Due to inertia, the two golden rainbows continued their motion. One brushed past his body while the other shot right through his chest, creating a hole as big as a bowl. His internal organs were all ruptured and fresh blood were spewing from within. Boom! Savage landed on the floor as fresh blood was flowing from his chest wound. Like a heavily wounded war god, he still stood there and stared at Luo Feng's body. And at that time, the two golden blades once again separated into 18 little golden blades and dropped, clanging on the floor of the arena. Dang! 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 Continuous clanging could be heard loud and clear, resounding throughout the arena. The 1 billion spectators were all silent. All of them were watching the two absolute geniuses in the arena. One stood there. The other lay on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 52, Ranking. Volume 10, Chapter 52, Ranking. Savage stood there silently, looking at Luo Feng's corpse on the ground. Luo Feng. Savage muttered, "My earlier plan was to defeat you and then commit suicide. And after go engage in the losers' circle matches. However, your power far exceeded my imagination and what I expected. Without unleashing my full strength, there was no way I could defeat you. Compared to the effects of the long training in the losers' circle, defeating you was more important. And with you risking it all, I couldn't defeat and spare you." Savage recapped the scene before, still shaken from it. This Luo Feng's reaction was too quick. According to his expectations, the moment he unleashed his true strength with both ground and space origin laws unleashed, just that instantaneous movement which produced a mirror image would make Luo Feng too shocked and distracted. Even if he used the golden rainbows to attack, Savage could easily dodge it. At this point, he would close their distance immediately and slash at Luo Feng, who wouldn't be able to resist and would be heavily damaged. And after that he would withdraw and commit suicide. Everything would have been very simple. However, in reality, it didn't go at all like how he had imagined. At the time he unleashed his powers, Luo Feng chose the least fatal attacking path, as the two golden blades that separated into 18 little blades and revolved around him. These 18 little blades shot out in all directions together, covering the surrounding space and immediately breaking his formation and movement. Simultaneously, he used two golden fish to attack. The battle of these two. In an instant, Luo Feng controlled these 18 little blades to swiftly reform the golden blades and attack from behind, returning one move after another. From the time I unleashed my strength till the end of the battle, it wasn't even 0.1 seconds. The dispersed golden blade actually broke my formation. Immediately using the soaring shuttle to attack and then using the reformed golden blades again to retaliate, and the timing was very precise. If he had hesitated for just a little, allowing me to use that space to attack, he would have been done for. To be able to think of everything within that short 0.1 seconds, but also execute everything perfectly. Calm and collected. Absolute calm. Savage looked at Luo Feng's body, filled with respect. "I could never achieve your level of calmness." Indeed. Luo Feng and his brother Luo Hua, the calmness was engraved deep within their bones. And on Earth, Luo Feng had experienced many life or death experiences, especially during the possession of the golden horned beast. He had already thought he would die. These experiences allowed Luo Feng to maintain his calm despite any dangers. And the bloodline of the golden horned beast affected him too, as the specialty of the golden horned beast was to slaughter coldly. Add on his big and second brother's mental state training. In terms of calmness, amongst the 100 or so geniuses that stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, Luo Feng was at the top. Actually, all three of them from Earth were exceptional in that sense. In terms of perfect harmony between man and nature and spirit, Luo Feng couldn't compare to his two older brothers. However, the absolute ice-cold calmness, along with the influence of the golden horned beast's bloodline, allowed him to measure up to the highest level of ancient studies and training from Earth, which were comprehended by Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God had purely studied the Chinese and Indian cultures to their highest levels. Even though Luo Feng was weaker within, he was still much stronger than any genius within the universe who hasn't trained his mental state at all. That, added on top of the bloodline of the golden horned beast, in terms of calm, he could compare to his brothers. Congratulations to Rong Jun. The loud and clear voice resounded throughout the arena, and thanks to Luo Feng, the two of them have delivered such an exciting match to our trillions of people within the Ganwu universe country. This was definitely this time's Genius Match's most exciting match till now. However, there will always be a victor and a loser. This battle, Rong Jun is the victor. Rong Jun also receives a slot in our Ganwu universe name list. He has the right to represent the Ganwu universe country and competing against the geniuses from the other universe countries. Let us anticipate the matches Rong Jun will be fighting in with the other geniuses from all over the universe, eventually grabbing even more honor. Rumble. The 1 billion spectators erupted in cheers, some cheering for Savage Rong Jun while others still cheered for Madman Luo Feng. This match was definitely a lot more exciting than a lot had expected. When Luo Feng's strength was unleashed, many actually expected Luo Feng to be the victor. Who would have expected Rong Jun to be so sick, to be able to actually produce a mirror image, and finally that final slash was even more brutal. Luo Feng was dead, while Rong Jun was heavily injured. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, within a large palace. Within one of the large palaces, close to 1,000 youths were gathered. All of them were looking up at the screen, and on it was the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun, which had just ended. Amongst you all, some have already acquired a slot in the name list. Some are about to participate in their fourth match. Below the screen, a tall and sturdy, green-horned single-eyed man roared softly, "You are our Ganwu universe country's most exceptional of this generation. Many of you think you are really something. Look at this. Look at these two. All of you look carefully." Finishing up, the green-horned single-eyed man walked out of the palace. Within the palace, a group of youths, men and women, all had complex expressions, pained expressions. Stronger than me, both of them are stronger than me. A handsome cat-eared youth shook his head. That madman, those two golden blades of his. I wouldn't be able to block it. Too strong. To actually be able to unleash two golden blades, I can barely even manage one. These two. That Luo Feng, I still have confidence to beat him. But that Rong Jun, according to teacher's assessment, he has a comprehension of the origin laws, and that movement, that slash, and at least 8 tall and sturdy. Wild giant youth muttered softly, shaking his head. Ganwu continent, floating island, within that huge construct. The blurry images of the thrones, the great and eternal undying, were all discussing the battle. How long has it been, in the history of our Ganwu universe country genius duels, since such a level of battle was held? Prior to more than 300 genius competitions. Back then the Iron Head General was a star level 7, only his battle could match up to this. Right, over 300 genius competitions before. In the blink of an eye, close to 2 million years have passed. Ha ha. My match back then could barely compare to this one. 1.89 million years have passed since then, and I've already become an undying. However, back then my opponent wasn't weaker than me. It was a pity that when he became a domain lord, he went to the battlefield outside the starfield and died. A resounding voice infused with a metallic feeling boomed. The path of an undying is incomparably difficult. Amidst the way, it's filled with dangers. The number of geniuses that have fallen along the way is already countless. The fallen geniuses, many of them can only be deemed geniuses within a galaxy or a starfield. And geniuses like Luo Feng and Rong Jun, these two punks, this level of absolute geniuses, the chances of their death are much lower. True. If it were in the Ganwu secret area, these pinnacle geniuses would be incomparably respected, lowering their chances of death the most. However, if it were in the virtual universe company, there are too many pinnacle geniuses there. Hence, the competition is intense and the elimination rate is even higher. The number of geniuses who die there compared to our secret area is much more. They require only the true absolute strong among the geniuses. This time, this Rong Jun will definitely rank at the top of our universe country. And becoming the top 1000 in the entire universe wouldn't be a problem either. As for whether he's able to make it as number 1 of the entire universe, I think the chances are extremely low. Instead, if it's top 10, there's still a possibility. Right. Rong Jun is definitely the number 1 in our Ganwu universe's geniuses. Luo Feng should be able to rank in the top 10. That Luo Feng punk was very calm. I really like him, that calmness. His chances of dying in the future are very low too. Luo Feng didn't know that this group of undying from the Ganwu universe were ranking him and Rong Jun by their strengths. He was still thinking of his previous battle. Nimble and flexible. Luo Feng's consciousness returned to reality, within his Earth home study. My flexibility still isn't enough. A spirit reader controller stepping on a spirit weapon should originally attack from afar. The moment a fighter closes in, that's just suicide. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. As long as I'm nimble enough, making that Rong Jun unable to even touch me, at least I wouldn't be at a disadvantage immediately. Space origin laws, I haven't even touched the door. However, the long periods of training in absolute space, my instantaneous movement speed has increased too. Luo Feng thought, when I return, I have to find a flying spirit weapon that suits me best. As for the soaring shuttle, it's too dispersed, not concentrated enough. Reflecting on every battle, this was the habit ingrained into every student of the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng reflected on the battle for over a half hour before entering the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay. 30, you've only returned now. Where did you go after the battle? Thunder God stood in the grass patch of Luo Feng's villa. He was waiting there along with an entire group including Su Xian and others there. Daddy, you were too powerful. Little Haiyan Ping Ping rushed over to hug Luo Feng. Big brother, that was a beautiful match. Luo Hua revealed a happy expression. Right now the entire Ganwu universe country has been shaken. Countless people are debating about you. You can go into the Virtual Universe Company's page and take a look. Many people are leaving messages, saying you and Rong Jun definitely belong to our universe country's strongest geniuses. Outside's gone crazy. Su Gang nodded inside. Brother-in-law, you lost the match, but the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island won an incomparably exciting bustle. Indeed. Actually, many people from the universe couldn't even understand the little details of the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun. However, once the battle ended, Rong Jun was already deemed unanimously by a large amount of sector lords and even undyings as Ganwu Universe Country's number 1. Not only that, he was also considered to be the strongest out of hundreds of geniuses competitions before. Number 1 out of hundreds of competitions before? This match was naturally roaring like a raging flame. Rong Jun and Luo Feng's reputation immediately soared. Where's Big Brother? Luo Feng asked curiously. Big Brother and Luo are in his house. Thunder God pointed at Hong's house. About 10 minutes after your battle, the founder of the 3-Axe Mountain named the Time Sector Lord Luo came. Time Sector Lord? And Big Brother? Luo Feng couldn't help but feel nervous. Within the living room of Hong's house, the old man with a head full of white sat opposite Hong. You don't regret it? Luo looked at Hong. Following me means you won't be able to return for 20,000 years. Hong nodded lightly. His eyes were calm, without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 53, 3 Years of Hellish Training. Volume 10, Chapter 53, 3 Years of Hellish Training. Can you tell me why you've suddenly decided to take me as your teacher even though the deadline hasn't been reached? The Time Sector Lord Luo looked curiously at the youth from Earth. Does it have anything to do with your third brother's match that just ended? Yes. Hong nodded and sighed. Yes, that match made me realize, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, my third brother and I had that much of a gap in power. He knew Luo Feng was strong, but he never expected him to be that strong. If I continue on my own isolated ways without the teachings of a teacher, I think, the difference between my third brother and I will keep getting larger. I will get left behind even further. Hong shook his head and laughed. Actually, it's not just my third brother, I can feel the stress coming from my second brother too. Ever since he received the inheritance, his strength has been growing at an obviously much faster rate. The Time Sector Lord Luo smiled and nodded. It's good you feel the pressure. How about this, you get ready, then take a universe ship to meet up with me. I'll give you a day's time to say your goodbyes with your family. Okay. Hong nodded. Not long after the Time Sector Lord left, Luo Feng and Thunder God entered. You are here, sit. Hong pointed at the 2 seats beside him. Big brother, what's going on? Thunder God stared at Hong, that founder of the 3-Axe Mountain, the Time Sector Lord. Why did he suddenly come? Didn't he give you 10 days worth of time to think about it? There's still another 2 to 3 days left. Luo Feng looked at Hong, feeling nervous inside. I looked for teacher myself. Hong said. Teacher? Luo Feng and Thunder God's expression changed. You've really decided to go with the Time Sector Lord? Thunder God said nervously, this will be a trip that's at least 20,000 years. Can you imagine what 20,000 years is? Our China's recorded history and culture is only 5,000 years old. In an instant you'll be leaving for 20,000 years. This is simply, we can still meet in the virtual universe. Hong smiled. It's different. Thunder God shook his head. Luo Feng looked at Hong's expression, saying softly, Big brother, have you decided? Hong looked over and nodded, yes. This trip, you won't be seeing Earth for 20,000 years, won't be seeing my home and you won't be able to smell the air of home for a while. Luo Feng looked at him. Since I've taken this path to reach the pinnacle of strength, what can I not sacrifice? Hong shook his head, my children have long married and I have no attachments. If needed, I can just meet my children in the virtual universe. As for my home, the place that raised me, I'll leave it in my memories. I have to sacrifice some things to gain some. When my wife died and my children married and had their families, the most important thing in my life became martial arts. Wandering the universe, seeing the many weird and peculiar things within, chasing after the pinnacle of life, that's the sort of life I like. Hong's eyes had a glimmer of light. In the vast universe the strong are as numerous as the clouds. My aim is to not just become strong within that universe, but to become one of the most outstanding and strongest. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances, feeling their big brother's absolute confidence and aspirations. To be able to reach a high level in the path of martial arts, one first had to have an absolute level of aspiration, only then will he work towards the dream. Second and third brother. Hong turned to look at both of them, laughing, you two should be happy for me. Both of you already have your own inheritance. Can you bear to look at your big brother isolate himself and train alone? Thunder God was shocked, following which he laughed loudly, Big brother, well said. 30 and I both have our inheritance. You go and follow that Time Sector Lord. We will then be able to compare, just which of the 3 brothers will be stronger next time. Bring it on. Hong laughed too. Big brother and second brother, I'll take the lead for now. Luo Feng laughed. You better be careful and maintain your lead, otherwise your second brother and I may just catch up in the blink of an eye. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Thunder God said too, yes, 30, your big brother and I didn't have a good teacher in the beginning. Now that we have proper guidance, our strength will immediately soar, and your big brother's comprehension is incredibly high, I don't have to speak much about it. Hence, you better be careful. If you have the skills, come chase after me. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The three brothers of Earth laughed happily. However, unknowingly, the corners of their eyes were a little wet. Milky Way, Earth, Asia continent, Hong Ning base. China time year 2066, July 27th, evening about 5 p.m. The sun had yet to set behind the mountains, and the sky was red. A dark blue disc-shaped universe ship was floating in the air above Hong Ning base. The entire Dojo of Limits, all the upper echelon along with Hong's family had all gathered. After saying goodbye to his family and friends, this special, ultimate warrior of Earth, finally left alone in that universe ship. Goodbye. Don't be like that. I'll meet you in the virtual universe. With a laugh, Hong flew into the universe ship. Rumble. The universe ship fiercely accelerated and flew into the sky. Big brother, all the best. Thunder God stood in mid-air, he couldn't help but shout out. Similarly standing in mid-air, Luo Feng raised his head to watch the universe ship leave muttering, all the best. On this day, year 2066, July 27th, the ultimate pinnacle of warriors of Earth Hong took the universe ship and left his home. This trip was going to be a very, very long one. The day of the fourth round of the Genius Duels. After the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun had ended, that same day all the other matches had ended too. A total of 625 victors were chosen. As for the other 9375 who entered the loser's circle, they had 3 days of rest before they had to begin a high-density, tedious round of fights. Every one of them had to battle 9,374 times just to get a slot in the remaining 275 of the name list. Earth, Jiangnan Base, Yangzhou City. Big brother is gone. Luo Feng sat on the balcony of his castle. He was lying alone there, lifting a cup of tea. He's gone with that time sector lord to wander the universe. In his mind, he reminisced about every scene from the past clearly. In his ears he could still clearly hear the laughter the three of them shared yesterday along with their vows. In a few thousand years, even tens of thousands of years, we three brothers will compete again. Right, we'll compete. We'll compete, who's afraid? This was the vow of the brothers. Whether it was Hong, Thunder God, or Luo Feng, they all walked this path to reach the pinnacle of life itself. And this path was filled with twists and dangers. One could fall easily if he was careless. Pang. Luo Feng put down the cup, his eyes gleaming. Big brother, you work hard and I won't relax either. Babada, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng split a thread of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe. In terms of consciousness strength, the universe-level golden horned beast's consciousness level was completely capable of splitting apart to maintain consciousness and reality while the other part was in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, within the slaughterhouse slaughter space. This was a vast space. Luo Feng stood in space. Wah! The demon Babada jumped about and shouted, Luo Feng, the arena duel just ended. You have 3 days of rest, it's only the first day and you've already entered the slaughterhouse, so hard working. Speak, what kind of opponent do you want me to set up for you? I love training you the most. I want a spirit weapon. Luo Feng emphasized, a spirit weapon specialized just for flying, it should also be good for twisting about in small spaces, but since the battle with Savage Rong Jun, he had obviously felt his own flexibility and speed was insufficient in the face of the opponent's speed. You found the weakness? Babada rubbed his chin with his small hand, floating above. He looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, are you looking for a long-term or short-term effect? Long-term? And short-term? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The little demon nodded. Right, short term is to increase your nimbleness as much as possible in a short amount of time, requiring only 10 days to half a month. As for long term, that would mean working from the basics one step at a time, at the same time, picking a spirit weapon that would accompany you for a very, very long time. Long term. Luo Feng emphasized, I don't lack time. Very well, dot. The little demon pointed his finger and raised his head. Your choice is very wise. Then I'll pick a flying spirit weapon for you. The most suitable for gold and space origin laws would be a level 5 spirit weapon, the Dark Cloud Shuttle. The little demon smiled. Of course, during the beginning, you'll probably not even be able to match up to the soaring shuttle's efficiency. However, there's no rush. I will train you well. How long do you think it'll take for my speed and flexibility to increase greatly? Luo Feng asked. Depends on your comprehension. The little demon said, the higher your comprehension, the comprehension of the origin laws will be faster too. With my sequence of training, I estimate you'll qualify in a year. If your comprehension is poor and you don't work hard enough, even 100 years won't be sufficient. A sequence of training? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He. The little demon curled his lips and smiled, slowly. What we have is time. I will train you well. From the year 2066, July 30th, the Losers Circle matches began. In terms of density and truth, one had to battle 10 times in a day. With Luo Feng's speed, he was able to finish a match in 1 minute. Hence, every duel may be taxing for his opponents. However, for Luo Feng, he was completely relaxed. After all, he was ranked among the top 10 of the Ganwu universe country geniuses. As for this Losers Circle, including him, there were a total of 49 others who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. And of which, only 2 were capable of matching up to Luo Feng. Hence, the Losers Circle matches were very easy. In fact, they became the grounds for Luo Feng to test his battle strategies. Within the slaughterhouse. It was a large grass patch and on it was a blur of countless bloodbirds covering the skies and flying towards Luo Feng. Dodge! 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 Don't even touch them! Damn, faster! You have to be fast. This test, there's a possibility of scoring a 100%. The little demon roared. And Luo Feng stood on the black peculiar shuttle spirit weapon. This dark cloud shuttle naturally extended black skin that wrapped about Luo Feng's boots. Luo Feng's entire being had already become a blurry image, dodging constantly under the attacks of the countless bloodbirds. Shie! 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 As soon as he was hit by one bird, he was subsequently hit by others. When he was hit by 3 of them, rumble! All the bloodbirds vanished. You failed again. The little demon stared at Luo Feng with his red eyes, roaring angrily, continue your basics training. I have never seen you so stupid. With a wave of his hand, immediately the surrounding grass patch vanished, and became a large machinery factory. Within it were many complex apparatus. Begin! The little demon roared. Luo Feng remained calm all the while. Babata's words didn't seem to affect him at all. Under Babata's constructed hell training, Luo Feng instead seemed to become even crazier. The little demon's words too slowly changed from the initial stupid, to average, to very weak, and finally, still passable. And the golden horned beast was spending all its energy on the deities of the world and absolute space, along with the training of the gold origin laws. This way. Time passed, the Losers Circle duels didn't take much of Luo Feng's energy. In fact, they became a place to test his strengths. Babata's hell training, however, was something that took up all his energy every day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 54, The Madman of 3 Years Later. Volume 10, Chapter 54, The Madman of 3 Years Later. Time passed, even the great beings who had completely grasped the time origin laws, may be able to shortly stop or reverse time. However, the universe itself had automatic recovery abilities. Even the most powerful beings were unable to strongly warp or affect the universe's flow. The broadcast of the Losers Circle duels were like a television series, being broadcasted non-stop. After all, there were over 9,000 participants. It was hard to avoid special situations where the battle times had to extend or delay a few days. China year 2069, March 2nd, the final day of the duels. Virtual universe, floating island above the Ganwu continent, in a luxurious living room of a large construct. Dressed in a simple white robe, an old man stood there while politely bowing, sword deity. Beside him was an intrepid man dressed in golden armor. His face was filled with gold scales and on his forehead was a curve, like an arc-blade golden horn. His entire being was like a ground and sky-splitting golden battle blade. Even in the virtual universe, that powerful consciousness and pressure from it was enough to make even a universe-level warrior's consciousness crumble. If it were Luo Feng who saw this person, he would be shocked. Someone who looks so much like Baikalo, only that his green scales have turned gold. This is the Luo Feng you speak of? The golden armored man looked at the screen. On the screen was a broadcast of a match that was about to happen. Yes. Today is the last day of the duels, and this battle should be the last day's most exciting one. The old man dressed in a simple white robe smiled. Ah. If you are introducing him, you think, this punk has the right to enter the universe top 1000? The golden armored man asked. Sword deity, you'll know the moment you watch it. The white-robed man said. On the screen. Dressed in a dark gray armor carrying the dark golden long rod, Luo Feng was facing a dual blade wielding dwarf youth. Rumble. The dwarf youth turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward, immediately reaching close to Luo Feng. However, with a poof sound, the expressionless Luo Feng on the dark cloud shuttle who had golden energy wrapped about him, immediately became a golden light and easily escaped. Go! Rumble, dot. A golden blade appeared in mid-air amidst the golden energies, swiftly emanating about. It immediately attacked that dwarf youth. The dwarf youth roared. As a green energy was emanating from his body and the two blades were brandished, almost as though his entire body had become a huge wave to receive the blows of the golden rainbow. Chie! Just as the golden rainbow drew close, it actually did a perfect S-shaped arc and brushed past the side of the blades, immediately slicing through the opponent's head. Luo Feng, victory! Within the living room. What do you think? The simple dressed old man smiled. Not bad at all. The golden armored man nodded. This little punk already has a grasp of the Spirit Reader controller's essence. His level 5 spirit weapon Dark Cloud Shuttle, its use is actually relaxed and perfect. And his instantaneous dodging ability is extremely fast, and obviously relaxed. That Nanshan armament, when infused with the golden origin laws and unleashed together, it is as strong and piercing as the sun. Normally, the users have difficulty changing its direction. However, he actually managed to, in short distance, doing an S-shaped complex maneuver while relaxed. He's already made great progress with the first form. His basics are exceptional. The golden armored man nodded, following which he creased his eyebrows. However, from my estimate, with this amount of strength, he should at most make it into the ranges of 3,000 to 5,000 of the entire universe. 1,008 universe countries, 1,000,000 absolute geniuses gathered. To make it into the top 1,000 was too difficult. Watch this one. The white-robed old man pointed at the screen, swiftly picking out the battle of Luo Feng and Rong Jun from that year. Rong Jun? I've heard of him. I heard he's your Ganwu universe country's most outstanding youth. The golden armored man looked until the end and said softly, this Rong Jun is indeed strong. However, for him to get the number 1 spot with his level of strength, there's no possibility at all. Although, making it into the top 10 of the universe, there's still some chance in that. No chance at all? The white-robed old man was shocked greatly. In this genius battle, there's a super genius. The golden armored man couldn't help but exclaim, even more powerful than the number one geniuses from previous competitions. His space origin law's comprehension exceeds a large amount of sector lords. Ah! The white-robed old man was shocked. As for Luo Feng, I know why you've shown me this footage. The golden armored man exclaimed, the most shocking thing is, when he competed with Rong Jun, his flying and dodging speed back then was obviously taxing, the control was rough, purely relying on spirit energy to control the directions. Compared to that, having taken a look at that broadcast, his control of the Dark Cloud shuttle is already very perfect. The control of the Nanshan armament too, his improvement is very shocking. His comprehension of the origin laws has risen quite a bit too. Right. How long does your Ganwu Universe country's internal selection, the loser's circle matches last? The golden armored man asked. Not even 3 years. The white-robed old man replied. Not even 3 years? The golden armored man couldn't help but say, this Luo Feng, was he hiding his power during his battle with Rong Jun? No, through his 9,374 matches, in every battle, his improvement was very obvious. The white-robed old man exclaimed, before these matches, he was at most the top 10 of our universe country. And now, with less than 3 years passing, probably only Rong Jun is his match. Many of the Undying in our Ganwu secret area are all watching him, his improvement speed is too shocking. And in the loser's circle duels, his opponents aren't strong. Hence, they haven't been able to force him to use his true strength. I even suspect, his true strength is even greater than what he's been displaying. The white-robed old man said, and from right now to the final duels, there's still quite a bit of time, he can continue to improve. The golden armored man curled his lips and smiled, if he continues to improve, up to the pinnacle duels of the geniuses from the 1008 universe countries, he may actually make it into the top 1000. However, it's still hard to say. When the two Undyings from the Ganwu secret area and the virtual universe company were discussing Luo Feng was in the preparation room of Arena 00001. Within the room. That Luo Feng. This Luo Feng, how is his improvement so fast? The teacher from the secret area said that Luo Feng is able to be ranked as the number 2 genius of our universe country. When the black-haired youth dressed in dark gray armor appeared in the preparation room, it immediately aroused many soft discussions. The duels had lasted a little less than 3 years. Luo Feng's shocking improvement speed had attracted the attention of many strong warriors. Madman. A strong thick voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was an almost 1-story tall savage Rong Jun. His hair was still messy as always and he was still barefooted. Savage. Luo Feng shouted too. Ha! Savage laughed loudly, a smile too appeared on Luo Feng's face. These two had always addressed each other with their names before. This sudden nickname call was also a joke. Luo Feng, your improvement is huge, you haven't relaxed at all in these 3 years. Savage said very respectfully to Luo Feng. No matter how powerful a genius was, it was mostly his natural talent that was high. If he didn't work hard, he would ultimately still be eliminated. Luo Feng's huge improvement, one could only imagine how hard he worked secretly. I don't dare to relax. Luo Feng shook his head. With you in front, how could I dare? Attention all. Enter the arena. The organizer from the virtual universe company shouted. Immediately the 1000 geniuses followed the pathway into the arena. Today there weren't any spectators. 1000 absolute geniuses from the different galaxies of the Ganwu universe country stood there, looking at the giant before them. Before the 1000 most exceptional geniuses of the Ganwu universe country was a giant who was at least 8 m tall. Beside him, even Savage would look like a little doll. This giant was wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet. His entire being emanated a bloody energy, his eyes, seemed like the death god gazing at the group of geniuses. Bated breaths. 1,000 geniuses, they couldn't help but perspire from their foreheads. In the virtual universe, just his aura alone is that terrifying? Luo Feng too couldn't help but control his body's nervousness. His forehead naturally perspiring cold sweat as well. Under this pressure, perspiring cold sweat from the forehead was a body's natural defense mechanism. Congratulations to you all. An ice-cold voice resounded throughout the arena. You 1,000 are our Ganwu universe most exceptional. You all have the right to represent our universe country, to compete with the other universe countries and fight it out with their geniuses. However, these pinnacle duels, the difficulty will be much greater than the battles before. 1,008 universe countries, some universe countries have even wider and more vast territories, with many more galaxies. Because each universe country's situation differs, the internal selection time is different too. Hence, the entire human race, final genius pinnacle duels, will only begin a year and a half from now. This 1.5 years is your chance to improve yourselves. Luo Feng returned to Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. It finally ended. The losers' circle duels have ended. Luo Feng exclaimed. The duels may have ended, however your training still hasn't. On his shoulder, the fist-sized little demon shouted, Luo Feng, your Nanshan armament at this moment, at most can only produce 5 golden blades simultaneously. And it's still very forced, you should rather use 3 blades. Only by doing so, your current strength will be at its strongest, but a person could force himself to lift a 100 kilograms knife. However, his attack may be the strongest by using a 30 kilograms knife instead. 1 logic. Controlling 5 golden blades, every blade would become clumsy and awkward. Understood. Luo Feng nodded, following which he laughed. Reminiscing these 3 years, indeed his improvement had shocked many people. In truth, back then when he first joined the elimination, the golden horned beast had just reached the universe level for a little over 2 years. Meaning, a level 5 domain and stepping into the Gold Origin Law's gateway, these were the fruits of his labor between the years 2064 and 2066. And right now with close to 3 years passing, it wasn't weird his achievements had increased by a high margin. The nurturing of my second clone is almost done too. Luo Feng anticipated his second clone, the Masha Clan's birth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 55, Violent Undercurrent. Volume 10, Chapter 55, Violent Undercurrent. When the internal selection of the Ganwu universe had just ended, in the distant universe country far from the Ganwu universe country, the barbaric universe country's internal selection was still ongoing. The barbaric universe country got its name for this one reason. The reason being that there were 2 very fearsome human races there, the Manka and the Huangshan races. These 2 were bloodlines that ranked in the top 10 of the humans of the universe. Even without any training, when they reached maturity, they would easily become powerful domain lords. To be able to have a bloodline that reached an evolution of such a stage. The ancestors of the 2 races naturally had many undying. Although the population of these 2 races was extremely small, the core of the entire barbaric universe country had a very powerful imperial family. There was once a sector lord who snatched away an infant of the Manka race. As soon as he was discovered, the Manka planet sent out a group of Undying to destroy the entire organization that the sector lord was in. Even the 2 Undyings in that organization were killed, As for that sector lord that actually dared to snatch that infant, he was tortured for millions of years until his lifespan reached its end and died tragically. Anyone who dares to touch the infants of the Manka race will die a horrible death. Anyone who dares touch the infants of the Huangshan race will also be killed mercilessly. The Manka and Huangshan people regarded a death in battle as the greatest honor. However, should anyone ever snatch their infants and use their bloods, they would have in turn offended the entire race. The Mancha planet, as the home of the Mancha people, was covered in an extremely vast god country. Within Mancha planet itself was an oval-shaped castle. The guards at the entrance were all universe level. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations." The two sector lords smiled as they looked at a youth casually sitting at a dining table and eating a feast. This Mancha youth had the traditionally good looks of the Mancha people, dressed in a silver armor, black hair, eating heartily, muttering, "What's there to congratulate about? It's just a slot in the name list, utterly simple." The two sector lords exchanged glances and laughed. "Your Majesty." The chubbier of the two sector lords smiled and said, "The Ganwu Universe country's internal selection had already ended." "Ganwu Universe country?" The Mancha youth looked up, creasing his eyebrows. "From what I heard, my royal father said that the country leader of the Ganwu Universe country is very powerful. However, in the past 100 genius competitions, they haven't produced anyone worthy at all. There's one in this competition that you have to pay attention to," the fat sector lord said respectfully. "Ah, speak." The Mancha youth lowered his head and quickly finished the food on the dining table. The two sector lords exchanged glances and laughed. This royal prince had the good qualities of the Mancha people's tradition, which was that he loved to eat. He loved to battle. He was loud and boorish. However, even though the Mancha people were loud and boorish, their mental capacity was extremely high. Hence, they were very intelligent. And only because of that they were able to work together with the Huangshan race and govern over the barbaric universe country. "Your Majesty." The fat sector lord smiled. "The Ganwu universe country has produced an absolute genius, called Rongjun. His achievements in the ground and space law origins are high. He's already reached a point where he can leave a mirror image of himself." "Mirror image?" The Mancha youth shook his head violently. "Right." The two sector lords nodded simultaneously. "That's troublesome." The Mancha youth slapped the table and stood up, leaving a mirror image in space. "That's not due to some simple explosion in instantaneous speed. And he even has made progress in the ground origin laws? With the two combined, his attack must be incredibly fierce and powerful, to the point that it would be almost unblockable." "Yes." The two sector lords nodded. This Mancha youth was the current Mancha planet's most exceptional genius of this generation. From young, he had received the guidance of many of the Undying. Hence his vision and knowledge was extremely high. Having heard a little of the information, he was able to already imagine the battle styles and strength of his opponents. Of course, even though he was the most exceptional genius, in truth, the number of star-level youths on Mancha planet wasn't even 1,000. "Your Majesty, according to the information we've gathered and along with our deductions, this youth called Rongjun has the power to make it into the universe's top 10. Also, from the information, we are able to conclude that he's been hiding his true power all this while. Even during that last battle he may not have used his full strength." The fat sector lord continued. "He even said his goal was to become the universe's number 1. Top 10? Number 1? The Mancha youth stared hard. How come they are all so arrogant? Although, their powers are not bad either. There are too many universe countries. However, this group of arrogant punks, they'll all get wiped out by me. The number 1 position is mine." The two sector lords smiled. The battle spirit of this majesty was definitely sufficient, but this was after all a pinnacle fight between the best of the entire human race. There were geniuses who came with superior bloodlines, while those with weaker bloodlines usually had very large populations. Picking one out of the tens of billions to even trillions, normally they would be even stronger than those picked out of hundreds. "Your Majesty, in the Ganwu universe, besides Rongjun, there's another called Luo Feng," the fat sector lord said. "Another one?" The Mancha youth stared. No, the fat sector lord shook his head. "His strength is much weaker than Rongjun's. However, the thing we have to take note of was that compared to 3 years ago, His rate of improvement is incredible. I guess, he definitely has the chance to make it into the top 1000. He is also extremely calm during battle, he may even kill those stronger than himself. Hence, your majesty has to take note of him and not get careless. I say, my fat uncle. The Manca youth was restless, for someone who has the chance to make it into the top 1000? Don't talk to me about these sort of people. They are of no challenge or threat to me at all. The top 1000 of the entire universe has no difficulty for me at all. However, from that top 1000, the treatment for their ranks are different. My aim is to take one step at a time to reach heaven, immediately making it into the upper echelon chore of the Virtual Universe Company's primal secret area. Hence I asked you to take note of those that are able to make it to the top 10. As for that person called Luo Feng? Don't bother, I'll settle him in one move. The two sector lords exchanged glances and smiled, then we'll await the day your majesty enters the primal secret area. But within the vast universe, the human race was one of the top pinnacle of races. They took up a great amount of the universe itself. And at this time, the internal selections for the geniuses of the 1008 universe countries, many of which were still going on. There were many that had ended too. The absolute geniuses that were ranked first or second, or any that had any decent ability or stood out as a threat, were all being researched on by the many universe countries. Ganwu Universe Country, in a vast space. A giant stood within that space and the space around him was completely warped. It was impossible to even make out his appearance in that space. Wu, I made you stay in the Ganwu secret area to nurture the younger generation. From the entire universe country, you picked out the top 100 million geniuses and trained them in the best place, with the best facilities. However, Wu's universe country's most exceptional were separately Rongjun and Luo Feng. And both are not from the Wu Ganwu secret area at all. The voice was booming, the surrounding space almost seemed like it was about crumble. The three undying dressed in simply white robes all bowed, cold sweat beading profusely from their foreheads. Do you all still have any use? The thick booming voice was like a huge axe cutting into the souls of these three undying, causing them to go completely pale, kneeling down simultaneously. To be able to be even stronger than those from the Ganwu secret area means that they are both exceptional. Especially that Rongjun, he has the strength to make it to the top 10 of the entire universe, that's a good thing too. I hope he can enter the primal secret area. For the Wu Ganwu universe country, that would be extremely beneficial to us in the future. The thick booming voice's rage within was obviously lesser than before. Nurturing these younger generations has wasted a lot of your time, the three of you should go train properly first and raise your own strengths. As for training the younger generation, Wu will arrange for others to take over. The thick booming voice seemed to have no obstruction at all in this space, immediately reaching the ears and souls of the three undyings. Yes, country leader. The three replied simultaneously. Go on. Only at this time did the three undyings let out a sigh of relief and left respectfully. The top 1000 of the Ganwu universe country had 1.5 years of time to rest. Naturally, no one actually dared to relax at all. Within this 1.5 years, whether it was Rongjun or Luo Feng, or even the others suppressed by these two, and also the geniuses nurtured by the imperial family of the Ganwu universe country, they were all training extremely hard. Rongjun wanted to become the strongest. Luo Feng was even more unwilling to go to battle and lose. As for the geniuses of the Ganwu universe country imperial family, they were actually beaten by both Luo Feng and Rongjun, who didn't have as good facilities to train in. Naturally, they were even more unhappy. They were all working hard. Lost. Luo Feng, you lost again. I still lost. Alright, your 3 matches with Rongjun today will end here. In the desert of the slaughterhouse, the little devil Babata waved his hand and immediately the savage Rongjun who was standing beside vanished. This was the Rongjun simulated by the slaughterhouse. As for his power, knowledge and experience, these were all based on reality. Luo Feng stood in the desert, creasing his eyebrows. I still lost. Luo Feng, don't be discouraged. Compared to Rongjun, the main thing is that your origin law comprehension difference is too huge. You've only had comprehension of the gold origin laws, and have even improved quite a bit. But that Rongjun, his ground origin law comprehension is not below yours, and his comprehension of the space laws are deep too. The absolute difference is too huge. It's not strange at all that you've lost. The little devil Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. For the simulation of an opponent in the slaughterhouse, one could set his experience and knowledge to be very high. Because that simulated Rongjun knew some of Luo Feng's moves, understanding himself and the enemy, making his victories even more clear-cut and simple. His defense is too strong. Ground origin laws emphasizes defense. Luo Feng exclaimed, and space origin laws, when fused with his domain, allows his control strength in the area to increase. His defense, even with my 3 golden blades, I still can't stop him, but he was originally very confident. However, just this Rongjun had stopped him. Right, Luo Feng, the Masha Clan clone should be coming out in just 3 days. The little demon said. Right. Luo Feng's expression revealed that of anticipation. The Masha Clan was known as the strongest assassination race in the universe. To be able to gain such a title amongst countless races, that was quite a feat. Just the damaged skin of a dead Masha Clan could be sold for such a heavenly price, this Masha Clan being must be incredibly powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 56, Masha Clan Clone. Volume 10, Chapter 56, Masha Clan Clone. Earth, Asian continent, China Yangzhou base. Early morning, Luo Feng stepped on the dark cloud shuttle and became a beam of golden light and immediately vanished into the east horizon. In mid-air above the East Sea, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and looked east. The red burning sun began to slowly rise out of the horizon. This level 5 spirit weapon is indeed different from a level 3 spirit weapon. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the dark cloud shuttle below him. This was bought from the latest Ganwu auction. The Ganwu auction was held once every 3 years. The first time was at the end of 2065, he spent quite a bit of money during that time. And at the end of 2068, there was another one that was held. During that auction, he was engaged in the Losers' Circle duels. Hence he specially requested for 10 days of rest to attend the auction. The Losers' Circle duels were able to be rescheduled. As there were over 9,000 people and within those 3 years of time, special events may happen unexpectedly, hence the timings were more flexible. There should have originally been 100 matches that day. However, back then, he had discussed with his opponents earlier on and they had come to an agreement. It was only due to this that the organizing party agreed to the request and allowed him to attend the Ganwu auction. 1 dark cloud shuttle and 2 portions of swelling water fruit had cost me 1 mixed element. Luo Feng exclaimed, luckily I still have the money my younger brother invested. During the 2065 auction, because he purchased the Masha Clan skin, the Nanshan armament, and the swelling water fruit, he had only a few $100 billion universe dollars remaining after that. This was not even worth 1 mixed element. These 3 years, he hadn't been earning any money. Luckily after the end of the previous auction, his little brother already had over 2 trillion universe dollars. After the past 3 years of investment, even though he had lost money past his capital before, he still managed to increase it to a total of 6 mixed elements. In these 3 years, his earnings were close to 200% of profits. Usually the higher one goes up the ladder of capital and wealth, the harder it got to have such high turnovers. Even the large organizations like the Universe First Bank or Universe Galaxy Bank's specialized investment departments had invited and consulted his younger brother Luo Hua. By working for myself, I get to call all the shots, that's the best. Working for others and going to those departments, I still have to listen to the orders from above. That is just too troublesome, I won't go. This was something he had said to himself before. Stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, standing above the East Sea. The amount of money I have is still not enough. Luo Feng thought, the golden horned beast, the cloud contact vine, even the Masha Clan clone. They will all require a large amount of money to nurture. And even myself, I require money too. From a theoretical point of view, the golden horned beast should be considered Luo Feng's main body. However, in his subconscious, Luo Feng still thought of his earth body as the main. The golden horned beast is at the universe level right now. I don't even have enough money for the metals it requires to swallow. However, the deities of the world training is simply a bottomless pit. When speaking of the cloud contact vine, the higher up it evolved, the harder it got. Right now the swelling water fruit is very effective. However, as it grows more, the money poured into it would be a bottomless pit too. Back then when Hu Yenbo made his cloud contact vine reach the undying level, the amount of money spent on it was simply terrifying. As for Masha Clan clone, he still knew very little about it. Luo Feng's earth body, just the Nanshan armament, the dark cloud shuttle and the nutrition cabin had cost a lot of money. And this was only the star level. As his sights and boundaries grew, the cost may become even more terrifying. Luo Feng had already seen a few absolute treasures at the auctions. Just one of these would cost several thousand mixed elements. However, these were treasures that Babata was too lazy to even explain to Luo Feng at the moment. The golden horned beast is at universe level 7. Cloud contact vine is at universe level 6. My body though is still at star level 9. Luo Feng thought, from now on, my own body's training will stop. The golden horned beast's universe level 1 to 3 required 15 years, 4 to 6 required 20 years each, a total of 60 years, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th level required 120 years each. As for reaching the domain lord level from the universe level, that required 500 years. The entire process of the universe levels was supposed to require close to 1,000 years. From year 2055, while entering the universe level 6 till now 2059 October, it had already been about 4 years. Using the optimum metal groupings to nurture and let it swallow, its efficiency was raised to 56 times, this was comparable to a total of 224 years. And Luo Feng stepping through from level 7 to 8 required 240 years. Right now it was still at universe level 7, a little more and it could reach the universe level 8. As for the cloud contact vine, back in the world within a world it was already at universe level 2. And back then it hadn't completely digested the powerful life fruit. Plus, it had eaten over 100 swelling water fruit. With all these and with enough time, it had long grown to universe level 6. The only thing was the jump from level 6 to 7 was quite a bit harder. It's about to be born. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Rumble. In mid-air a triangular black universe ship suddenly appeared. Luo Feng entered the ship. The ship began to accelerate into the sky, piercing past the Earth's atmosphere and headed to Mars. Solar system, Mars surface, in a large ravine. The universe ship descended. Within the ship's resting chambers, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, his entire consciousness entering his internal world. Within his internal world, the entire golden continent was enshrouded in the golden mist. Laying flat along the large land, the golden horned beast which was at least 10 li long raised its head, its dark golden eyes looking at the oval golden egg in mid-air. Almost. The golden horned beast's cold eyes had a sense of anticipation. Ka! 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 The incomparably thin oval-shaped golden egg began to crack open, following which it descended down, revealing an extremely peculiar black crystal. This crystal had a total of 10,081 surfaces and on each surface was incomparably complex golden engravings. The engravings were completely fused with the crystal. This was the core of the Masha Clan demon, the life crystal. Appear! A sound resounded throughout the large golden continent. Hoo-ha-you! Black energies swiftly flowed from the life crystal before condensing together. A naked yellow-skinned, black short-haired man appeared. It was a naked Luo Feng, who was similar in appearance to Luo Feng's actual self. Mars, sand filled the entire land and surface. Luo Feng, who was dressed in a dark red armor, along with the Luo Feng dressed in black cloth, were with the enormous mountain-like golden horned beast on the surface. Interesting, interesting. The two Luo Fangs and the golden horned beast exchanged glances. As for the true life core, the core itself was able to immediately appear within the true body, or within the golden horned beast's body, or even within the Masha Clan's body. Return! The golden horned beast vanished and only the two Luo Fangs remained. Return! The dark red armored Luo Feng vanished. Return! The black clothed Luo Feng vanished too. All three of them entered the internal world, leaving behind only a transparent crystal ball in the external world. On its surface were incomparably complex golden engravings, glimmering with gold light. So, the black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. Leaving the life core alone in the external world is very unsafe. The black-clothed Luo Feng thought, as for this Masha Clan demon, change. All that could be seen was the black-clothed Luo Feng's energy flow seemed to change, swiftly becoming the tall and powerful Rongjun, and later changing into a 10-li-long golden-horned beast. Finally he even changed into a thick and sturdy tree, and back to the black-clothed Luo Feng. Energy life forms are indeed special. Luo Feng smiled. The Masha Clan were energy life forms. They didn't have a fixed external appearance, they could change it at will. Of course, if they wanted to change into an enormous giant, maintaining their body's defense of at least a universe level 2, the energy usage would be huge. Hence normally they only changed to forms which weren't too big. Masha Clan, named the strongest assassination clan. So it's because of this. Luo Feng could feel the difference in special properties of the Masha Clan's body. It's indeed true that they are favored by space itself. After obtaining the third body, the Masha Clan's body, Luo Feng naturally grasped the natural abilities and talents of the Masha Clan. Its natural secret techniques, cloning. In life form terms, the Masha Clan, when compared to the humans or golden horned beast, was completely different. At least humans and golden horned beasts were still under the category of flesh and blood life forms. However, the Masha Clan, as an energy life form, it didn't even have a soul. Accurately speaking, that life crystal was its soul, and its source of energy. Hence, the Masha Clan weren't afraid of spirit attacks, at the same time they are unable to use any spirit attacks or control any weapons. Hence the Masha Clan, all walked the path of fighters. And its natural abilities such as cloning, allowed the Masha Clan demons to be able to clone the life force and spirit energies of their target. Their own body could transform, and the moment it copied the target's soul energies, even undying beings, unless they used their spirit energy to enter their bodies and scan, from just the outer appearance or energy, they were completely undetectable. This was no longer just a disguise. It was cloning. Natural technique, cloning. You'd never expect that your favorite grandson, I have already become one of the Masha Clan. It may seem like an extremely simple ability, however it allowed the Masha Clan to become the most fearsome assassination clan of the entire universe. They were able to transform into every kind of life forms, copying any kinds of life energies. Of course, once the target suspected something and used spirit energy to dig and scan, they would be revealed. Favored by space itself. So special. Luo Feng felt the energies of the Masha Clan. He could vaguely feel the space about him rippling. But his earth body and the golden horned beast body were both unable to feel this. Absolute space. Luo Feng fiercely unleashed his technique. Simultaneously the black crystal with 10,081 surfaces began to slightly revolve. Its complex golden engravings on its surfaces rippled, almost as though it was answering to the universe space. Shwa! All that could be seen on that sand-filled Mars surface was the sudden appearance of 2 Luo Fengs, and gradually another, 3 Luo Fengs, 4 Luo Fengs, 5 Luo Fengs. Schwa! Luo Feng stopped. Too special, this is just marvelous. This Masha Clan's movement and flying is so relaxed, it's simply, too unbelievable. Luo Feng's expression was that of complete shock. I only have very little understanding of absolute space. These years, I've only managed to touch the door of the space origin laws, and did not even consider entering it. However, even with that little comprehension, using the Masha Clan body to unleash it, my speed is faster and even more unpredictable. I can even feel the ripples in space. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Switch. The Masha Clan body vanished and the dark red armored Luo Feng appeared. The earth body of Luo Feng looked at his surroundings. The peculiar feeling was totally gone and everything felt normal again. This Mars was like Mars from before. The universe was still like the universe, no longer having the special feeling from the universe space ripples like before. Rumble. Luo Feng began his movement became shockingly fast and unpredictable. However, it was just that, it didn't cause the space around to warp or create mirror images. It feels as though the Masha Clan demon in space is like a fish in water. Luo Feng thought. Humans swimming in water, their speed could never compare to their speed of running on land. And a fish's speed hopping on land could never compare to its swimming in water. One theory was that the Masha Clan was naturally one favored by the space origin laws. In the universe space it was like a fish in water. Even if his own comprehension was low, using the body of the Masha Clan would amplify his powers by several times. Sick, totally sick. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Do you even have to say that? This is the strongest assassination race. Energy lifeforms, flesh and blood lifeforms, automaton lifeforms, metal lifeforms, plant lifeforms, etc., among all sorts of lifeforms with trillions of races, to be able to gain the reputation of strongest assassins in countless amounts of lifeforms. Would that be a joke? Babata said, natural ability, cloning, even though it's only one ability. However, in truth, the amazing thing about the Masha Clan is they are able to feel the ripples of space. They are a natural complement to the space origin laws. By allowing them to unleash any space techniques, the power will increase greatly. Simultaneously, comprehending the space origin laws will be much easier than compared to humans, but hence any Masha Clan demon who steps through the space origin laws door, their movement would be unpredictable and ever-changing. They can change to anyone, any form. Because their disguise ability reaches the pinnacle of perfection, their attack too is extremely strong. After just one attack, they can swiftly dodge far away. The most scary thing is, it's not just one of the clan that's strong, it's all of them. Hence, they are known as the strongest assassins. Babata said. Luo Feng took a deep breath. No wonder, the damaged piece of skin of the Masha Clan sold for such a high price. The normal changes of the Masha Clan, there were no engravings on the surface. And after being killed, most of them die from their crystals shattering. Their bodies too would disappear, leaving only a damaged crystal, not even the skin would be left. Only under a special circumstance can one allow the space origin law engravings within the life crystal to appear on the skin. Those were true space origin law engravings, hence the skin was incomparably valuable. However, in my genius battle, I can only use the body given to me by the virtual universe to battle. I can't use the Masha Clan body. Luo Feng thought. Right now it's October. There was less than a year to the final battle with the 1008 universe countries. What you can do now is to use the Masha Clan clone to take the form of the golden horned beast and go research on absolute space. Babata said, the training process of absolute space is only suitable for the golden horned beast form to unleash. Of course, any training on comprehension of the space laws will have benefits to all bodies. After all, you are all one consciousness. Luo Feng nodded. Not even a year. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Right, Babata, I should use the Masha Clan body to go retrieve the third bank account left behind by my teacher. The Windmill planet master left 3 separate accounts. They were separated for when the disciple was star level, universe level, and finally domain lord level to retrieve the funds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 57, 10,000 Threads. Volume 10, Chapter 57, 10,000 Threads. The difference between the 3 accounts was extremely huge. The one with the most was the account he was able to acquire when he reached the domain lord level. Within that account is all of his teacher's remaining money in that 5-star account. I am very sorry, but that is not possible. Babata said. My Masha Clan clone is a universe level 2. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. No, Luo Feng, have you forgotten? The 3 accounts your teacher left behind not only have strength requirements. They also require you to personally go open the account, and during that time, there'll be a scan of spirit energy. It has to be the spirit energy of the Windmill planet form before the account can be opened. Babata said. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The Mosan Clan clone will be using my energy, it can easily use my spirit energy. Wrong. The Masha Clan is an energy life form, its true form is that life crystal. It doesn't have any spirit energy at all. How can it use your spirit energy? Babata said. Ah! Luo Feng was stunned. Flesh and blood life forms, whether it was humans or beasts or space beasts, as long as they walked that same path, they all had a soul and spirit energy. Spirit energy was a part of the soul after all. Energy life forms, however, were totally different. Their core was the life crystal, not spirit energy at all. Just like the automaton race, they were in essence living AIs. They did not contain any spirit energy at all. Hence, back within the Windmill planet ship, when the Windmill planet master God Bolan and his undying underlings all died, only Babata survived because he was a living AI. The life forms were different in many ways, even the lifespans were different. Living AIs, even if they didn't become undying, they could still continue to live on, just like that Lord Wu. Damn! Luo Feng shook his head. I still thought. This really disappoints me. Luo Feng was helpless. You punk, don't get too greedy. Babata said, your body is that of a golden horned beast, the most elite bloodline of the entire universe. And you have the Mosan clan, the strongest assassins in the universe. You've already gotten so many advantages. Yet, you are feeling disappointed over such rubbish? I have never ever met anyone with such a sick combination before. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed. The golden horned beast and Masha Clan, both were really rare even in the entire universe. Many undying had yet to even see one before. And Luo Feng managed to get both bodies. It was a huge advantage altogether. Alright, I'll continue to practice my flying. Luo Feng laughed, becoming a beam of light and headed towards a crevice on the surface of Mars where the universe ship was. He entered the ship and connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island Slaughterhouse. Appear. The little demon Babata waved his hand and immediately the space around warped. A large machinery factory appeared. Within that factory were countless blurry machine traps all prepared beforehand. With just one look, the entire factory looked like a bee's nest. As it was densely packed, with just a bit of carelessness, one would easily knock into some of the machinery. This is the test for the first level of the 10,000 threads technique, the one-thread movement. Babata pointed at what seemed like an inescapable net of machinery before them. If you are able to grab the 3,189 red balls within this factory without touching any of the machinery or getting hit by any of their attacks, then you'd be considered reaching the one-thread level already. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. Since his failure with Rong Jun before, Luo Feng had considered hard and realized that as a strong spirit reader controller, he had to be incredibly strong at flying. Man's energy had a limit. One couldn't be both a spirit reader and a fighter, normally they would focus on one. Naturally, since he emphasized the spirit reader side, he had to emphasize flying. Battle had its own techniques. A magician's techniques in battle, like the soul imprint, was an example of that side. For the controller, the Nanshan armament's 9 levels were a form of training techniques. Defense had its own techniques too. In terms of soul, the Void Pagoda, and physical defense, he could rely on weapons and armors to defend. As for movement, the fighter's way of movement had different techniques too. A spirit reader stepping on a spirit weapon to fly too had its own techniques. Even to the point where taming beasts, possession, enslaving, and other different techniques etc. had their own best or optimum techniques. The number of origin laws themselves were only that few. However, the origin laws were akin to culture and knowledge. By gaining the knowledge about these different cultures and knowledge, some are able to get strong while others may just remain ordinary. One theory was that these techniques are ways to unleash the full strengths of the origin laws. The Nanshan armament is able to unleash the origin law's greatest battle abilities. Soul imprint is possible too. The Void Pagoda is possible too. Absolute space is possible too. The 10,000 threads was capable too. Back when he was defeated by Rong Jun, Luo Feng had first asked the opinion of Babata. Hence, he finally chose the level 5 spirit weapon, the Dark Cloud Shuttle, and also chose the spirit reader's flying technique, the 10,000 threads. His teacher, the Yunmo Planet Master, as a powerful spirit reader, knew many flying techniques. However, Luo Feng picked one that was different from his teachers. His teacher Hunyan Bo trained in the flying technique space control back then. In terms of power, the two were comparable. In terms of how common they were, however, space control was much rarer, while 10,000 threads was a widely spread skill. Many Undying knew it. However, it being widely spread didn't mean its power was weak. Ishun, this 10,000 threads technique, after hearing your explanation, why do I feel that the absolute space is very similar? Luo Feng had asked Babata back then. Babata answered, it is very similar indeed. Your absolute space training's second level, the infinite changes, is akin to the 10,000 threads final level. And it was said that the 10,000 threads actually even has a higher level of teleportation. However, no one knows the training method. Absolute space was split into 3 levels. Level 1 was arc light, level 2 was infinite changes, and level 3 is teleportation. The 10,000 threads technique was also split into 3 levels. First level, 1 thread, this is comparable to the absolute space's first level arc light. The second level, 9 threads. Third level, 100 threads. Third level, 10,000 threads. At this time, it was comparable to the second level of absolute space infinite changes. It was said that there was another higher level, teleportation. However, from the information that was spread about the technique outside, no one had the final training methods. This was also the reason why Babata was so shocked when he learned that the complete training of absolute space included the teleportation level. After all, the path of comprehending the origin laws was a hard one. But, with a clear path ahead, it would save a lot of time and energy. One valuable technique, even if people were willing to spread it, the most valuable parts still remained incredibly valuable. Alright, what you said makes sense. This 10,000 threads technique and my absolute space follows the same path. Even though the training is different, the path is ultimately the same. They will complement each other and my training itself will also be easier. I'll pick this. This was back then when Luo Feng decided to pick this flying technique. After these 3 years or so, Luo Feng had already completed the basics of the 10,000 threads. Stepping on the Dark Cloud Shuttle, his flying was already very perfect. However, he had yet to finish the 1-thread movement. Shie. A steel wire just touched Luo Feng's back. Shie. 3 needles were shot out and one touched Luo Feng's calf. Failure! Babata shouted. From the secret weapons that covered the entire ceiling, Luo Feng became a peculiar image and flew immediately down to Babata's side, shaking his head. The test of the one thread is too difficult. If I used the Masha Clan body, I would be able to dodge easily. Luo Feng laughed. 1. The virtual universe company supplies the same body to everyone. 2. The Masha Clan is an energy life form and not human. It's unable to participate in this genius battle. The little demon raised 2 fingers. I'll give you a suggestion. Return to reality and make the Masha Clan take the form of the golden horned beast to train absolute space. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Solar system, Mars surface. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood within the red sandstorm that engulfed the entire desert and immediately transformed. His entire body became energy, transforming into a 12-m-long golden horned beast. Its appearance was completely similar to the golden horned beast. This form could be said to be a golden horned beast infant. The black crystal with 10,081 surfaces within slightly revolved, its incomparably complex golden engravings melding with space itself. It's too wondrous, this feeling. The little golden horned beast's eyes were excited, it could clearly feel the ripples in space. That familiarity, that peculiar feeling, almost as though it was returning to its mother's embrace. Begin! Rumble, dot. The little golden horned beast immediately worked according to the instructions of absolute space, as it began its training. Its scaled wings, claws and tail all had to be used, especially its long tail which could easily do minuscule and quick changes in directions. 2 golden horned beasts, 3, 4, 5. Little golden horned beasts appeared all around. At this time, 9 little golden horned beasts had appeared. With the golden horned beast structure, it was really suited for the training of absolute space. This Masha Clan, using my human form, could only produce 5 images. While using the golden horned beast form, it can actually make 9. The little golden horned beast was completely immersed in the training of absolute space. This technique was created from an earlier powerful golden horned beast from before, specially crafted to fit the golden horned beasts. Even if humans acquired it, they couldn't train it. Because they didn't have tails, they didn't have wings. Wonderful! Immersed in the training of absolute space, the little golden horned beast seemed to grasp the space origin laws easily. Time passed day by day. The golden horned beast focused on comprehending the gold origin laws while the Masha Clan body was in the little golden horned beast form training absolute space. Luo Feng himself was training on comprehending the 2 laws, melding them together. He was focused on studying the Nanshan armament, training hard on the 10,000 thread flying technique. With such high training efficiency, his strength continued to increase almost every day. November, December, January. Finally, China time 2070, September, the gathering of the entire universe's 1008 universe countries over 1 million geniuses. The start date of the pinnacle fights was in this month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 58, Lifting the Curtain. Volume 10, Chapter 58, Lifting the Curtain. China year 2070, September 5th. Morning, Luo Feng stood on his own home's balcony. He was gazing at the east red sun rising from afar. Even though it was summer, the morning was still pretty chilly. Getting up early onto the balcony to watch the sunrise. In her pajamas, Su Xian walked onto the balcony. Looking at the current Luo Feng, even though this man had reached the peak on earth, almost all his energy was still spent on the long and arduous unpredictable path of the strong. To this, Su Xian wasn't in the least unsatisfied as she had eventually come to terms with it. It was only at certain times when she would feel forlorn and lonely, as Luo Feng would immerse himself in his training and isolate himself for 10 days or even half a month at times. Of course, normally Luo Feng still cared a lot for his family. Right. Luo Feng looked at the distant east horizon, watching the sun, smiling and nodding. These past few days you've been spending all your time in the dojo. It seems like you haven't seen the sunrise in a long time. Su Xian said, you should take some time to relax once in a while, don't overwork yourself. Luo Feng looked at his wife, extending his arm to gently embrace her, saying softly, my wife, I'm sorry. We are already an old couple, you don't need to get so mushy. A hint of red appeared on Su Xian's face. He. Luo Feng laughed. Tomorrow, it'll begin. Luo Feng looked at the distant rising sun, exclaiming, that's where the million geniuses from all the universe countries will gather. According to the situation of the Ganwu universe country, among these million geniuses, over half of them have stepped through the entrance of the origin laws. In the huge axe dojo, even a universe-level warrior who had stepped through the origin laws entrance was considered invincible. However, in truth, in the universe, there were many star levels that had stepped through those doors. Within the entire human race, there were only about hundreds of thousands of these sort of absolute geniuses. However, with 1008 universe countries, on average, with about a 100 in every universe country, the Ganwu universe country leader ordered the Undying to specially get these absolute geniuses to enter the Ganwu secret area. It goes to show just how special these seedlings were. These absolute geniuses, how could they send them to the huge axe dojo to gamble their lives? The probability of death there was too huge. Black Dragon Mountain, Island 9-star Bay District. Daddy! Dad, all the best. Two similar-looking youths looked at Luo Feng, their gaze filled with respect and worship. This pair of twins were Luo Feng's sons, Ping Ping and Little Hai. In terms of age, they were both 11 years old now. As they received excellent nurturing from birth, even when they were toddlers they had already reached the student level 9 and by now they'd become star travelers. This caused their body structure to resemble that of Earth's ordinary 14 or 15-year-olds. In terms of looks, they received Su Xian's good looks, as both of them were handsome. Unlike Luo Feng, who looked ordinary. The older brother Luo Ping had a better temperament, his character was gentle, his change since young was much more prominent. The younger Luo Hai, however, was noisy. After all, they grew up in such a household, with the teachers being people like Di Fan and Baikalo, these two universe level 9 warriors. Ever since Baikalo received from Luo Feng the Yunimo planet training techniques, last year he broke through to the universe level 9. The staff and helpers in the house were all star levels too. Along with Luo Feng's glory, it caused Luo Ping and Luo Hai to worship their father since young. With such a father to be proud of. Growing up in such a household, Luo Ping and Luo Hai may have their deficiencies in character. However, in their bones they still shared one point, which was that they wanted to become strong. The special thing about these twins, however, was they both enjoyed battling in the virtual universe games from young. Even though they later awoke their spirit reading, their talent for it was weaker than Luo Feng's before. However, the two still chose to become fighters. This made their father Luo Feng somewhat helpless. Daddy is the strongest. Little Hai shouted loudly. Ha ha. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. 30, all the best. Standing beside, Thunder God waved his fists and shouted, you are not only representing the Ganwu universe country, the more important thing is, you are representing us the people of Earth. Spoken well. Luo Hongwei nodded and shouted, his face gleeful, Little Feng, your second brother spoke well, you represent the hope of us people of Earth. Even though there are trillions of planets in the universe countries, with all the 1008 universe countries added together, that's even more shocking. However, you have to do your best, fight for us people of Earth. Okay. Luo Feng nodded his head. In his mind, whether it was Thunder God, Hong or Luo Feng, their sense of belonging was like a strong flame. I'll head out first. Luo Feng took a big step and left. Within the virtual universe's many continents, islands, over 1 million geniuses from the 1008 universe countries all went through the teleportation to the gathering spot. Ganwu Floating Island. Schwa. Luo Feng appeared at the teleportation spot on the floating island. Mr. Luo Feng, please head this way. Standing beside the teleportation spot was a universe-level warrior, dressed in work clothes, smiling and directing the way to a path beside. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, following the path. At this time, Luo Feng could see in the not-too-distant plaza surrounded by a beautiful array of flowers and greenery, there was a large group of people gathered. With just a look there was at least 100, both men and women, all different looking. However, at least 1/3 of the group had features close to the humans of Earth. The appearance of the Earth humans was considered more mainstream. Luo Feng is coming. That madman. Many youths looked over. These 100 were those that got a slot on the name list. This time the Ganwu Universe country was sending out a 1,000 geniuses. Luo Feng. Hi, madman. Among these people, there were many that smiled and waved at Luo Feng. Since he had taken part in the Losers Circle duels, hence he had dueled 1v1 against all these people before. Windmill. Paid Luo. Luo Feng waved back at those he was on good terms with. As time passed, the geniuses all arrived, with more people arriving every second. And Savage Rongjun was considered one of the later few. Finally the 1,000 geniuses had all gathered. These 1,000 stood together, many of whom recognized each other either from the real world or had dueled before, were engaged in discussions and reminiscing about the past. Luo Feng, your strength has risen by quite a bit this past year. I know your improvement must be huge. Savage Rongjun looked over Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned to look at the 3M tall Savage. Wait till the pinnacle duels, you'll know after you try me. That confident? Savage's eyes gleamed. Suddenly. Rumble. A formless pressure covered the entire plaza. The 1,000 geniuses all felt their faces go pale, their bodies shivering unconsciously. After which they heard footsteps. A giant dressed in scaled armor and wearing a helmet walked over. The energy he naturally emitted was almost like the god of death approaching. Emitting that bloodthirsty aura, causing everyone to fear him immediately. A 8m tall giant. This was that being from before. 1,000 geniuses from the Ganwu Universe country, according to the country leader's command, I'll lead you. The giant's voice rumbled. Within the helmet his eyes gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. You all can call me Lord 13, understood? Understood. The 1,000 absolute geniuses couldn't help but answer in unison, including Luo Feng. What a terrifying pressure. Luo Feng's forehead had beads of cold sweat. In reality, his willpower alone would immediately make my soul crumble. Terrifying. 1,000 geniuses, before this scale-armored giant, seemed like weak little ants. They felt intense fear. This was a natural reflex. No matter how strong one's willpower was, they couldn't suppress such a reaction. Rongjun. The scale-armored giant's gaze landed on the youth Savage Rongjun. Lord 13. Savage Rongjun bowed. You are the only one from our Ganwu Universe country that has a guarantee of not being eliminated. The country leader has a large expectation of you. You, don't let our country leader down, you understand? The scale-armored giant said. Yes. Savage replied respectfully. The scale-armored giant gazed past the rest of the youths, saying coldly, as for everyone else, there's not much hope. Immediately a group of youths gripped their fists tightly. Among that group Luo Feng creased his eyebrows too. Humph. Unsatisfied? Power doesn't come from the words you speak, it's displayed in battle. The scale-armored giant said coldly, except for Rongjun, the strongest amongst you are only at Luo Feng's standards, and according to our information, there's an exceptional genius at this competition. If Luo Feng can make it into the top 5,000 that would be considered not bad, to make it into the top 1,000, the chances are however bleak. Of course. You all can create miracles. In history, there have been cases where some began average but suddenly exploded into absolute geniuses during the pinnacle fights. The scaled giant's gaze swept past the large group, following which he changed the subject. Alright, follow me, but. The group of absolute geniuses from the different starfields in the Ganwu universe country could only bear with it. Following which, Luo Feng and the other geniuses, under the leadership of the scaled armor giant, all reached the teleportation spot and were transferred to a brand new area the virtual universe had opened. This was a vast continent. Luo Feng and the others, including that scaled armor giant leading them, a total of 1,001 people simultaneously appeared on that large continent. Ganwu Universe Team, there are 1,008 skyscrapers ahead. Your Universe Countries team has been arranged for number 0825 skyscraper. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe bowed and said respectfully to the scaled armor giant. The giant snorted out of his nose, and led the team to fly towards the skyscraper. Wah! 1,008 skyscrapers, one universe team for one skyscraper? Looking from far, the distant 1,008 skyscrapers had formed a ring. Surrounded by these 1,008 skyscrapers in the center, was a beautiful plaza with birds and fragrant flowers. Within that plaza were many youths, men and women from different universe countries strolling and chatting in it. With just a look, there were at least over 10,000 people. Descend! The scaled armor giant's voice roared. The geniuses from the Ganwu inverse swiftly descended, landing beside the plaza, following a straight path towards skyscraper number 0825. The plaza had pathways to each of the many skyscrapers. Look, that skyscraper 0825 is the Ganwu universe countries. Looks like that's the genius team from the Ganwu universe. Rongjun, that tall one must be Savage Rongjun. Wow! His power is very strong. Which is Rongjun? Rongjun? Many geniuses from the other universe countries all looked over at the Ganwu universe countries team and began their own discussions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 59, Geniuses Gather. Volume 10, Chapter 59, Geniuses Gather. As the genius teams of every universe country heard the discussions from the other groups, they were very dissatisfied, yet held their hatred within. To be able to make it into the Ganwu universe country's top 1,000, who wasn't an absolute genius, a proud genius above many others? And right now it was obvious that the other geniuses from the other universe countries only respected Savage Rongjun, and did not even mention any of the others. Madman, did you hear that? The other universe countries only know of our Ganwu universe country's Rongjun. The green-haired youth whispered in Luo Feng's ear. This green-haired youth was the absolute genius that was in the same city with Luo Feng in the elimination stage, the one that engaged him in a pinnacle final battle before it ended, Windmill. Windmill was luckier than Luo Feng. During the arena duels, he won 4 consecutive duels to get a slot in the name list. Luo Feng was very calm. While following the large team ahead, he said softly, Windmill, you can't blame them, Rongjun is indeed strong. The green-haired youth nodded his head. I know that, I heard about it too. This savage Rongjun's strength is enough to make it into the top 10 of the entire universe. And us, just trying to get into the universe top 1,000 will be very hard. Top 1,000? Luo Feng squinted his eyes. At this time, the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country followed the scaled armor giant into skyscraper 0825. The lobby was extremely vast, enough to hold over 1,000 people that were gathered there. Rumble. That strong pressure appeared again. These 1,000 geniuses who were all under such pressure turned and looked at the tallest scaled armor giant. That giant diminished his aura, and said coldly, over here, there are number tags from 1 to 1,000. You've all been assigned one. Once you've acquired yours, enter your own room. This will be your resting and living quarters. Following which the scaled armor giant waved his hand. The number tags began to fall, landing in front of each of the geniuses. Savage Rong Jun extended his arm and grabbed the tag. There was only one number on it, 1. Luo Feng extended his arm too and grabbed his tag. The number on it was 2. The 1,000 geniuses all grabbed their tags. You are dismissed. You can rest within your rooms, or you can all go out to mingle with the geniuses from the other universe countries. The scaled armor giant gazed at the 1,000 geniuses, saying coldly, when it gets dark, the Virtual Universe Company's organizing committee will gather you all. Whether you are in this space or anywhere else, you'll be able to hear it. After he finished, the scaled armor giant immediately turned around and left. Only then did the 1,000 geniuses from the Ganwu Universe country let out a sigh of relief. The group started to disperse, with some staying behind to chat while others looking for their rooms. The center plaza of the 1008 skyscrapers was extremely huge. Even with 1 million people in there, it still wouldn't be crammed. The plaza was surrounded by beautiful greenery and flowers, with little animals that could be seen occasionally. Scattered throughout the plaza too were large restaurants. A total of 99 restaurants could be found. The geniuses from the different universe countries could enter any one of these, all except for the first restaurant. Rumble. The scaled armor giant became a beam of light and landed in front of restaurant number 1. Lord. The staff at the entrance of the restaurant bowed respectfully. The scaled armor giant immediately stepped in. The first level of this restaurant alone had over 1,000 seats. At this time there were already over 1,000 great beings there. 13 is here. Auras and energies filled with bloodthirst or even volatility more so than stars, or ice chill so cold it would freeze one's soul were present. These auras were all spread out throughout the level. These great beings sat casually about. It was almost as though they were the land and skies themselves. The surrounding space was totally controlled by them. The scaled armor giant nodded slightly, sitting down beside another valiant and brave-looking god general. 13, I heard your Ganwu universe country has a genius called Rong Jun this time? Ha, your luck is not bad. It's okay. The scaled armor giant was not modest either. Te Luo Fu, your universe country has someone called Blood Axe, right? The white-robed man with a face full of smiles, as though he was in spring itself, said, yes, there is such a genius. His character is very similar to yours. 13, this time around, your Ganwu universe country may be able to produce 2 who might make it into the top 1,000, right? Not far away, a tall and sturdy, bald man with bare feet and skin which was completely golden yellow in color shouted, there's another punk called Luo Feng. His strength is still insufficient. The scaled armor giant shook his head, Seifel, everyone is saying that your Noah universe country can get number 1. The youth in Noah universe country is very strong. He is only at star level and his space origin law comprehension has already reached such a level, really unbelievable. The great beings were all discussing. These beings were all sent by their country leaders. Like a gathering of the pinnacle of universe countries, the Undying sent here were all considered very strong even amongst the Undying. Like 13, that was one of the 18 god generals of the Ganwu universe country leader, his reputation alone was widespread. He was a being known for 1 trillion years. Skyscraper 0825, room number 2. This room was extremely spacious. The bed alone was 10 m long and 6 m wide. Some geniuses may have huge physiques, hence the room was prepared for such people. Naturally, this room, which was at least 1,000 cubic meters, it was huge for Luo Feng. I'll head out and take a look. I'll have a look at the absolute geniuses from the other universe countries. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a strong sense of anticipation. He didn't have any hope of making it into the top 1,000. The words from the scaled armor giant was obviously based on the arena duels round. In fact, from the end of the losers circle duels to now, the Masha Clan clone worked hard on absolute space. His 3 bodies, the golden horned beast, the Masha Clan and his earth body all hadn't relaxed for even a second. Till now. His strength had already increased at a terrifying rate. Even though in the slaughterhouse he could already defeat the simulated Rongjun. However, from that battle till now, it's already been over 4 years. If I can improve that much, others can do so too. Within these 4 years, who knows how much that Rongjun has improved? Luo Feng thought, what's more, when he battled me back then, he hadn't even unleashed his blade work. 1008 universe countries, the geniuses are as numerous as the clouds. I'll give it a shot. We'll see how far Luo Feng can make it. Luo Feng thought. To have been suffering patiently for over 4 years, this gathering of absolute geniuses from the 1008 universe countries was exactly the place for him to unleash his full power. Luo Feng walked out of the room and joined a few other geniuses from the Ganwu universe country, leaving the skyscraper and headed towards the plaza. The center plaza was even bigger than the planet of Earth. However, these absolute geniuses' bodies were all star level 9. With just one gaze they could see over 100 kilometers. When the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country entered the plaza. Look, Rongjun. It's Rongjun. I heard he has the strength to make it into the top 10. He is a very strong fellow, his comprehension of ground and space origin laws are already very high. I hope to not meet him. Many other youths from the other universe countries were engaged in discussions. This made Rongjun and the other geniuses from the Ganwu universe countries uncomfortable, naturally dispersing once they reached the plaza. Luo Feng walked with the green-haired youth Windmill. Luo Feng, look. The green-haired youth pointed at a complete beauty dressed in a white feathery cloth. This lady was almost like the legendary angels of Earth. She even had 2 wings on her back and there was a crystal in the middle of her forehead. Her name is Ai Chen, from the Dream Shell clan. She has the power to make it to the top 10. Her nickname is Lightblade and she is extremely terrifying. Luo Feng looked at the pure Dream Shell lady. Lightblade Ai Chen. Luo Feng gazed at the plaza. Prior to this, he naturally had gathered information on the strong opponents. Even though he couldn't get specific details, he still knew the reputation and information of the stronger ones. Luo Feng looked at a black-robed skinny youth who was about 2.3 or 2.4 m tall, hearing the people beside discussing, that's Haino, Jiaolaishi, he's from the Howling Gods clan, from the Pangdu universe country. I heard from the start till end he never actually made a move. He just looks at the opponent and the opponents all get hypnotized and die. He's a very scary hypnotist, who is definitely able to make it to the top 10. Walking within the plaza, they were discovering the number 1 geniuses from the many universe countries. Even though they were number 1 in their respective universe countries, within the 1008 universe countries, only about 20 of them had the power to make it to the top 10. After all, even with powers matching up, one has to still factor in the condition during that day, etc., and everything was unpredictable until the battle actually happens. However, these 20 that had the largest commotion. Luo Feng had already seen their tapes. The verdict. They all weren't weaker than Rongjun. There were even 2 of them who were much more terrifying than Rongjun. The Prince of the Manka. Luo Feng looked at the distant silver-clothed youth. That youth with eyes burning with a mad battle spirit was also another absolute genius, regarded as one able to make it to the top 10. There hadn't been such an exceptional young genius from the Manka planet in a very, very long time. Genius were all around him. This made Luo Feng's battle spirit burn with passion. Strong. This was the gathering of the geniuses from the 1008 universe countries. Just from the surface there were about 20 able to match up to Rongjun. And what's more, they were probably hiding their powers too. Just like how when Savage Rongjun battled against Luo Feng, he didn't even intend to reveal his space origin laws, and if he hadn't revealed it during that battle, who would know Rongjun was that strong? One theory. 1008 universe countries, over 1 million geniuses. From the surface, one can see that the number of absolute geniuses definitely wasn't just 20. Like Luo Feng, ones who had the power to make it into the top 10 were hiding their strengths. No one knew who these geniuses were until during the battle. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Silence. The entire plaza went silent. 100,000 geniuses from all over, all turned almost simultaneously to one direction. Luo Feng turned too. From the distant large skyscraper a white-clothed youth walked out. He looked very handsome except he had no expression. His entire being was like a frozen mountain, carrying two blood-red long blades. Walking towards the plaza, his ice-cold gaze swept over the 100,000 geniuses, without even a ripple of emotion. Death God! Death God Bolan! It's him! This round's undisputed number one. Finally the discussions had unified and converged. Simultaneously the howling god youth clad in a black robe, that absolute beauty from the Dreamshell clan, that Manca prince in armor, that seemingly unstoppable savage, the one carrying blood-colored huge axes, a fat strong-looking youth at least 6 m tall with slit eyes, the green-haired youth with peculiar green engravings on his face. From all corners of the plaza, the absolute warrior that stood above these over 1 million geniuses, everyone stared at this white-clothed youth carrying the blood-red long blades. Amongst these warriors, naturally included was Luo Feng as well. Death God. Luo Feng stared at the distant silhouette, muttering, "Death God Bolan?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 60, Cruel Elimination. Volume 10, Chapter 60, Cruel Elimination. Death God Bolan was the most unbelievable absolute genius of this genius battle between the 1008 universe countries. Even when compared to the earlier competitions from before, it had been a very long time since such a perverted existence like that had appeared. From the gathered data, this Death God Bolan had once created over 100 mirror images. That's just unbelievable. Luo Feng looked at the distant white-clothed youth carrying the blood-red long blade on his back. He was very clear within that he wasn't a match at all for this genius that had long been regarded as the undisputed number one this time. According to the 10,000 thread levels, the third level was the 100 thread. The fourth level was the 10,000 thread. That was already the highest level of the 10,000 thread technique. The legendary teleportation was after all just a myth. And this Bolan's revealed strength so far has indicated that he was obviously close to the fourth level. To be considered as such an anomaly in just the star level, looking at the previous number ones of the 10 earlier competitions, they all seemed to be stronger than Savage Rong Jun. However, none had reached such a level before. Death God Bolan, he was invincible. Even sector lords. It was very hard to comprehend the space origin laws. To be able to reach the fourth level of 10,000 threads, that only happened with one amongst the 10,000. If it was one amongst 10,000 for even sector lords, one could imagine for a star-level punk, just how scary that was. It was no wonder that even before the genius battles had yet to begin, many Undying had already concluded that the number one undisputed winner of the competition would be this white-clothed youth. How did he train? Just how did he train? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I rely on the Masha Clan to train, and I've only broken through to one thread, still very far from the 9 threads. After all the space origin laws, that's one of the 2 hardest laws to comprehend, next to time. Big brother. An elegant green-haired beautiful girl with her long hair curled up, her face covered with green engravings said, "That's Death God Bolan?" "That's the one teacher said, the only one we have no chance of defeating?" "Right." Beside her was another youth with similar green hair and engravings on his face. He was nodding, while staring hard at the distant white-clothed youth. "That's him, a star level who's reached such abnormal levels of comprehension with the space origin laws. Even in the recent million years of genius competitions number ones, there hasn't been anyone like him before." However, Qian Shui, The youth lowered his head to look at the lady beside him. Even though we aren't any match against Death God Bolan, they're still second and third place. We siblings must grab them. Qian Shui understands. The lady nodded. This pair of siblings had terrifying reputations within this genius competition. They were from the mysterious place Augustus Planet. Within the vast universe, there were a few planets that were very mysterious, or had huge reputations. Like the Manka Planet, Augustus Planet, Muzu Planet and so on. These planets all had undisputable power that made people's hearts tremble. They could very easily send out a group of undyings. These planets could completely name themselves a universe country's core. Like the Manka Planet was one of the two cores of the barbarian universe country. Within the center of the plaza, 100,000 geniuses couldn't help but look at the white-clothed youth, causing him to crease his eyebrows and enter a restaurant. Who? That's Death God Bolan. I really don't know how he trains. No matter how powerful the bloodline, he shouldn't be that abnormal. I suspect he isn't even human. Discussions were rampant in the plaza among the gathered 100,000 geniuses in the plaza, along with the beings in restaurant number 1. As time passed, the leaders of the 1008 universe countries of geniuses, the Great Undyings, all arrived here at restaurant number 1. Be it in the first level or the second level, they were all chatting casually. This youth called Bolan, although he is only a star level, his comprehension of the space origin laws is that strong. Who knows, in 100 eras, he might become a space knight. Space knight? That's too much. To become a space knight, that's still a long ways to go. Many undyings have trained for trillions of years and still have been unable to become space knights. He's still far off. Becoming a space knight is not that easy to achieve. Hard. Even his physical body passing through space and teleporting is still far from it. Much less becoming a space knight. That's excessive flattery. In our 1008 universe countries, how long has it been since we've had a new knight? That youth may be an exceptional rare genius from many generations of competitions. However, in terms of geniuses, if you had said he'd become like us as undyings, I'd agree. However, to become a space knight, that's simply too. Space knight, these two words had aroused the objections of a large group of the undyings, as all of them were rejecting the idea. What are you discussing? It's so noisy. A bright voice resounded throughout the entire restaurant number 1's first and second floors. Immediately all the undyings turned to look. At the entrance was a man dressed in a very simple green robe. He had a gently smile and his eyes contained a friendly gaze. His head was covered in purple scales. Although his entire being was standing there, it almost seemed like he didn't exist, almost as though he was in a different time and space from the other undyings. Rumble. All the undyings on the first level immediately stood up, including that scale-armored giant 13, they all bowed respectfully. Sir Knight. The 100 or so undyings bowed. This time, for our virtual universe company's organized genius competition, all your great universe countries have supported us. I represent the virtual universe company and express our thanks. The green-robed purple-scaled man smiled. That's what we ought to do. The first and second floor undyings all resounded. The green-robed purple-scaled man smiled and nodded. Continue your discussions, in a bit, I will gather all the youths. After which, he turned and left. After he left, the entire first floor of undyings, including many constantly coming down from the second floor, began their discussions. It's actually Sir Nine Blades. I heard that Sir Nine Blades was recently at the Automaton territory, in one of their universe secret areas. I didn't expect him to host this genius competition. Speaking of which, about 100,000 eras before, when Sir Nine Blades was still at the star level, he took part in the genius battle too. Back then, he was the number 1 of that time, during which he had shook the entire competition. His reputation in show back then doesn't seem any less than this youth Bolan. So what if one has good talent? Just the path to become an undying alone is a very bumpy road, and large amounts of sector lords fall right at the final doorway. That Bolan has to go through a lot on the bumpy road to becoming undying, much less the 10,000 times or million times harder path of a space knight. The group of undyings sighed. These were all undyings from the many universe countries with high amounts of power and authority. All of them were important and authoritative people directly under their country leaders. They could easily destroy a few planets or stars with a flip of their hand. However, if they could become a knight of any path, that would be one with the ability to own a few starfields and create a universe country already. A space knight, with a wave of his hand, could turn the flow of stars and change the space altogether. A planet in front of them was akin to a glass marble. At evening, sipping drinks in one of the restaurants in the plaza, Luo Feng suddenly heard a voice invade his consciousness. Participants from the 1008 universe countries, please gather at the center plaza. Unconsciously, Luo Feng stood straight up. It wasn't just him, all the geniuses in the restaurant stood up too. 1,008,000 geniuses, be it flying from the sky or from the skyscrapers, all flew out, some even flying from the edges of the plaza, all gathering in the center. Over 1 million geniuses were gathered there. At this time, with 1,008,000 geniuses there forming a large square formation, stood in the center of the plaza. After which, they all awoke. What happened? Luo Feng awoke. What's going on? Why am I here? I was just within the house. The entire square formation of over 1 million geniuses had woken suddenly. Even that death god Bolan too had the same shocked expression. At this time, above the square formation, 1008 undyings stood there. These undyings naturally released their auras and pressure. With the pressure of over 1,000 undyings, these caused the over 1 million geniuses to immediately go silent, not one daring to even make a sound. Welcome to all participants in our virtual universe company's Pinnacle Genius Competition. A gentle voice resounded within every ear. Everyone turned over to look, and were completely shocked. The originally empty space in front suddenly had a green armored purple scaled man appear. He was all smiles, however standing in mid-air, he seemed like an ancient god. The aura he naturally emitted made the over 1 million geniuses submit unconsciously. Also, even though they could see him there with their eyes, all the geniuses felt as though this great being himself was almost like in a different space altogether. That time and space disorderly feeling made them feel extremely uncomfortable. 1008 universe countries, 1,000 from each, a total of over 1 million geniuses. The green-robed man stood in mid-air, surveying the over 1 million geniuses below. His voice was gentle. Our virtual universe company is going to pick the 1,000 strongest from you all and absorb them into the core of our virtual universe company. The million of you will contest for 1,000 slots. The rules are as below. Tomorrow, all of you will separately enter a training space. Our virtual universe company has prepared over 1 million training spaces, one for each of you. There's a total of 7 towers within the training space. Every tower has 7 levels. From the first tower you will begin your battle. After finishing the first tower and all of its 7 levels, then you can enter the second tower. If you die at any point, you will be kicked out of the training space. According to your training space results, we'll calculate the points. The top rankers in points from rank 100 will immediately be absorbed into the virtual universe company's core members, acquiring 100 slots. From rank 101 to rank 7,300, these 7,200 people will engage in arena duels and fight for the remaining 900 slots. As for those 7,300 and behind, they'll be eliminated. The green-robed man's words caused the over 1 million geniuses to be stunned. There were a total of 1,008,000 people this time, meaning that just from this training space, over 1 million were going to be eliminated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 61, Luo Feng's Plan. Volume 10 Chapter 61, Luo Feng's Plan. That mysterious being that represented the virtual universe company left straight after that simple announcement. Even though Luo Feng and the others were still curious, they could only return to Skyscraper 0825 to rest. Daybreak of the next day. Everyone please get ready, we'll begin the group teleportation soon, which will send all the participants into their respective training spaces. A clear voice resounded within the entire space where the skyscrapers were. The geniuses within the 1008 skyscrapers were up much earlier, awaiting the beginning of the elimination. First the elimination and later the duels. However, in terms of brutality of the round, it was obvious that the training space round made their hearts tremble. All the best. Work hard. Within the large hall of the skyscraper 0825, the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country wished each other, it was too brutal. This first wave of elimination alone eliminated over 1 million people. Of the 1,000 geniuses in this hall, less than a count of 10 fingers worth of people may be left. Madman, good luck. Windmill, all the best. Luo Feng and the green-haired youth Windmill encouraged each other. Suddenly. Rumble. A formless peculiar energy descended on the space, causing the 1,008,000 geniuses within to immediately be teleported. As for the undying still in that space, along with the waiters and staff etc., they weren't affected at all. There was a large meteorite that was close to 100 kilometers in size, rectangular-shaped, floating in mid-space. Shwa! Luo Feng appeared on the meteorite. As he looked around, there were distant little stars around him. And not too far from himself, ordinary planets without any life could be seen. He couldn't help but exclaim, the virtual universe created more than million training spaces, just this one alone is so realistic. This meteorite which was floating in the universe had 7 towers. Every tower was high like a mountain, at least 10 kilometers tall and several cubic meters in area. The 7 towers were spread out in different locations on this huge meteorite. Luo Feng lowered his gaze to look at his wrist. On it was a screen, just like during the elimination back in the Ganwu Universe Country selection. Participant, Luo Feng, Ganwu Universe Country. Points, 0. Rank, none. Training space location, number 027-9378. There were a total of 7 towers in a training space and each one of these towers had 7 levels. The first training tower, every level alone had a maximum score of 10,000 points. If one completed all 7 levels, they could at most acquire 70,000 points. The second tower, every level's maximum score was 100,000 points. Completing all 7 levels would gain one a maximum of 700,000 points. The fourth tower, every level's maximum score was 10 million. Completing all would give one 70 million points. The seventh tower, every level's maximum score was 100 trillion points. After completing all 7 levels, one would acquire 700 trillion points. Note, the moment one dies, the training ends. There were 2 ways to get past every level. One of them was to kill all the targets within that level, acquiring all the points possible and being transported immediately to the next. The second way was, instead of killing all targets, if one still survived without dying after 10 days, he would be immediately transported to the next level and continue on. When all of the participants have died, the training ends. The final ranking will be determined then. Below shows the ranking. Madness. Luo Feng looked at the screen, shaking his head. When everyone dies, the training ends? What does this mean? Does it mean that there is a possibility that no one can actually make it past the 7th tower? Obviously, the difficulty of the towers were extremely high. The virtual universe company had confidence in killing off every one of the participants. This is pretty similar to the elimination stage of the Ganwu universe country. However, that time it was just within that one world, and it was just a part of the Ganwu universe country's selection and ranking within that one world. And this time, It's actually the pinnacle geniuses from the 1008 universe countries all gathered. The strong are numerous as the clouds, and ranking below 7,300, one would immediately be eliminated. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and pondered. Obviously. The first tower was meant to be easier, and it got gradually harder towards the end. This states that there are two ways to get past every level. One is to kill all the targets and the other is to survive for 10 days? Then he'll be automatically transported. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Doesn't this mean, in every level, I can stay for as long as 10 days? Each training tower has 7 levels. Then, just in one tower I can stay for as long as 70 days. Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal an expression of excitement. That's great, this way the 5 towers will give me 1 year's worth of time. What did he lack the most currently? Time. The golden horned beast just broke through to the universe level, its natural talents had just begun to flourish, comprehending the domain and studying the gold origin laws. And the Masha Clan body had just been born last year October, its training till now hadn't even reached a year. If he had 1 more year of time, he would definitely be even stronger. Right. This is it. Luo Feng made the decision. I won't rush forward anxiously at the start. I'll let the Masha Clan body in reality work and train hard, maximizing my growth as much as possible. The stronger I get, then I'd definitely be able to go further in this training space. Till then, maybe my ranking will be extremely low at first. However, there's no rush, the more important thing is the final rank. I'll shock everybody with a single brilliant move. Luo Feng laughed. Rumble. He became a beam of light and flew towards that first tower. That tower that was at least 10 kilometers tall with an engraving 1 on its entrance. This was the first tower. Luo Feng prepared his spirit weapons and armor etc. and entered. The moment he entered, the words on Luo Feng's screen moved. First tower, first level, 10,000 ferocious beasts, hairy blood mammoths. Killing 1 beast would get 1 point, while killing all would give 10,000 points and teleporting him straight to level 2. If one didn't kill them all and survives for 10 days, he'll be transported immediately to level 2 as well. Death will mean the end of training. At the side of the screen, there was even a countdown timer. Obviously, the moment the 10 days were up, he would be transported. Just like what I thought. Luo Feng smiled. Then let's begin. In reality. Solar system, Mars. A golden horned beast at least 10 m long let out an excited cry. Roar, after which images of the golden horned beast appeared about, continuing to study the absolute space. As a being favored by space itself, the Masha Clan clone was studying a space technique with total enjoyment. That feeling was wonderful. Virtual universe, within that plaza stood the 1008 Undyings, casually spread out. The training space elimination wasn't broadcast publicly in the entire universe. The only thing broadcasted were the rankings. And only the final duels would be broadcasted publicly. However, the Undyings from the many universe countries had special privileges. They could watch the stream of every participant. This Bolan, indeed he's vicious. The moment he started, he has been ranked number 1. So fast, this Bolan score is rising at such a shocking speed. It far exceeds the number 2 ranker, but 13, your Ganwu universe country's Rongjun is not bad too, right now he's ranked 12. The 1008 Undyings could easily watch the rank table and the situation of each participant. Right now they represented each universe country. And so, naturally they'd wish for their own geniuses to be more outstanding, that way they'd gain more respect. To these eternal beings, face and respect was extremely important. Still okay. The scaled armor giant nodded slightly, sitting in an enormous chair, watching the screen. Rongjun. He directly opened the stream of Rongjun's situation. All that could be seen was the wild barefooted youth, with peculiar movement, extremely quick, wielding a battle blade and slashing at the winged, three-eyed hairy lion-like creatures, ferocious beast chimera. The scale-armored giant couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. His eyebrows creased, his anger showing. This Luo Feng. He actually didn't notice that the rankings had Luo Feng's name. From his expectations, this Luo Feng should at least be able to make it to the top 10,000, following which he opened his own name list of the Ganwu Universe country and saw Luo Feng's name. Luo Feng, Ganwu Universe country, rank 1,006,891. This made the giant's eyes rage, his anger revealing itself. What's this idiot doing? The scale-armored giant opened Luo Feng's stream. Looking at it, he creased his eyebrows. He's not even working hard, this punk. He's using the training space to train? Exactly. However, the golden horned beast and the Masha Clan clone were both engaged in training. Even if Luo Feng's earth body didn't train and just constantly absorbed the comprehension from those two bodies, using it in battle, he would constantly grow even more. First tower, first level, second level. In each level, he stayed for a full 10 days. He waited till the last moment to go kill all the targets. Obviously, amongst the over 1 million geniuses, it wasn't just Luo Feng doing this. Many others had used the same strategy during the easier earlier levels to squeeze out more time to strengthen themselves. Hence this resulted in Luo Feng not being the last. However, he was still almost the last, amongst the bottom 1,000 or 2,000. 60 days later. Rumble. Luo Feng reached the 7th level of the first tower. The 6th level before, what was in it was actually the Space Beast song. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he thought about the previous level. Simultaneously he looked at the screen on his wrist. First tower, 7th level, Bug Clan Mother Nest. Killing the Mother Nest would give 10,000 points, immediately transporting to the second tower's first level. Bug Clan Mother Nest. In reality, even the weakest Mother Nest was still comparable to a Sector Lord, sometimes even comparable to many Undyings. This training space's Mother Nest was lowered in power to fit the participants' level. Suggestion: kill the Mother Nest as early as possible. The later it gets, the Mother Nest will produce more and more bug clans, and stronger ones at that. Rumble. The 7th level space immediately transformed into a vast desert. Within the center of the desert there was a patch of green and there lay a huge round ball, with a diameter of about 60 m. The round ball had dents in it, simultaneously emitting some poison. Even its body itself was covered in poisonous liquid. Bug Clan Mother Nest? Luo Feng stared. Earth. Shenlong Jia. Luo Feng thought of the 3 great dangers of Earth. In Shenlong Jia there was a terrifying mysterious ball there. Even Babata had forbidden him from touching that thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 62, Bug Clan Mother Nest. Volume 10, Chapter 62, Bug Clan Mother Nest. So that's the Bug Clan Mother Nest? Luo Feng was filled with fear within. Right, fear. Bug Clan, they were one of the pinnacle of races comparable to the human race. They were a very peculiar clan. The population of the Bug Clan, one could say they were shockingly many. However, from a different point of view, they could also be said to be shockingly few. One Bug Clan Mother Nest can produce trillions and trillions of bug soldiers. Their dominating strategy is that of using their numbers to overwhelm others. However, from a different standpoint, these slaughtering bug soldiers have very low intellect, even to the point of no intelligence at all, only physical capabilities. Countless bug soldiers were all completely subservient and obedient to the Mother Nest's command. The Mother Nest could send them to their deaths and none of them would even resist. Hence, within the Bug Clan, only the Mother Nest had the right to be considered a lifeform with intelligence. With the number of Mother Nests around, the Bug Clan could be said to be extremely few in numbers. And within every Mother Nest, the weakest was comparable to a Sector Lord, while the strongest was comparable to Undying's. One mother nest could produce countless bug races, enough to dominate one galaxy, even up to a vast starfield. Mother nest on Earth? Luo Feng felt a chill within. Babada, that bastard. In reality, solar system, Mars. A small golden horned beast's body suddenly became energy, swiftly forming a black-clothed Luo Feng. Babada, what's going on? Luo Feng raged. The golden horned beast was currently at universe level 8, hence he could preserve his consciousness both within reality and the virtual universe. What's more, the natural talent, Void Pagoda, allowed Luo Feng's earth body to be able to gather his focus to do several things with his consciousness. All this while maintaining a basic awareness in the body itself. What? Babada said unhappily. You can still ask? Let me ask you, that Shenlong Jia mysterious ball on Earth, what is that? The black-clothed Luo Feng raged. Luo Feng, I told you before, don't be anxious, when it's time for you to know, I'll let you know. Babada said, that thing is not something the current you can deal with. That's the Bug Clan mother nest. Luo Feng roared angrily, the moment it awakens it can produce countless large amounts of bug soldiers. When that happens, countless soldiers will swiftly dominate the entire Milky Way, even spreading throughout the Black Dragon Mountain star field. This is a disaster, disaster. The moment it awakens, Earth will be finished. There was such a big danger. Yet, you actually kept it from me. Luo Feng was a ball of rage. My God. The mother nest was on Earth. This was akin to when one went to bed only to know there was a bomb under the bed, one that could explode at any time. Oh, you know? Babada was shocked. Humph. Luo Feng tried hard to suppress his anger. Speak, what do we do now? The Bug Clan, as one of the pinnacle of races comparable to humans in the universe, any one mother nest would be considered a great disaster. Hence in the virtual universe network, any information with regards to the Bug Clan mother nest was all considered classified, not easily widespread or easy to acquire. However, the terrifying abilities of the Bug Clan, Luo Feng knew long ago. The inherited memories of the golden horned beast, back then just gathering all the memories alone took 16 days. The information contained within these memories was too huge. Luo Feng had only slightly organized it, and not looked at everything. With regards to the mother nest, Luo Feng too had only briefly browsed through the basics. The basic introductions didn't have the picture of the Bug Clan mother nest. It stated, Bug Clan, the core lies in the mother nests. And the mother nests are layers built by the queen. The queen's body is fragile and soft, yet it has a very powerful spirit-reading energy. However, its physical body is weak, hence it builds a strong mother nest, that itself becomes its armor. The queen can produce countless bug soldiers. The nest it builds is specially designed for its body, although its appearances differed. Luo Feng back then had only briefly organized the inherited memories, looking through only the most basic introductions. At this time he was shocked to discover that there was a Bug Clan mother nest on Earth. Hence he had to go and look at the information in detail. The introduction of the mother nest only had so few words. However, the detailed introduction had large amounts of pictures and tens of millions of words. The information contained the detailed scariness of the Bug Clan mother nests, the many types of bug soldiers it could produce, etc., along with large amounts of pictures. This made Luo Feng very clear. On Earth, indeed there was a mother nest. Don't be angry, don't get anxious, what are you worried about? Do you think I'll harm your Earth? Babada said. I know you won't, but I still must know. What's the deal with this Bug Clan mother nest? Luo Feng's consciousness communicated, if you don't explain clearly, I won't be able to relax. Who could? A thing that could at any time destroy Earth and even the entire Milky Way, who could relax? All right. Babada said helplessly, I'll tell you, this Bug Clan mother nest was something your teacher brought back from the battlefield outside the starfield. Teacher? Luo Feng asked more, let me ask you, within this mother nest, is there a queen? The mother nest was only a nest or lair. The Bug Clan queen was the true life form. Because the body of the queen was fragile and weak, any warrior could easily destroy its body, plus the difficulty of building a nest itself was very high. Hence the queens of the Bug Clan couldn't easily dispose of their nests and build others. Yes. There is. And it's still alive. Babata said. Ah. Luo Feng's expression changed. However, you can relax, it poses no threat at all to Earth at the moment. Babata explained, relax, you can think of it as, in a coma, and it's an eternal coma. As for the details, wait till your soul imprint reaches the level of your teacher, and you'll understand. Nothing will happen? Luo Feng still felt it was a ticking time bomb. No. Unless an undying with soul abilities even higher than your teacher comes. Babata smiled, that level of undying, if he wanted to destroy Earth, he could do so with a flip of his hand. He wouldn't waste the effort to keep a living Bug Clan mother nest. Only then did Luo Feng relax, curiously asking, what did my teacher want to actually do with this mother nest? He even went as far as keeping it alive. The Bug Clan mother nest's potential energy is very huge. If one could enslave this mother nest just like he does humans, and nurture it well, then your teacher would have a very powerful force with him. Just that endless bug army would be enough to save your teacher's life from that attack before. Babata exclaimed. Luo Feng nodded. The Bug Clan mother nest could produce tens of millions of bug soldiers. Once one could truly control a mother nest, that was extremely powerful. Against an endless sea of bugs, even undyings would have problems. If it wasn't that strong, the Bug Clan wouldn't be considered one of the elite races of the universe. Teacher's ambition was really wild. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Babata said helplessly, however, the Bug Clan mother nest's life form itself is strange. Saying it's a pure life form is not completely right. However, its soul can be distributed into every single bug soldier's mind, and it can control all their thoughts. Your teacher's enslaving soul imprint is unable to control it, and before he could come up with a way to do so, he put it into an eternal sleep. Hence he threw it onto Earth? Luo Feng said. Well, he can't leave it on the Windmill planet shipwright. Babata replied. Luo Feng was speechless. The genius battle elimination was still going on. Over 1 million training spaces, the massacre continued. The powerful Bug Clan mother nest had its strength lowered to such a level. Luo Feng's golden blades immediately slit open the mother nest. From within flew out a 6 m tall, with an entire body white and translucent crystal-like queen. It had beautiful translucent butterfly wings, its face covered with mist, emitting an unordinary charm. Peculiar and powerful music-like sounds resounded and entered his ears. Indeed, a queen that's proficient in spirit reading. Its charm alone is that powerful. At the same time, a powerful spirit energy pierced into Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. The void pagoda stood there, the spirit attack pierced in and dispersed. Days passed one at a time. That beautiful queen thought and tried many ways to attack Luo Feng. With its weak and fragile body, it could only rely on spirit attacks. As for Luo Feng with his incredibly strong consciousness and willpower, also with the void pagoda training, it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't affect Luo Feng at all. Actually, if one was able to kill all the bug soldiers, usually the queen itself didn't have much resisting ability. The queen was strong, in the sense it could produce endless and many types of bug soldiers. Countdown, 10 days. Luo Feng looked down at the screen on his wrist. A few more minutes and the 10 days would be up. He stepped on the dark cloud shuttle, becoming a beam of light and shooting at the queen hiding in the distance that didn't dare to mess with Luo Feng. That seemingly weak and fragile poor queen, its dark blue eyes filled with resentment looking at Luo Feng. The golden blade pierced right through its forehead. Still using its charm. Luo Feng pondered, the first-level Bug Clan mother nest wasn't strong at all. It could barely deal with normal star level 9s. Killing everything and finishing the first tower's 7 levels, he was transported to the second tower. The shocking thing was, the opponents of the second tower were actually exactly the same as the first. The only difference was that their strengths had risen greatly. The same ferocious beast hairy blood mammoth in the second tower is much stronger than the first. Then the third tower, the fourth, how scary would they be? Also the back 5th, 6th, and 7th. No wonder the virtual universe company has so much confidence that everyone would eventually die. Luo Feng was shocked. This training space was very difficult. The aim of the 7 towers and the numbers were all exactly the same. Only the strength of the creatures were different. First level, the ferocious beast hairy blood mammoth, a total of 10,000 of them. Second level, it was the demon 9-headed python, a total of 10,000 of them. The difference between the demons and ferocious beasts was the intellect. Just like the beasts on Earth, in truth they belonged to the demon race. Third level, the metallic life-form Tua Luo race warriors, 1,000 of them. Fourth level, was the universe mysterious being, flying monkey, 1,000 of them. They belonged to a special breed of the ferocious beasts. The fifth level, was the automaton race puppets, 100 of them. Sixth level, was the space beast song, 10 of them. The seventh level was the bug clan mother nest, just 1. The 7 towers were all arranged the same way. However, it was very obvious that the strength of the creatures in the 7 towers rose greatly with each tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 63, Smiling 13. Volume 10, Chapter 63, Smiling 13. The genius battle had created huge waves of excitement in every universe country, getting the attention of countless people. And the pinnacle of geniuses battle currently from the 1008 universe countries, made countless people from all over incredibly anxious. It couldn't be helped, after all the training elimination round wasn't broadcasted publicly, only the rankings could be checked. Rongjun is too cool. Look, on the Virtual Universe website, the newest footage of Savage Rongjun has been shown. In the virtual universe streets of the Ganwu continent, a couple of youths pointed at the screen in the street. That girl said excitedly as the man beside her laughed, "The ranks are constantly changing. However, as long as they make it into the top 1,000, the virtual universe company will create a broadcast for them. It's only our Ganwu universe country's Rongjun has gotten that honor. Wasn't there a Luo Feng before? Haven't you seen the ranks? He's all the way at the bottom." The man shook his head. Didn't a lot of big people say Madman Luo Feng was very strong? What happened? Why is his rank so low? The girl asked curiously. No idea. The man shook his head and sighed. It is rather disappointing. I still worshipped him so much before. I always felt he was more vicious than Rongjun. However now, over 100 million galaxies in the Ganwu universe country, countless people were discussing the ranks of the genius battle, while many were expressing their disappointment at Luo Feng. Because, in the past, within the Ganwu universe the discussions were rampant with the ranking of the geniuses of the Ganwu country. Rongjun was ranked 1 and Luo Feng 2. These two were the main stars. However, from the current look, Rongjun was intrepid, but Luo Feng? He was ranked right at the bottom. Within the over 10,000 starfields within the Ganwu universe country, their words about Luo Feng were already considered gentle. The ones from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, however, had gone mad. Madman. Have you really gone mad? Why are you so lousy? You shouldn't be so lousy. Such a disappointment. Madman, my beloved Madman, my worshipped Madman, where is he? How can you be right at the back? I don't expect you to rush to the front, but you should still make it to the top 10,000. Madman, Madman. You are such a letdown. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the countless citizens that were proud of Luo Feng had intense feelings. Some so far that they scolded Luo Feng with rage, hating that he didn't fight hard enough. The rankings are still moving, we'll only know at the end. Luo Feng may just go at it at the end. Before in the first world, he did the same thing as he only showed his strength at the back. Everybody has to believe in Madman. We will always support Madman. One spectrum was intense hate and rage after experiencing disappointment. The other was a solid support, keeping faith in Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng, who represented the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the pinnacle of genius battles, had indeed hurt many of the citizens' faith. Virtual universe, in the plaza surrounded by 1008 skyscrapers. 1008 undyings all sat there, looking at the floating screen, laughing and discussing. There's really a bunch of geniuses who hid their true strengths in their respective universe country selections. Surprises. The group of undyings were judging a few of the shocking performances, as the top 100 of this training space elimination would immediately receive a slot on the name list. Hence many of the truly strong warriors who had been hiding their strengths unleashed it all using their full strengths, causing the undyings to be surprised. That ape-man youth is really nimble. These sort of places with many opponents really suit him. Beside, the scale-armored giant's voice rumbled. Training space is after all just a test. It's nothing like a 1v1 battle. And whatever's been arranged within, there's metal life forms, automaton dolls, these are all things that don't fear soul attacks. Hence, those proficient in soul attacks are at a major disadvantage. 1v1 human duel. Compared to this training space elimination, there would be differences in the people picked out. 13. What you said makes sense. Beside, a silver-haired man in a silver long robe said, however, a true genius would still perform well. And I feel that this training space has been designed well, because in the future, their enemies will be the many different strong races in the universe. The scale-armored giant nodded his head, looking at the ranking on the screen, where it displayed the 1000 geniuses formed the Ganwu Universe country. Rong Jun, ranked 16, not bad. This Luo Feng. The scale-armored giant was angry, he's really treating it as a training ground, taking the maximum 10 days every level. This punk, he really doesn't care about others scolding him outside. As he paid attention to Luo Feng, he could easily see that Luo Feng was using up all the time given at each level. Eliminated? The scale-armored giant discovered that two other geniuses from the bottom had read universe language words behind them, eliminated. 2 more died. At this time, in the center plaza there were already up to 100,000 eliminated geniuses. Schwa. 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 Almost every few seconds, 10 or so human silhouettes would simultaneously appear in the center plaza. Windmill, you've been eliminated too? Bulasi, you were earlier than me. The green-haired youth Windmill joked back. I've never expected myself to be able to get into the top 7,300. A handsome youth with curly hair, dressed in golden armor, shook his head. When I entered the training space, I fought hard with the greatest speed through each level, wanting to raise my rank. And everything went as I expected, killing fast at the start, my name rose extremely fast, rushing to the top 100,000 even. However, the third tower later was really too difficult, my speed slowed down and finally I died. In an instant my rank dropped to the back 300,000, and after my death, at the third tower 5th level, I was sat on by that automaton puppet, really tragic. Sat on? Windmill laughed loudly. How far did you reach? That handsome youth asked. Third tower level 7. Windmill couldn't help but curse, that bug clan mother nest was too strong as the bug soldiers kept coming out. The production speed was much faster than the previous 2 towers, and much stronger as well. My killing speed couldn't match up to the production speed, I could only watch as the soldiers increased in number and buried me alive. The handsome youth couldn't help but laugh. Oh, right, I just checked the rankings, the madman from our universe country, the one that you were on good terms with, why is he so low? Low? Windmill gazed about. Have you looked around? There's already over 100,000 eliminated geniuses. As long as Madman stays within the training space, his name will continue to rise, just wait. That punk, I'm very sure, just like the last time in the first world of elimination, this punk didn't even do anything the October 1st days, and later went on a slaughtering spree. I'm sure this will be exactly the same. So devious? The handsome youth stared. This is called calm. Grounded. Windmill mocked, unlike you, rushing headfirst, being eliminated at the 3rd tower 5th level. 7 towers. 1,008,000 geniuses, they had all passed the 1st and 2nd towers. However, the moment the 3rd tower began, many had been eliminated. The 3rd tower had eliminated the most people. Almost 90% of the entire number. Luo Feng, right, just like that, stay low. The 9th Prince Bolan was within his own Black Dragon Mountain Island's palace, comfortably laying in his chair, looking at the floating screen. On it was a forum. He was watching a large amount of people scolding Luo Feng for not fighting hard enough. Interesting. Bolan was all smiles. Luo Feng, even though I don't want to mess with you, I don't want you to be too strong too. The position you are at right now is just right, it fits you. Bolan could continue living his satisfied life as a prince. After all, the imperial family was backed by that emperor that opened the country. As an undying being, Luo Feng couldn't pick a fight with him. However, Newell and Shan was different. Right now, Luo Feng could easily get people to help him settle Newell and Shan. Hence, ever since Luo Feng made headlines in the genius battles, the cautious Newell and Shan was scared out of his own family palace. He ended up moving to a distant Karma star field, on a harsh environment normal life planet and living a secluded life. Good. After his training, he flew back to his simple villa, his cold eyes looking at the quantum computer screen in the living room. The rankings changed occasionally. He couldn't help but smile coldly. Forcing me to leave my family, this time you little punk, you will drop and fall hard, right at the bottom? Great. In spite of the madness happening outside, rage, suspicion, scolding, cheers, Luo Feng maintained his position steady as a mountain, taking 10 days for every level, slowly progressing. 2nd tower level 7, passed. 3rd tower, 7 levels, passed. The 4th tower's 7 levels. If the Masha Clan clone hadn't been born yet, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to make it through. However, as like before, he took one step at a time and steadily passed all 7 levels. Virtual universe, in the center plaza. To the eternal undyings, staying 1 year here was a very casual thing altogether. Undeniably, this level of gathering, they couldn't leave so easily either. The 1008 undyings were all in discussion. 13. Your universe country's Luo Feng has risen greatly again. Look at this broadcast, that punk has maintained a steady pace, not rushed but not slow either, and he passes every level easily. Look, he's made it into the top 500. The scale-armored giant sat in a huge chair, looking at the screen before him. The ranking on the screen was very peculiar. The Ganwu universe country's genius number 1 was Rongjun. He was currently the overall rank 13. However, Rongjun had already died in a battle, and was kicked out of the training space. This Rongjun made it earlier onto the 5th tower when he died. During that time, Luo Feng was still at the 1st level of the 4th tower, slowly moving. The scale-armored giant couldn't help but force a smile. He remembered clearly the joke that happened before. Back then he said, Luo Feng is maintaining a very low profile. Slowly, just watch, towards the end he will rise to the top 3,000 to 5,000. The scale-armored giant had said to the other undyings back then. However, later on, Luo Feng's name rose steadily, and right now he was in the top 500. 5th tower. Luo Feng has entered the 5th tower. 1st level, success. Rank 128. 3rd level, success. Rank 42. As time passed, the scale-armored giant creased his eyebrows. Under that helmet were eyes that were filled with a deathly aura, staring hard at the screen, saying softly, "This Luo Feng, he hides his power really well. However, I like these kinds of surprises." His eyes had a sense of glee. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 10, Chapter 64, 4 People. Volume 10, Chapter 64, 4 People. The scale-armored giant used his right hand to gently tap the armrest. Looking at the broadcast of Luo Feng battling on the screen, he said softly, "He's using the 10,000 threads, and he's reached quite a high level." During the universe country internal selection, he didn't reveal any bit of space origin laws comprehension. But now, he's able to use the 10,000 threads to such a level. This Luo Feng, still waters run deep. The scale-armored giant's lips curled slightly, with an interesting expression. The 10,000 threads technique, even though it's widely spread, however it's still usually spread amongst the Undyings. This Luo Feng actually has this technique. Looks like his background isn't simple. Interesting, really interesting. I don't know which Undying from our Ganwu universe country, Undying or Sector Lord, nurtured such an exceptional disciple. The scale-armored giant was very clear. From the selection in the virtual universe, things like the Nanshan armament and the Dark Cloud shuttle etc. were all easily picked by the participants' choices. However, the training and techniques were all their own. In reality, to be able to acquire the 10,000 threads technique. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, less than 100 people had the ability or right to get it. The Undyings from the different universe countries were considered calm and collected. Those participants that had been kicked out early in the training space, however, were agitated and jealous. Luo Caxio, your Ganwu universe country really has many strong geniuses. That savage Rong Jun is ranked at 13th overall. As for that madman Luo Feng, no one noticed him at first, however he's already made it to rank 42. No matter how you look at it, these two are definitely entering the core of the virtual universe company. Madman is quite a vicious person from our Ganwu universe country. I heard that at the start of the elimination he wasn't rushed too, and only unleashed everything towards the end. Over 1 million participants were watching the screen in the center of the plaza. There were only 4 screens left. Because there remained only 4 people in the training spaces. The Virtual Universe Company website had just published a latest broadcast. This time's genius competition, at the current moment, there are 4 that have yet to die within the training spaces. They are, From the Noah Universe Country, Death God Bolan. From the Nine Flames Universe Country, the Blood-Tip Candida. From the Ancient Wheel Universe Country, the Blade of Life Yi Feng. From the Ganwu Universe Country, Madman Luo Feng. Death God Bolan is wearing an eternal white cloth, hauling an eternal blood-red blade. This training space, from the beginning he's been in the lead. However, since the second tower began, his speed declined greatly and he has slowed down a lot. There was even once when someone overtook him. However, right now he's the overall number 1. His points far exceed the second rank. Blood-Tip Candida, this tall and sturdy wild youth, seemingly a fighter, however in truth he's a powerful spirit reader controller. Using one of the 9 godly controller weapons, the Blood-Tip armament, he was at the bottom towards the beginning of the training space stage. However, as time passed, he continued to head towards the higher levels and had great progress. Right now he's ranked at 43, he's long been accepted into the core of the Virtual Universe Company. The Blade of Life Yi Feng, the small and skinny punk, is actually a shockingly powerful fighter. His blade represents the beauty of life itself. His face always carrying a bashful expression. At the start of the stage he was at the bottom, however right now he's made it to a very high level, and currently ranked over 45. Similarly earning the right to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Madman Luo Feng, similar to Candida and Yi Feng, was at the bottom at the beginning. However, he has showcased shocking speed, progressing through the levels. However, the main difference between him and the other two is, Luo Feng's battle techniques brings along with him a bone-chilling bloodthirst. His eyes are cold and carry the look of brutality and slaughter. He is indeed a madman. And right now his overall rank is 42, earning the right to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. This time's genius competition is definitely considered one of the highest in quality. In the training space, the absolute geniuses all revealed their true powers, surprising us all. And right now, with only 4 absolute geniuses remaining, on the day they are kicked out of the training space, that would be the end of the training space stage as well. Let us all wish the 4 absolute geniuses to bring us even more surprises. There was a total of 5 parts to the latest broadcast. While explaining the 4 geniuses remaining, the other 4 parts were individually special broadcasts for each genius. The entire human race from the 1008 universe countries, trillions of galaxies with tens of millions of human races, countless humans were all waiting in anticipation and nervousness. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The Ganwu universe country had erupted. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was even crazier. Madman Luo Feng, Madman Luo Feng. On the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it was frequently seen that many people were before the screens on the streets, raising their wineglasses and shouting excitedly and roaring, all cheering for Luo Feng. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, who is an absolute genius after a trillion years. He'll definitely become a strong warrior within the universe. I always believe. There were many disappointed people before from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, however, with his rank rising rapidly, many people had been stunned. With his rank rising greatly, rushing into the top 10,000, top 5,000, top 1,000, top 500 and top 100. It was a straight path upwards. Finally lighting the flame of passion within the trillions of people within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. My God, in the vast universe of human-owned territories, the Black Dragon Mountain starfield was indeed nothing but a small dot, not noticeable at all. Who would have thought this time that an absolute genius would arise from their little spot and compete with the other pinnacle geniuses altogether? Madness. The entire empire was in madness. Especially when Luo Feng was confirmed to have the right to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor made a whole celebration for it. That was the core of one of the 5 great leviathans of the human race. In terms of position and power, it was thousands to tens of thousands of times bigger than the imperial family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng. Madman Luo Feng. Go! Rush into the top 10, rush to number 1. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's citizens had totally lost it, especially the countless youths who were blindly devoted to worshipping Luo Feng. At this time, Luo Feng was the idol of all the citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Within the specially opened space for the Genius Competition, Center Plaza, over 1 million geniuses from the 1008 universe countries watched the 4 screens in mid-air. The utmost left screen, even the Undyings in the huge thrones were all watching that one screen. When that blood red slash sliced past the Bug Clan Queen's weak body, the entire plaza let out a suppressed shocked sound. My God! That death God Bolan has already passed the 6th tower. That's crazy. Right now, from ranks 2 to 6, they all died at the first level of the 6th tower. And this death God Bolan actually passed all 7 levels, completing the entire 6th tower. His points will leave everybody far behind. Too strong. Looking at the white-robed blood-red blade human silhouette, all the geniuses felt a sense of envy within them. If the other geniuses could bear with it, it could be said that this death God Bolan had completely exceeded all the different geniuses from the universe country's expectations altogether. Death God Bolan was so strong he made others despair. Training space. A meteorite in the universe had 7 towers, and within the 5th tower, the 4th level. Who? Standing on the dark cloud shuttle, moving as fast as lightning, becoming a peculiar arc beam of light bending 12 times and directly dodging from the surrounding flying monkeys, leaving behind 4 images in mid-air. Luo Feng discovered the screen of his wrist moving. Looking down on the screen, the rankings displayed the remaining 4 people still in the training space, and with the movement it meant that there was some change. Number 1 Bolan, Noah Universe Country, points, 7,777,770,000. Number 2 Gusi Luo, Emu Universe Country, points, 1,682,970,000. The screen displayed the top 100, in which included Luo Feng and the 4. Bolan, Feng, Candida, and himself. That death god Bolan? Luo Feng's expression changed. He actually made it through the 6th tower. From the points he could deduce, ranks 2 to 6 were all eliminated in the first level of the 6th tower. Every tower had 7 levels and every level had the same number of points. Hence, even though the difficulty of each level increased, however the increase itself wasn't that huge. The great jump was when one moved to a new tower. Just like the first level of the 6th tower, the points was 10 times that of the 7th level of the 5th tower. With so many more points, the difficulty too rose greatly. Hence, from ranks 2 to 6, they all made it to the 6th tower. If they were able to make it past the first level, it meant they had more hope of making it through level 2 and 3. Who knows whether he'll be able to make it through the first level of the 7th tower. Luo Feng thought, if he's able to do even that, then that's just too terrifying. In an instant, the over million geniuses in the plaza, along with the 1008 Undyings and even other Undyings were watching the broadcast. Undyings had the privilege to watch the broadcast. He's made it to level 7 of the 6th tower, and it still seems easy for him. However, with every tower, the difficulty greatly rises. The first level of the 7th tower, compared to the 7th level of the 6th tower, is much harder by a few times. Who knows if he'll be able to make it through? Countless people were staring and watching. Passing the 6 towers before brought his score to 7.7 billion. And right now the 7th tower, just the first level alone gave 10 billion. The high points represented the difficulty too. Too scary. The blood-hairy mammoth from the 7th tower is actually so strong. 10,000 of them, I think every one of them has the power of the top 100. The spectating geniuses were all shocked. The difficulty of the 7th tower was an extreme leap. The 10,000 blood-hair mammoths from the first level, all their attacks were infused with origin laws and were extremely powerful. He's injured. Bolan is injured. Death God Bolan was injured for the first time. Explosion. Continuously passing the 6 towers, the relaxed Death God Bolan finally unleashed his true terrifying strength. Even the Virtual Universe Company and the other 4 great Leviathans, many powerful people who could shake the entire universe, were all watching this battle. After all, the 7th tower's difficulty was set so that a star level had absolutely no chance of passing. They could only watch how this Death God Bolan was going to perform now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 65, The Beauty of Life. Volume 10, Chapter 65, The Beauty of Life. In the first tower, the ferocious beast blood-hairy mammoth was completely easy to defeat, as it was very weak. However, with the 2nd and 3rd tower, the blood-hairy mammoth got stronger with each new tower. The moment it reached the 7th tower, the 10,000 mammoths, any one of them was enough to kill 99% of the 1 million geniuses in this competition. When 10,000 of them surround and attack, that was simply a nightmare. My God, they are all images. This Death God Bolan has unleashed it all. On the screen, the mad mammoths covered the entire area. It attacked, while stomping at the same time and in an instant, surrounded the blurred images of the white-robed youth's silhouette, which looked incredibly realistic. Within a set space, a green energy was being emitted. The green energy flow alone had over 1,000 white-robed youths, almost like the death god Bolan's absolute domain. It seemed like he could attack from any one of them at any given time. The light of his blade was ice-cold. Every slash was almost as though the space was sliced open. He was as quick as lightning. Every slash was so fast that the geniuses there could barely see it clearly. He was as swift as the wind. Every blade was so unpredictable in nature, it was almost as though there was no rule to it. Shie. Every blade slashed at the heads of the blood-hairy mammoths, as fresh blood spewed all over. The mammoths who were comparable to the top 100 geniuses were slowly getting killed, while the others grew even crazier and rushed to surround and attack him. The thick iron hoofs were stomping at the death god Bolan. Precision. Incomparable precision. The mammoths slowly fell and died one by one. This was the death god Bolan's blade. The moment it showed itself, it meant certain death, but... Poo-chee. One of the mammoth's tusk pierced through the death god Bolan's arm, fresh blood flew out, simultaneously all the images vanished. Humph. The cold white-robed youth's eyes flashed, the blood blade immediately pierced the head of the mammoth before him. Rumble, the other mammoths rushed and stomped over to attack him. After about 3 continuous heavy attacks, the white-robed youth was finally knocked into the herd of large mammoths and was trampled upon till he died. 10,000 blood-hairy mammoths, death god Bolan killed 5,612 of them. Just from the first level of the 7th tower alone he had acquired 56.12 billion points, making his total exceed 10 billion. However, he still failed at the first level of the 7th tower. Over 1 million geniuses gathered within the center of the plaza let out a sigh of relief. The death god Bolan's battle had completely made them hold their breaths. His blade was extremely quick, unpredictable, and fierce. Also complemented by his unbelievable movement, it made them all envy him. He failed. What a pity! The 7th tower is too difficult. If it wasn't death god Bolan, anyone else would have been instantly trampled on by the herd of mammoths. He actually managed to kill over 5,000 blood-hairy mammoths. Doesn't that mean that he alone can kill over 5,000 of the top 100 geniuses? Even though the death god Bolan had failed, it had made the geniuses that managed to make it to the top 100 all shocked. The genius siblings from the Aogusi planet, along with the Manka prince, even the dream shell lady and the wild youth Rongjun, these people all stared at the screen. Too strong. Savage Rongjun gripped his fists tight, staring at the screen. Doesn't matter which side, he far exceeds me. If I fight against him, just one move, I won't be able to receive even one move. Big brother, no wonder teacher said we have no chance at all in defeating him. He is too strong. The green curly-haired gentle girl with an engraving on her forehead said softly. The green-haired youth beside her nodded. Right, Xian Shui, I feel that even I won't be able to block him, not even just one move from him. The death god Bolan's strength made the others look on in envy, but the people who ranked overall between 2 to 6 had all died at the 6th tower level 1. The ones ranked between 7 to 11 all died at the 7th level of the 5th tower. The ones between 12 to 21 died at the 6th level of the 5th tower. And the number 1 actually reached the 1st level of Tower 7. From these results alone, rank 2 and others weren't too far off from each other. Except for the one ranked number 1. He had completely cast everyone far behind him, the distance was too huge. Death god Bolan was kicked out of the training space. The only ones remaining were the 3 people, Blood-Tip Candida, Blade of Life Yi Feng and Madman Luo Feng. 5th level of the 5th tower. Standing on the whirlwind tape, his face with 2 purple streaks, a bald strong-looking Candida squinted his eyes, looking at the scene before him unfolding. It was a huge automaton testing base. Its surface was completely made of an alloy. At the same time, on its alloy surface there were 108 m tall, completely silver humanoid automaton puppets. Automaton puppets, these were soldiers created by the automaton race. Every one of the automaton race were all living AIs. All of them could be considered control terminals. Any one of them can form an automaton empire. And the automaton puppets were one of the soldier weapons the empire had created. Wah! The 100 tall automaton puppets began to move. Their eyes were shooting out red light which immediately locked onto the human, Candida. Rumble. 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 The automaton puppets immediately became beams of light, running until they began to fly, swiftly heading towards Candida. Their speeds are obviously much faster than the puppets of the fourth tower. Candida stood on the whirlwind tape, becoming an arc and dodging the puppets' frontal attack. The best way to win against the puppets was to kill them one by one. Matching force with force was simply crazy. Shio! 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 Formless railgun beams shot out from the automaton puppets' arms. The railguns were separated into many categories. The highest of the lot could reach light speed. However, railguns were extremely expensive. Even the automaton empire of the automaton race could only install such light-speed weaponry on the most important of devices. And these automaton puppets shot from far. Their speeds were far below light speed. I hate these long-distance attacks the most. Candida grit his teeth. As time passed, the battle grew more tragic and Candida got injured. The automaton puppets were slowly getting their heads destroyed along with their chips inside being destroyed. Rumble. The automaton puppet's iron fist slammed hard, but Candida managed to dodge barely, causing it to hit the ground. The alloy ground immediately had a huge dent, creating a huge crevice. Iron fists. Leg knives. Rail guns. Flame. Body slams. These huge automaton lumps were insusceptible to spirit attacks. One could only destroy them through forcefully breaking their chips. Pang. The heavily injured Candida, who was facing against iron fists aimed at him, finally failed to dodge. One fist directly slammed him into the alloy ground. He instantly became a pile of meat. Candida, 5th tower, 5th level, failure. Final ranking 28. Similarly on the 5th level of the 5th tower. Big bastards, come, come. A handsome purple-haired youth was almost like a monster. Like a gust of wind, floating above the heads of the large automaton puppets. The reaction and movement speeds of this 5th tower automaton puppets, along with their attack strengths, were all set to be very high. To actually dare to weave through amidst these puppets, that was simply madness. He was the blade of life, Luo Feng. This shy youth's eyes were very pure. They had a sort of glee, almost as though dancing in the face of death didn't bring any nervousness at all to him. Pu Chi. Pu Chi. Blades infused with endless amount of life energy lit up. Be it harming the joints and parts of the puppets, or directly piercing through them and damaging or killing them, he smiled happily as he unleashed every move, and every move was simply dazzling. Luo Feng was born in the ancient Will Universe country Imperial family. The Imperial family had been around for trillions of years. The Imperial family title alone didn't give him much though. If he wanted to get wealth or position, he had to rely on himself. However, since he was young, he had some problems mentally. The lower half of his body didn't respond to him at all, only the upper half was normal. Although there were advanced technologies, which were able to change bloodlines or a body's internal organs, etc. However, the brain is the core where the soul resides. Hence the brain was something that couldn't be changed. Changing it would mean it would become a totally different person. As for repossession, he didn't have the power to do so, and no one could help him. Ever since he was young, he sat in a wheelchair and watched the other young children of the Imperial family train. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He thought that acquiring the most basic training methods of the imperial family, and according to other sayings, maybe through the training, his body would naturally improve and cure itself. He trained hard. Since he couldn't use the lower half of his body, he used his 2 hands instead, swinging the blades over and over. The blades gave him hope, and was his understanding of life. His blade skills continued to improve, to the point where it was unbelievable. Eventually, Elliot gained recognition from the imperial family, and he was finally passed to an undying who personally helped him, allowing him to be able to stand finally and control the lower half of his body. He was able to stand up. Being disabled for tens of years, this gave him an incomparable enjoyment of flying. Every time he flew, he used his movement, dancing with the blades. He would laugh happily. His blade work allowed him to enter the wood origin laws. Movement allowed him to enter the wind origin laws. Stepping through the gateway of 2 origin laws allowed his position to rise greatly within the imperial family. Even though his position got higher, he was still that same shy youth from before. In his heart he had a burning passion for life. He was in love with the wind he produced when he flew. The Blade of Life Feng destroyed 100 automaton puppets and successfully made it the 5th level of the 5th tower, and later moving on to the 6th. However, the 6th level was filled with 10 space beasts Tsang. The Tsang's nimbleness was much higher than the puppets from before, and these were all Tsangs that had stepped through the gateway of origin laws. Feng killed 3 Tsangs before ultimately failing. This shy youth made it to the 6th level of the 5th tower, and eventually ranked 16. At this time, with Blood-Tip Candida and Blade of Life Feng being kicked out of the training space, the only one still within was one person, Madman Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 66, Explosion. Volume 10, Chapter 66, Explosion. At the 6th level of the 5th tower, it was a boundless wasteland. On it were 10 enormous dark golden beasts, some either lying down or others walking about surveying the area, the Space Beast Song. The targets of the 6th level, Space Beast, Song. Luo Feng looked at the 10 Space Beasts. From his inherited memories he had already known the exact details of Song. Accurately speaking, Song and the Golden Horned Beast had a special relationship. Among the golden-type space beasts, ranked top was naturally the one who stood at the peak of the 12, the Golden Horned Beast. And ranked number 2 was Tsang. Even though it was a simple difference of 1 rank, in truth the difference in their battle abilities was huge. The Golden Horned Beast, once it reached maturity, it automatically became Sector Lord level. Tsang at its peak, however, only reached the Domain Lord level. Even though it was one of the stronger space beasts, it still couldn't compare to the 12 leading bloodlines of the space beasts. However, Tsang had powerful natural talents. As one favored by the gold origin laws, they had fierce and powerful attacks. They could naturally fly, even without any wings. None of the space beasts couldn't fly. In terms of battle ability, their average level was stronger than even the most elite of human bloodlines. These 10 space beasts Tsang, their body length alone were 300 m. The tail was almost as long as the body. Its entire body was covered in dark gold scales and its back had sharp protrusions. Its head was extremely large, just the size of its bloody mouth sent chills down one's spine. Its teeth and biting strength were also incomparably shocking. The top of its head was shiny and covered in scales, and its corneas were triangular, filled with cold bloodlust. Howl! The 10 space beasts Tsang all turned to look at the tiny human Luo Feng. Interesting. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with an even more chilling killing intent. When Song meets a golden horned beast? What would happen? Right now, Song had met with a human form golden horned beast Luo Feng. Rumble! Luo Feng stepped on the dark cloud shuttle and became a beam of faintly discernible light. Immediately the 10 space beasts became beams of lights and chased him. However, after 5 years of training, Luo Feng's speed on the Dark Cloud shuttle was much faster than even Rong Jun during his battle before. And much more nimble. Shwa! 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 In mid-air, 8 Luo Fengs appeared. The 10 space beasts Song all blinked for a second. Almost as though they were confused as to which to chase, immediately spreading out and aiming at one individually. What arrogant punks! Luo Feng curved and simultaneously 5 golden lights floated around him. It was the 5 golden blades, and they immediately shot towards the head of the Tsang that was closest to him. That Tsang's reaction was extremely quick, using his powerful claws to slash at it. Xie! 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 Xi! 5 golden blades, 2 of which clashed with the claws, the third 2 was knocked away by its tail. Xie! The 4th blade, however, pierced right through its throat, and right through its brain portion, killing it. Different from the golden horned beast, as a middle-level space beast, Song had no internal world. Hence it didn't have an internal core, its life and soul was similar to that of a large portion of the flesh and blood life forms. Before reaching the domain lord level, the soul was in the brain. Howl! Howl! After losing one Song, the incredibly intelligent 9 other Songs understood that this opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Hence, they immediately stuck to each other and did not separate. It's no use, you'll just waste time. Luo Feng was very clear. Even though the space beasts were very powerful and quick, with terrifying natural talents and strength, a same-level human had no ability to match force with force against them. However, their one weakness was that their sizes were too immense. With a bigger physique, it created a dilemma against a human who was much smaller. Hence Luo Feng trained hard in absolute space and deities of the world techniques. Deities of the world allowed him to shrink and condense his size, the absolute space increased the nimbleness, instantaneous explosion, and raising his movement effect. To be able to create 8 images, plus being extremely familiar with the habits and weaknesses of Tsang, even though Luo Feng took up to 10 days to finish this battle, in truth the battle was still simple and clean. The main thing was that last Tsang, Luo Feng purposely waited till the last half hour to actually go and kill it. 5th Tower, Level 7. The space was a blur, Luo Feng entered the 7th level. The 7th level is much more troublesome than the 6th. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. As a spirit reader controller against numbers and surrounding attacks, he had an advantage over the fighters. However, that's because he had higher speeds to dodge and using movement in space to create an advantageous position. However, when the opponent's numbers are too crazy, anyone would be caught in a dilemma. This was an endless desert. In the distant green patch in the desert, there was a bumpy round ball with a diameter of 120 m. Its surface emitted poisonous liquid, while poisonous gas surrounded it. 120 m was akin to the 40-floor building. This 40-floor building mother nest's surface with bumpy holes, all began to produce green mucus triangular brain-like bugs with outer shells, all with 2 horns. Their huge compound eyes all focused, their 2 hind legs supported their bodies, with 4 other legs in front, their bodies were like blades, and on their backs they even had 2 translucent wings. Within the 40-story tall huge mother nest, every hole itself was at least 1 m in diameter. Almost in an instant, the surface of the mother nest had produced 1,000 bugs. Who? After 3 continuous rounds, it produced about 3,000 bugs altogether, and all of them were the same green praying mantis. The green praying mantis was a very common cannon fodder seen in the Bug Clan warriors. Even though they were called cannon fodder, these were still cannon fodder that battled outside the starfields. Luckily, the entire power of the Bug Clan mother nest had been pre-arranged, otherwise a true mother nest could produce many different species of bugs. From their abilities, they could be split into the scanning types, assassin types, long distance, attacking force, etc. If they were split according to their structure, that would be even more. 3,000 green praying mantis. Luo Feng looked at the mantis that flew or marched over, as they covered both the land and skies. Creasing his eyebrows, the mother nest sent everything it could at one go. The next batch should be 20 minutes later. The mother nest required time to produce the bugs. These 3,000 were prepared long ago. Of course, in reality, the mother nest's ability wasn't that weak. Otherwise, how could it easily dominate a galaxy or entire starfield? Kill. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, immediately producing 8 images. Maintaining his highest speed, he began his massacre. He immediately released his limit of 9 blades. These 9 rainbows were like lasers, piercing through each and every bug, as they killed the green praying mantises. A bit stronger than what I expected. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He could at will control the 5 blades. However, if he pushed it, he could control up to 9 blades. But that way, nimbleness, direction and precision were all affected slightly. Because right now there were 3,000 bugs, Luo Feng decided to do so, killing as many as he can by striking their heads. However, Kuchi. The body of one of the bugs was sliced in half. However, it bit and swallowed the corpse of a dead bug beside, and it began to recover and completely heal itself. This is the most annoying part of the bug clan. 8 images immediately appeared throughout. The 9 blades danced about and pierced through time and again, working hard to pierce the heads of the bugs. However, as bugs of the 5th tower, their nimbleness and reactions were obviously higher. And they covered the land and skies and engulfed everything. Their speed was also much higher. Luo Feng couldn't dodge too far, he needed to stay close to fully control the Nanshan armament and attack. Hence he couldn't avoid getting hurt occasionally. 20 minutes later. There were still 682 bugs surviving. Luo Feng's face went pale, there was an injury on his face. The second batch is coming. That huge mother nest's surface once again produced red-shelled bugs, a total of 100 of them. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed, blood-praying mantis. And 100 of them. The first time, the mother nest actually released everything, 3,000 green praying mantis. And every 20 minutes it could produce another 1,000 green praying mantis. However, it did not necessarily produce green mantises, it could produce even more terrifying bugs, however in smaller numbers. With Luo Feng fighting hard and killing over 2,000 of the green mantises, with only 682 left, if the second batch was another 1,000 green mantises, he may get heavily injured, but he could still win. However, this time, it was the blood mantises. These were much more intrepid and stronger than the green ones. In the first tower to the 4th, Luo Feng had never met the blood mantises at all. This is big trouble. Luo Feng's expression changed. Wang. The surviving 682 green mantises immediately formed a 100 little groups, some with 5 or 6 green mantises and 1 blood mantis, some with 7 green mantises and 1 blood mantis. Anyway, immediately there were 100 little bug groups. Under the blood mantis leadership, they began to surround Luo Feng progressively and began their hunt. I'm not afraid of their strength, what I hate the most is the blood mantis leadership ability. Luo Feng's expression changed. According to his inherited memories, the intellect of the bug clan was much lower. However, there were certain bugs that had the position of leaders within. And these blood mantis were often used to lead the little teams of green mantis. A dispersed and unorganized group of 100 green mantis, compared to 10 of them working together as one body led by a blood mantis, the latter was much more terrifying. Wah! The 100 little teams were like a well-organized party. 70 or so teams attacked from above while the remaining 30 or so attacked from the ground or even underground. That plus the blood mantis leading and acting as the blades, Luo Feng was in big trouble. Kill. Luo Feng grit his teeth, he could only fight it out. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng's right arm was broken, his expression pale, his spirit energy usage was extremely high. And with 82 of the 100 teams left, 82 blood mantis were leading 353 green mantis. Luo Feng killed a lot more green mantis. If I've reached the 9th red level, pity, Luo Feng faced the overwhelming force of the bug clan from all directions, almost seeing the scene of him being devoured beforehand. Even if I die, I have to kill more. Luo Feng's eyes went red. Bug clan, all of you go and die. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, and his speed accelerating even more. Against the 82 little teams, he clashed and killed one green mantis at a time, and occasionally killing a blood mantis with great difficulty. Luo Feng fought until there was only 76 teams left, while his entire being had gone insane. Even under such strenuous situation, his whole being felt ice cold. This was the quality of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng felt a familiar ripple of space movement, gradually feeling slightly different. It's this way. Just like this. Luo Feng could even feel the square domain formed within the space, almost as though it was a 9-palace grid. Immediately Luo Feng's speed increased obviously a little, at the same time in his surroundings 9 images formed.